consulates in Lahore, Karachi and even Islamabad. We will keep bringing you all the latest developments as and when they are happening. But first up are the headlines.
West Asia war enters fourth day as Iran continues widespread missile and drone strikes across Gulf cities and at US-Israel targets. Israel and the US carry out airstrikes on Iran.
High-resolution satellite images show clear damage at Saudi Arabia's Ras Tunara oil refinery after Iranian one-way attack drones struck, triggering fires and a precautionary shutdown threatening global energy markets and prices.
An Iraqi resistance group claims responsibility for a drone attack on a hotel housing US troops in Erbil, marking a fresh escalation and raising concerns over American forces' security.
US Central Command says American forces have destroyed all 11 Iranian naval vessels in the Gulf of Oman as part of the strikes, reducing Tehran's fleet to 0.
Two Iranian drones struck the US embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, sparking a small fire and minor damage. No major casualty reported. Trump warns of retaliation.
Trump declines to rule out deploying US ground troops to Iran, saying military options remain open as regional tensions escalate and conflict risks deepen. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the war with Iran will be quick and decisive, not an endless conflict, asserting joint US-Israel strikes aim for swift, overwhelming military success.
Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi says Marco Rubio admitted that the US entered a war of choice for Israel, denying any Iranian threat, asks Americans to reclaim their country.
The latest information coming in: Israel hacked Tehran's traffic camera network using AI and surveillance data to track Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and senior officials, mapping guards' routines and accordingly also coordinating with the CIA for targeted intelligence. So the conflict in West Asia has spiraled into a perilous new phase, with both Iran and the United States-Israel coalition intensifying strikes, making dramatic claims of major attacks across land and sea. Tehran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has asserted that it has indeed hit US naval assets and bases, including a naval base in Kuwait and ammunition vessels in the Indian Ocean, while warning of further blows in its campaign that is dubbed as Operation True Promise. In a major escalation, the US Embassy in Riyadh was struck by two drones. Saudi authorities have already confirmed that, causing limited fire, minor structural damage. Oil infrastructure has also been caught in the firing line, with drones triggering fires at the Ras Tanura refinery and tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, all but halted, threatening global energy markets. Meanwhile, US and Israel forces maintain that they are conducting defensive and precision operations against Iranian targets after the initial strikes that ignited the wider war. All right, let's also listen in to some breaking inputs coming in.
Now, the Trump administration is clarifying the scope of its strikes on Iran, insisting the mission targets missiles and naval capabilities, not regime change. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth had last night said the operation is not a so-called regime change war. Senator Marco Rubio echoed that this morning, saying that the goal is to eliminate Iran's short-range ballistic missile threat and to neutralize risks from its navy, particularly to US naval assets. So there we are seeing some sort of flip-flop there. Meanwhile, Trump has also been changing positions on war goals. So this is the latest that is coming in. Now, Kanksha, if I could just come back to you on that as well. Of course, the earlier stated goal was for the United States and Israel to here act as perhaps a catalyst for regime change. But as is the case, the idea has not died there and regime change hasn't happened. To that end, we are seeing Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio now echo that same line, that the idea was not regime change to begin with. So what really is the end game in this war?
The president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. This was our last best chance to strike. We more and more are not wanting to be the policemen of the world. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. She would get us into World War III. They're drafting you to go and fight in some country that I've never heard. We may have casualties. That often happens in war. Sadly, there will likely be more.
The Department of War launched Operation Epic Fury, the most lethal, most complex, and most precise aerial operation in history. We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their Ayatollah. If you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change. Last June, Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuclear program to rubble. Afterward, we told them plainly, that's it, now make a deal. They arrogantly refused. The former regime had every chance to make a peaceful and sensible deal. But Tehran was not negotiating. They were stalling, buying time to reload their missile stockpiles and restart their nuclear ambitions.
All right, so the United States, whether it is President Donald Trump or the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, have in fact been giving multiple reasons. What is endgame Iran for the United States? That is the big question that still remains unanswered. Let me quickly take that forward with our in-house studio guests who are very much with us over here. Many thanks to you gentlemen for joining in. Ambassador Dogra, if I could begin with you, what's your assessment of this situation at the moment? Is this US dismantling the nuclear program? Can they do so? Or is this a regime change, something that the US president has indicated that they're not now looking at?
Akansha, there are reports, unconfirmed reports, that they had attacked America and Israel, the nuclear installation in Iran. I hope no great damage has been done because that will be disastrous. But as far as your question about Trump is concerned, he changes his statements with the weather. That's his norm. But in this case, he's changing his statements and stance because of the difficulties America is experiencing in this operation. First, it was regime change. Now he says, no, 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 we don't want regime change. We want decapitation of their capabilities. Now, that has not happened, and that is not going to happen because Iran has much more stockpile than America and Israel have to continue with the war. So Trump seems to show some kind of desperation because there is resistance building up within America and American allies in Europe, because this was, according to all reports, declared an unwise venture even by his army chief of staff. So Trump has ventured into something because of Epstein. Trump has ventured into this because of pressure by Netanyahu. But now he is beginning to find a way out, which will be very difficult because Iran is determined that they will pursue it to the end, and they will pursue Trump till he apologizes.
Oh, well, thank you so much for that. So, of course, we're getting in some more breaking information right now as well. Iran claims massive missile and drone attack on US airbase in Bahrain. Iran is claiming that it has destroyed the main command headquarters at US base in Bahrain. Thick plumes of smoke in the area currently visible over the Lebanese capital also. So we are, of course, seeing the escalatory and the retaliatory strikes that have followed following a renewed Israeli airstrike. This is the one in Lebanese in the Lebanese capital. The attack specifically targeted Repatriation in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Now, that is the latest that we're hearing about this, Akanksha. Of course, we've been seeing massive strikes come in and be reported from various places in West Asia. And this is what we're tracking. The volatility continues.
That we are looking at a situation where the US assets are currently being targeted. All of these, remember, are Middle Eastern allies of the United States. Now, these allies are bearing the brunt of it. Why so? Because the initial target, as Iran has been claiming, is all of these US assets, which are the consulates primarily. We've seen these attacks happen in Riyadh. Overnight at the US consulate. We saw them happen even in Pakistan, Lahore, Karachi, Islamabad as well. Griha brings us more details on those breaking inputs. Yes, Griha.
Absolutely, Akanksha. Thank you so much for that. So we've just managed to access this image. There you see, if you can get the cameras close in on this image, this is thick plumes of smoke currently visible over Lebanese capital in Beirut. We are, in fact, looking at a renewed Israeli airstrike. And this attack specifically ended up targeting Repatriation and in the southern suburbs. This is the Daye area of Beirut. This is a stronghold as far as Hezbollah is concerned. And these renewed strikes by the IDF is primarily because the northern Israel was attacked by Hezbollah, and that is why this counter-strike is coming in from the Israeli side. Those attacks, as the Iranian proxies were activated after the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and that is why a counter-strike now coming in from Israel. So this is going on, and particularly these Hezbollah strongholds are constantly getting attacked there, Akanksha.
All right, we're getting in more breaking inputs, but before we do that, maybe I could have Tom actually weigh in on these counter-strikes that are taking place. I'm also joined in by Adrian Fontanella, who's in the studio with us. So Tom and Adrian both could actually weigh in. Tom, why are the civilians getting targeted in these strikes? Is it also perhaps the geographical coordinates getting muddled somewhere? What are the possibilities?
Problems are multiple, not only geographic coordinates, but the problem is that some of the targets are within urban areas. And when a weapon of 500 kilogram or 1,000 kilogram hits such an area, there are civilian casualties. They are unavoidable. Now, some sides, both sides are going to claim now they are not targeting civilians, and this is to a certain degree true. But they know they take a calculated risk, even more so when supported by artificial intelligence, and they are targeting them nevertheless, and then they hit civilians as well, because weapons are complex and they are malfunctioning, or they are shot down, there's wreckage, there is a host of reasons.
Absolutely. Let's, in fact, bring out some more reasons. And for that, let me quickly bring in Adrian. Adrian, thank you for joining us today. Maybe you could also enlighten our viewers in terms of how is this planning being done? Because this is also a very low-cost warfare when you're looking at how drones are being deployed in attacking civilian areas or even the US consulates in most of these Middle Eastern allies.
In the case of the US consulate, of course, it was obviously intentional. Otherwise, we need time, because both sides will claim that the other one is only targeting civilians and therefore are terrorists. But we need time to assess each strike to know if it was on purpose or if it was collateral damage. As Tom Cooper said, some of the munitions used are rather imprecise. And more often than not, you need always to check if there is a military facility close to the civilian impacted area. It is of tremendous importance to take the time to cross-check these claims from both sides.
It would be interesting to see what more could be the possibilities. In fact, we're getting in some more breaking inputs. This is coming in from Israel at the moment. Israel has issued an urgent evacuation warning for Beirut's southern suburbs. specifically, in fact, the Harit Harek neighborhood is what we are looking at. And that's exactly what have we been discussing right now in terms of how this has been snowballing now over to Lebanese capital of Beirut. Why so? Because Lebanon happens to be the country which is housing the Hezbollah headquarters, and that is why Lebanon inadvertently is getting roped into this overall conflict. Kritzween brings us the details. Yes, Kritzween.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly show this map that's been put out. Israel issuing an urgent evacuation warning for Beirut. I'd request our video journalist to quickly pan in on these visuals. This is Israel issuing an urgent evacuation warning for Beirut's southern suburbs, specifically the Haretrek neighborhood. Anyone in the buildings marked in red. So you see some of these buildings, some of these areas, all in southern suburbs of Beirut have been marked, and Israel sending out this warning: please evacuate immediately. All of them residing in these pockets are being asked to leave immediately. In fact, also with a warning, Israel says you are too close to Hezbollah facilities and must move at least 300 meters away right now. Now, this is one more development that's come in as far as this back and forth between Hezbollah and IDF is concerned, because we've seen Hezbollah fire rockets at IDF and now retaliatory strikes taking place. And Lebanese Prime Minister has also said that this is not okay. They've in fact officially said that the death toll has crossed 30. 30 civilians have lost their lives.
30 civilians over there, 700 in Iran. But is this going to be as quick and decisive as is being claimed, not just by the Israeli Prime Minister, but remember, the war is going to expand, as the US President Donald Trump has already indicated that they are sending out a fresh wave of missiles and fighter jets over to the Middle East to fight Iran, in fact. But we're getting in visuals now and going to quickly play out some more visuals that we are getting in right now. These are, in fact, let's quickly break down the map for you. And Tom, if I may please request your presence over here next to the map. You're looking at the kind of attacks that are taking place. If you can break down for us all the locations that are being targeted. There's a lot of panic in the latest reports that we were getting in onto Pakistan's side right now. Pakistan is also in a state of utter panic because they already have a lot of internal tensions going on with Afghanistan. But Iran at the moment is, of course, looking towards all of these US allies. If you can also look at this entire map and break it down for our viewers. You're looking at Saudi Arabia, you're looking at UAE, Oman over here.
Let me show you. We have the war between Pakistan and Pakistani Taliban and the Taliban in Afghanistan. This is one war. Pakistanis are sending troops to Saudi Arabia due to their treaty about mutual defense. So Pakistanis have reportedly also offered their soil for US bases for attacks on Iran. So that would be something like this. There is one in Quetta, for example, and several others in this area. But particularly interesting would be Gwadar, which was a Chinese-built port here down on the coast of the Indian Ocean. So that is one part. The other part, of course, we have Iran striking Israel, Israel striking Iran. We have USA from bases primarily in Jordan striking Iran.
Wow.
We have Iran striking Kuwait. We have Iran striking, oh sorry, this is wrong. Went too high. Opa, now I deleted everything. So I said, Iran striking Israel, Israel striking Iran.
Now you have
USA.
Lebanon, another country which is inadvertently getting roped into this entire conflict.
Inadvertently.
Even though they have separated themselves from Hezbollah, they are bound to now get roped into this entire conflict. How do you view the situation now over moving further to the west? Look at Cyprus.
It is quite simple. There is in Chile air base outside of Adana. This is a NATO air base with nuclear weapon storage facility. There is Akrotiri on Cyprus. This is a British base with nuclear storage facility. British are flying their aircraft from Akrotiri to defend Israel. They're flying combat air patrols over Syria and down over Jordan in order to intercept UAVs coming in from from Iran. Therefore, the Iranians said, okay, you are involved, therefore we are shooting at you.
But you look at the overall area, Tom, this is entire Middle East that's now being roped into this conflict, because not only are you looking at countries like Cyprus, Lebanon, Jordan, of course, adjoining to Israel, we are also looking at Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Oman. This is basically all of the adjoining countries.
Iran is striking Kuwait, Iran is
is
striking Bahrain, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Oman, Saudi Arabia as well. So, and I mean, what they are striking are US bases in all of these countries.
What is the possibility that this is now going to spill over to Pakistan?
I don't see it very high, because Pakistani armed forces, the leadership is obsessed with India. Therefore, they are keeping their army up here. They are not going to waste their time with anything down here, except send one brigade to Saudi Arabia like they are doing ever since the 1980s.
All right, we will continue with this discussion. The fact of the matter remains that this is, in fact, indeed a very ferocious attack that's been orchestrated by Iran, and perhaps even Donald Trump was not able to calculate this kind of strategic sort of retaliation that has come in from the allies. We don't know if they were really prepared, but I'm going to hand over the mic to him for more details to be poured.
Thank you so much for that, Akanksha. We are getting more breaking news updates as well. Security has been increased. We're given to understand in Pakistan, and containers have been placed in front of the roads leading to the US consulates in Karachi and Lahore following violent demonstrations across Pakistan against the United States and Israel's attacks on Iran. Of course, we are seeing the kind of volatility that this has sparked in the entire region. And of course, this is going to have an impact back home and closer to home as well. Now, let's just talk about what is happening in Pakistan for the moment. We saw yesterday as well that in the US consulate in Pakistan, the kind of bloodbath that we saw yesterday, where it claimed the lives of some 10 protesters who barged in, and Aman was bringing us all the details on that as well. Aman, if you could just take us through what we're looking at right now.
These are the pictures put out by AFP, and we all know how the Pakistan protesters stormed the consulate in Karachi, the US consulate. Over 10 people were killed in those bloody protests. The visuals we brought yesterday, and today these are pictures put out by AFP on how security has increased outside the consulates in both Karachi and Lahore. The US, look how these containers have been put in front of the US embassy in Karachi as well as Lahore to stop any protesters from entering here. This is the level of security which has been enhanced, because US has been extremely concerned about the security of its consulates, because there have been repeated threats to the consulates in Peshawar, to the consulates in Lahore, Karachi, as well as the main US embassy in Islamabad. This is one of the pictures which has been put out. This is the other picture of how these protesters have been reaching these embassies and consulates of the US with these posters calling Trump the world's biggest terrorists are America and Israel. That's what the Jamaat-e-Islami, these are pictures from Peshawar about the Pakistani protesters reaching there, along with calling Donald Trump a war criminal. You can see more pictures here. These are from Karachi, where heavy security deployment is there. Outside you can see these containers which have been put to block the way of any person going across towards the US embassy. And look at this picture. Look at this, how this container has been parked right in front of the road to stop any movement towards the US consulate in Karachi and Lahore. These are pictures put out by AFP just now about how enhanced security measures have been put in place in most of the US consulates to stop any untoward incident, because there is a real threat. US embassies have been the target of missiles in other parts in the Middle East, while in Pakistan, they are the target of the Shia protesters who are actually accusing the US of starting this war and killing the supreme leader of Iran and a top Shia leader, Ali Khamenei.
Absolutely, Aman, and in fact, as the United States tries to make up its mind over what the end game and what the end goal is, now they are saying it's the complete destruction of its naval assets and its nuclear facilities. Earlier, they did say that the goal was regime change, so they're still trying to figure that out. That being said, of course, it also is the time to really focus on what Ayatollah Ali Khamenei meant for many people. You
have to talk about that as well. And this is the result of that we're seeing right now.
Well, absolutely. You see, we have seen these protesters in India as well. Yesterday, we've seen them in Jammu and Kashmir, though largely it has been peaceful. There were a few stone pelting incidents yesterday in Srinagar, but the Indian government has been keeping a very close eye. In fact, the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has also appealed to the center and to the J&K police that there should be no force exercised on these protesters, because they're in a way venting their grief, and they should allow the people to grieve. So in India, the situation is under control. The intelligence agencies are keeping a close watch. We don't want any inflammatory slogans to happen.
Right.
That is what is being impressed upon the police authorities of various states like Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, as well as J&K.
Thank you so much for that, Aman. Of course, so this is what we're tracking here in the newsroom as well. There is a larger conversation here about what the supreme leader of Iran, he was also a spiritual leader, a papal figure, if I may, and what he symbolizes for many people across the globe, in light of which we are seeing the kind of reactions that we've been getting right now. Remember yesterday in Pakistan, the kind of scuffle that broke out in the US consulate, which resulted in the deaths of 10 people. In light of that, today we're seeing heightened security in the consulates in Karachi and Lahore. They've used these containers to barricade the roads leading up to these consulates, and we will continue to discuss the impact of what's happening in West Asia, of course, in West Asia and beyond. So let me just come back here, Akanksha. So this is what we are seeing, the heightened tension in Pakistan.
On that note, let me also introduce our guests today. I'm joined in by Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, who's a former diplomat, also joined in by Major General Sanjay Meston, who's a defense expert. Another defense expert is Major General Sanjay Kulkarni. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in. Tom Cooper, who's a military analyst, also joining us. Adrian Fontanellas, who's also a military analyst and historian, joining us from the studio as well. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining in. And if I could start with Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni first. Thank you, sir, for joining us from the studios. But how do you see the situation at the moment for India? If I can bring the focus back now, we've gone through the overall map. But what is the situation looking like, given we've also issued a NOTAM for an air exercise that will be taking place between 5th and 12th of March?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, very challenging, primarily because, of course, though the evacuation of people from the Middle East has started, and therefore that would ease. But definitely the Strait of Hormuz, which seems to be blocked by the IRGC, that might be a little problematic, because we also import approximately about 2 odd million barrels per day of oil which comes from there. So approximately about 40 to 50% of our oil, 60% of our gas which comes from there. The world's 20% which passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Chinese, Japanese, South Koreans, almost 85% of the crude oil which passes through that. And therefore, the rates of the crude oil are expected to go up substantially, because I'm told it's touching about $75 today, might go up to $80, $85, may even touch 100. Besides that, of course, the insurance costs, the uncertainty which prevails, the logistics which go around. So there's so much. So India, real problem issue at the point of time. Of course, we have enough reserves to take on for some time. But if this conflict prolongs, then there is a problem for us. Otherwise, I find the stand that we've taken, that it should be diplomacy, it should be talks, and not indulging in kind of a violence that is going on. And therefore, I would, my recommendations would be that, of course, the sovereignty of Iran must be respected, but Iran also must do introspection and must not indulge in, total loose talks on terrorism, talks on wiping out a civilization. I think that's something which would not bear well with the entire world. So Iranians, especially the IRGC, which seems to be controlling Iran at this point of time because of the top leadership having gone, the interim commander is, of course, yet another, I would say, a hardliner itself. So in that context, yes, difficult times ahead, but hopefully, I think in the next about a week's time, things should stabilize.
All right, Ambassador Dogra, I believe you wanted to say something to that as well.
Yes, certainly. I'd like to start off from where you had started in your introduction about Pakistan Army placing containers on the roads leading up to the US missions. Now, containerization or containers are not going to contain the public anger. That's point number one, because the Shia population in Pakistan is enraged, as is Shia population in some of the other centers. So I think there is a difficult issue at hand, which could explode as we come near Friday, because that is when people come out en masse. The second thing, which was also mentioned in passing, was about the NOTAM part of it, because the question is, how is India going to react and what is the effect on India? Now, I don't think we should make too much out of the fact that NOTAM is being issued for the Rajasthan sector, nor of the fact that this is not the first such NOTAM which has been issued on Rajasthan sector.
True.
There have been such NOTAMs for the last...
But it's the timing which is concerning.
No, it has been planned, and I think I should compliment the Indian Air Force that if there were any lapses, if there were any lacuna, they are trying to perfect them and overcome those.
No, and it's always good to be prepared. It's always good to be.
So,
on that note, I'm so sorry to interrupt you there. I'm going to keep coming back to you, Ambassador, all of our guests as well. We're getting in some breaking inputs right now because Iran is claiming massive missile and drone attack on US airbase in Bahrain. Iran has claimed that it has destroyed the main command headquarters at the US base in Bahrain. This is some big breaking news, in fact, coming in. Smoke actually seen rising from this US base in Bahrain, as you can see on the screen as well. This is the US base in Bahrain that has now been attacked by Iran. Could this have, in fact, been a result of some miscalculations by the United States? That's a question that's now coming to mind as well. But Iran so far is claiming that there was a massive missile and drone attack over here. And this, in fact, is on a US airbase in Bahrain. Iran has, in fact, also gone on to claim that they've destroyed the main command headquarters at the US base in Bahrain. This is some big breaking input, in fact, coming in, big claims. We are, in fact, awaiting a confirmation from CENTCOM, the US Central Command. We'll, in fact, await for that confirmation, but Iran making that big, grand claim as well. Adrian, if you would like to weigh in on that breaking input that we are getting in, perhaps you can weigh in on the way Iran is continuing with these ferocious attacks, actually. Adrian?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Why don't you, in fact, come and take this on the map as well? If I may request my director to open the map, please. We are looking at Bahrain. In fact, I'm going to request you, Adrian, to come over here. Let's locate Bahrain over here, and that's where you're looking, in fact,
is just
right
there.
over there.
And indeed, you have a major US Navy fleet command here, although the main US command in the region is in Qatar.
Yes.
So it's not as bad as the Iranian information channels are saying. However, what is important, it is showing that, that even after several days of war, the Iranians are still able to launch massive strikes. And this is extremely important because the core issue of this conflict is how long Iran can continue to launch such massive attacks.
Yes, that's the big question which was being raised over here. Do you think now that this is only going to escalate, given that we are talking at a time when everybody is questioning the military capabilities of Iran? For how long will they be able to prolong it?
A crucial question is, it is a war of stockpile. On the one side, how many missiles and drones Iran can launch for how long, whilst on the other side, how much anti-missile interceptors does they have in the Gulf. For example, if you take Qatar, in open sources, we know that they bought only 1,000 interceptors. So what then when they run out of such interceptors, if the Iranians are able to continue to strike? And this
That's
is the
very,
same.
very key, critical point that Adrian has just now shared, that if these US allies do indeed run out of interceptors, that could in fact mean more trouble and perhaps even a protracted possibility of a war. With that, stay tuned to our live and rolling coverage as all the more breaking inputs come in. But for now, we're slipping into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
statement that's been issued by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. The INB Ministry has indicated that civil aviation authorities are closely monitoring the evolving airspace situation across parts of the Middle East. Officials say special arrangements are underway to assist stranded passengers, while airlines are deploying extra capacity and coordinating with foreign authorities to ensure safe movement.
For more on this, we have Anvit live with us. Anvit, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. What can you tell us?
See, coordinated efforts are on, and these Indians are also in touch with the government officials, and efforts are being made to bring them back, those who want to come back. And in this effort, Indigo will be operating 10 special relief operation flights, and from Jeddah to India on March 3rd. And many of these Indians are expected to come on board this flight. In fact, these will be relief flight. However, yesterday a flight from Jeddah came to India, from Abu Dhabi came to India, which was a scheduled flight. Scheduled flights are also now operating, and gradually airports like Jeddah and Abu Dhabi are, in phased manner, they are becoming operational. So, which is a good news, and also that Indigo will be planning. Indigo has planned 10 special relief flights. Yesterday, Ministry of Civil Aviation came out with this statement. So they made the announcement that the relief flights will be operated, and more airlines are also being roped in for the same. At the same time, however, Air India has extended its suspension of flights from the region for March 3rd, and Etihad has also extended till March 4th afternoon. Indigo has also cancelled certain flights, so cancellations are still on because the tension in the region is only escalating. But at the same time, Ministry is keeping a close eye. Ministry of Civil Aviation and Broadcast are keeping a close eye and keeping continuous touch with Indians who are stranded in these regions.
All right, Anvit, thank you so much for that. Let's just listen into some of the reactions before we get you more updates on this.
एयरस्पेस बड़ा बिजी है, वहाँ पे इंटरसेप्ट तो हो रही है बराबर, मिसाइल गिरी कुछ भी नहीं है, जितने भी गिरे हैं वो मलबे ही गिरे हैं, उसी कारण इंजरी हुई है. बाकी यूएस का आई थिंक एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम में तो बड़ा सेफ है वहाँ पे माहौल, बट हाँ वो थोड़े बहुत मलबे गिरने से जरूर मर रहे हैं, बट हाँ आप देख सकते हो, फील कर सकते हो वहाँ पे इंटरसेप्ट हो रहे हैं कॉन्स्टेंटली.
It is okay. We could see the missiles and all from our house, and but it was okay. The government was cooperative. They were intercepting everything. There were being alerts sent. So overall, it is a little bit scary, but then we were safe.
The government of India attaches very high importance to the safety, security and well-being of the Indian nationals across the region and in UAE. I would like to tell you that the Indian Embassy in UAE and the Indian Consulate in Dubai, we are working around the clock 24/7 to ensure that we are available to all members of community. We are running helplines 24/7 and emails, which are details below in the screen. Please, you can reach out to us through this at any point in time for any concern that you would have. Friends, I would also like to tell you, please do not fall prey to any rumors or unverified information. Always check official handles, in the embassy social media handles, the official media handles, and the handles of the authorities in UAE and different emirates for any information.
A statement that's been issued by the Ministry of Information.
All right, welcome back. More developments coming in as West Asia teeters on the edge after the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The opposition in India, it has sharply questioned the government of India's silence on the matter. Opposition leaders, in fact, including from the Indian National Congress, said not speaking about it or not speaking out is not neutrality, but an abdication of responsibility. Sonia Gandhi has written that silence now undermines India's moral grounding and has stressed that the country must stand for sovereignty, peace and clarity in foreign policy. While the opposition has pressed the centre to articulate its position, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also underscored the need for restraint. So their politics in India has broken out over this as well, and they're urging, in fact, the Prime Minister to take a stance. And in fact, they are saying that silence on the matter is not neutrality. So that is something that the opposition is saying here as well. And as we discuss the politics back at home, let's just go across to Aman, who will perhaps be able to give us a better sense of what to make of this situation at home in India. Aman.
Well, there's a war on between the Middle East, but now there's also political war on in India right now. We have Sonia Gandhi, the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, a Rajya Sabha MP, putting out this particular piece in a leading newspaper today where she is slamming the government. She is saying that the government's silence on the killing of the Iran supreme leader is not neutral, it's abdication. She's also saying that when the targeted killing, in fact, Rahul Gandhi has put on that tweet and said, Rahul Gandhi, the LOP, has also said that when the targeted killing of a foreign leader draws no clear difference of sovereignty or international law from our country, impartiality is abandoned. It raises serious doubts about the direction and the credibility of our foreign policy. Silence in this instance is not neutral. So what the Congress party essentially is now saying, both Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, they are essentially saying that India has chosen a camp. India has chosen the camp of the West, of the US, of Israel. Prime Minister Modi was in Israel just a couple of days before this particular strike happened. So that is what the charge of the Congress party is. But I think the government has also made its stance pretty clear. India is neutral, but right now the priority of India is to safeguard the safety of Indian citizens in the Middle East. That is our top priority, and that is why Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been calling up all the leaders in the region. He's called up the President of UAE, he's called the King of Bahrain, he's called up the leaders in other countries, Saudi Arabia as well. And one thing he's telling them that he's condemning, India condemns the strikes carried out by Iran in these countries, because the Middle East countries, in a way, didn't have much to do with this war. Right now Israel and the US did as a joint strike on Iran is one thing, but what Iran is doing by striking civilian targets, by striking the Abu Dhabi airport, by striking the Doha airport, by striking civilian buildings in these Middle Eastern countries, this is where the safety of Indian civilians, Indian people who live there is endangered. There are nearly 8 to 9 million Indians living in the Middle East, and that is why India's concern right now is that the safety of its citizens, and condemning the strikes happening in these countries by Iran. But the opposition is questioning that why are you only condemning the strikes by Iran in these countries? Why are you not condemning what started it all, the strike on Iran's supreme leader, in which the leader of a sovereign country has been killed by the US and Israel when there is no war. War had not been declared. And that is what Sonia Gandhi, if you see this line in her piece which she has written, she says when the targeted killing of a foreign leader draws no clear difference of sovereignty or international law from our country and impartiality is abandoned, it raises serious doubts about the direction and credibility of foreign policy. Silence in this instance is not neutral. She's also saying the assassination was carried out without a formal declaration of war and during an ongoing diplomatic process when talks were on. A targeted killing of a serving head of a state strikes at the heart of these principles. So very clearly, there's a big political war brewing in India now over what is happening in the Middle East.
Absolutely. And for more on this, we have Pallavi live with us. Also, Pallavi, of course, the opposition alleging that the government's silence on the killing of the Iranian supreme leader, it's not neutral. In fact, it is abdication. Pallavi, what can you tell us?
We have to understand why the Congress party or the opposition parties are doing this. It's very clearly with an eye on elections. And that is where the criticism starts mounting him. The Shia population among the Muslim population is roughly around 30 to 35% in our country. And they're largely concentrated, say, in Uttar Pradesh, in Gujarat, in Kerala and Assam. There are elections also taking place. And of course, in Jammu and Kashmir. So the big elections which are coming forward is that of Kerala as well as of Assam. And in both these states, the Congress party is a major stakeholder. So the Congress party clearly is looking at the ballot box. I won't see this as a big sympathy as far as the Iran people are concerned. I would see this more as a sympathy for the Shia vote bank, which naturally matters to the Congress party. Now look at the wording of what Sonia Gandhi has said. What is the wording of the Congress's official statement, which also came out yesterday, retweeted and reposted by Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. All of them are condemning the fact that why is the supreme leader being assassinated? Why is the government silent as far as showing sympathy and support, and also a condolence message? Clearly, they're seeing that outrage among the Shia community. Now, in Iran itself, the Shias consist of around 90% of the Muslim population over there. And, Shias are progressive, seen as liberal and progressive. They're also extremely wealthy. And they're also an influential vote bank as far as back home over here in India is concerned. So thereby lies the reason for the support for Iran and for the Shias as far as the Congress is concerned.
All right, many thanks to you, Pallavi and Aman, for bringing us all those latest inputs. In fact, more breaking inputs coming in as we've been talking about how Hezbollah is also now involved in this entire conflict with Iran. Hezbollah is making claims that there was a dawn attack indeed on Israel's Ramat David air base. Iran has claimed that it destroyed the main command headquarters at US base in Bahrain. That's a big breaking input that we are bringing to you. Hezbollah also making that claim that there was indeed a dawn time operation on Israel's Ramat David air base. Iran has claimed that they've destroyed the main command headquarters at the US base in Bahrain as well. Two different locations that we are looking at. Let me quickly take that forward with Tom, who's also stationed over here. So Tom, would you want to weigh in on the information that's coming in? Hezbollah and Iran both, they seem to be putting up quite a ferocious show at the moment. Was this expected?
Yes, that was expected. For a case of this kind, yes. I'm following this since 1986. I'm following this through the 1990s when Israel for the first time claimed that Iran is 3 weeks short of having a nuclear bomb. Throughout this time, there was always clarity. The stronger Israel strikes Iran, the stronger is Iran going to strike back. They were holding back, as it turns out now, the last 2 years. Now they are in all-out mode. With their back against the wall, and they have no other options. It is pointless from
you were
that point
making a very
to
key
negotiate.
critical point in terms of how their troops are getting targeted as well in this overall operation. What's your understanding?
What's my understanding of how the troops are getting targeted?
The US troops.
Yeah, well, Iranians are striking US bases, and in one case, sometimes it happens that, for example, that was in Bahrain or in Kuwait, the US forces have moved the command and control center out of their base into a civilian area. Kuwait is then fired at incoming Iranian missiles or UAVs. One of Kuwaiti fired US-made missiles malfunctioned and hit back at this control center, which was in the middle of the civilian area. 6 US troops were killed, and who knows what kind of damage was caused to the civilians nearby.
Right, if I could just come in on that, Akanksha, and I think it's important to focus on this as well. We're seeing the kind of devastation and destruction that this has led to. And at the same time, we're also hearing contradictory reports and statements from the United States. It seems as though as all of this unfolds and this fury unfolds and we see the kind of destruction and bloodbaths that we're seeing, the United States is still just trying to make up its mind as to what it's trying to do here.
Yes, because the United States didn't, let's be precise, US President Donald Trump was going into this adventure just like Putin went into Ukraine. He was expecting the most positive result within a matter of 2 or 3 days. So the 3 days special military operation didn't work the way he expected it. He cannot force Iranians or IRGC regime into giving up, into capitulating. That is not going to happen. Even less so, considering that he has told them he expects complete capitulation.
Peter Kucznik is also joining us on the broadcast. I must quickly go across to him. First of all, apologies to have you kept waiting, Professor Kucznik. If you can hear my question, do you think this is going to be as swift and decisive as the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has indicated? The US President and even the US Defense Secretary have said that they are not looking towards a regime change. What do you think is then the objective?
The objective
I know Tom's finding it really funny, but we'll have to let Professor
just go on,
also go on with his assessment. Yes, Professor.
The objective is to assert U.S. global hegemony. The objective is to show the world that Donald Trump, as the most powerful figure in the world, is not constrained by international law, is not constrained by morality, and is certainly not constrained by truth. Trump's claims for why we were doing this was, number one, Iran had reconstituted its nuclear enrichment program. A lie. The IAEA said it's not true. Number two, that Iran was racing for a bomb again, which is a lie. There was no bomb program. The CIA said that Iran gave up their nuclear bomb program in 2003. Ayatollah Khamenei has a fatwa against creating a nuclear bomb. There is no evidence to support that. But Witkoff said they're a week away from having the nuclear material to build a bomb. And the third big lie was about Iran's missile program, that they're very soon going to have an intercontinental ballistic missile that can hit the United States. And what did the Defense Intelligence Agency recently say? They're at least 10 years away if they ever even wanted to have one. It's just lies, one lie after another, because after Venezuela, Trump thinks he's empowered, he's the dictator of the world, and he's going to show the world he's not in any way limited. However, there's another side to this, and that's that Trump's domestic situation is very, very fragile right now. His approval ratings are barely a third of the country. The news every day is about the Epstein files, and the recent news is that the Department of Justice removed 50 pages of documents that allege that Trump had sexually molested a 13-year-old girl.
Right.
That was the headline. Plus, the Supreme Court overthrowing his tariffs, the center of his economic policy and his force overseas. And so
that's the larger picture of it. But Professor, we have to quickly focus on the rapidly snowballing events that are shaping up the overall geopolitics in the Middle East, for which I want to bring in Adrian. Perhaps he could weigh in on the aspect of intel that Iran is able to gather. There's a lot of talking about how Israel has managed great intelligence with the help of Mossad, how US managed great intelligence. But what are we to make of Iran and Hezbollah at the moment, given that they have indeed managed to penetrate civilian territories in all of these US allies?
So they have several means. First, for example, the IRGC has its own cyber command, and they are quite skilled in this job. Second, they have good intelligence services, and they do have spies, human intelligence, including in Israel, because there were last year several arrests of Israeli spying for Iran. And they have their own reconnaissance drone, which can be used rather for tactical and tactical purposes in the surroundings of Iran. The Hezbollah also has this capability. And last, and this is a very big unknown, is are the Chinese providing satellite intelligence to Iran? That said, Iran had also its own satellite program, but I don't know the extent of it, but they have some capabilities in this regard.
All right, and for more on this, we have Sanjay Suri live with us also, and let's just go across to him. What's the assessment there, Sanjay?
Well, the assessment here is certainly that there is a new preparation here in Israel, that there will be a new assault in the north of Israel and in the direction of Lebanon. And that is a new front that's opening up in this war. And we know that Israel has called in 110,000 reservists. It has spoken of a ground assault by way of saying it's not ruled out. Certainly these reservists have been called with the purpose. And that is going to create a very, very bloody new front. And this is going to be even more than the air attacks and the missile attacks we've seen. We know that there has been a sort of uneasy truce in place in the north since November of 2024, when the US and France brokered a deal there. So as of now, the Israeli forces in the north of Israel are short of what has been called the blue line, a tentative agreed line. Above that, north of that, that is to say, we have a buffer zone that is controlled by UN forces and by the official Lebanese forces. And then north of that, there is the Litani River. So this, between the Litani and the blue line, you have a buffer zone. And north of the Litani, the Litani River is Lebanon, and that's where Hezbollah can operate and has been operating from. A part of the agreement was that Hezbollah would not attack Israeli forces.
Okay.
It has done so. Israel has hit back. More than 50 people have been killed in these attacks. And if then Israel pushes north, as it apparently is preparing to do, then we have a major ground offensive underway. And where that will end, where the Israelis will stop, is at the moment uncertain.
Right. Before we, in fact, slip into a quick break, let me quickly bring in Ambassador Dogra to perhaps weigh in on how we are also witnessing the biggest oil shock in decades that have gone by. You know, there's been a coordinated attack on Aramco. This when the OPEC plus nations have vowed to produce more oil only to meet the global needs. The taking up of the Strait of Hormuz, that's also going to impact India's own supplies. How do you assess the situation when it comes to oil and energy?
Well, it is serious, and the oil prices have already shot up. I expect that this trend will continue, the oil price increase. But much more than oil price increase, because you can always cope or reduce your oil consumption in cars and so on. What I'm worried about is the gas shortage, because India imports most of its requirements from Qatar and UAE. Qatar has now stopped production of gas from the largest gas field in the world.
True.
So that is going to worry every Indian household because we have got so used to using gas for cooking purposes that if, I mean, we certainly have reserves, but if those reserves run out, then we are in deep trouble. Then we are back to the stage when we used wood for burning and cooking purposes. So I think there are worries ahead. So let's hope the situation improves, the war stops, but that depends on two very complex minds, Trump and Netanyahu.
Right, right. Of course, please continue to stay on with us. There's going to be a lot more to discuss through the course of this day as well. Let's just quickly bring you more updates. Now, what should have been the end of a holiday is now an uncertain wait in Doha. CNN's Bijan Hosseini reports on the chaos that we're witnessing right now. Quickly take a look at this one.
These two cruise ships in Doha's MENA port have been stranded here for days now. This one specifically, the Mein Schiff 5, completed its itinerary already. The passengers on board were supposed to get on flights and leave. Instead, they remain on board, unable to leave that vessel, potentially thousands of passengers and crew. That's because regional airspace has been closed here in Qatar and across the Middle East as tensions with Israel and the U.S. and their strikes on Iran and Iran's retaliation continue to take place. In the statement, the ship's operator, TUI Cruises, says safety remains its top priority and that the vessel will stay in the region while it works with authorities and airlines to arrange reliable return flights. But what was meant to be the end of a holiday has turned into an indefinite delay as this regional crisis continues to unfold.
So as we can see him, it's not just passengers stranded at the airports. You're also looking at sea routes getting impacted over here. We'll have to quickly keep following all the latest updates.
Absolutely. It's as you mentioned, we're also seeing a lot of maritime disruptions at this point, and the chaos and the retaliatory strikes, of course, which we've been bringing you all the updates on, and we'll continue to do that. We're going to slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. News and updates are going to continue on the other side on CNN News 18.
Speaking of that resistance, let's also listen in to take a look at this breaking updates that's coming in. US has now intercepted an Iranian drone which was targeting American base in northern Iraq. So as we've been telling you, Iran has been opening up a lot of fronts. So even Iraq, places like Kuwait, they've not been spared. There's been some sort of an attack in Cyprus as well, drawing in the British as well, who are resistant to joining this conflict. But these are visuals of the interception that is being done as an Iranian drone is targeting the base. But look at the amount of firepower you have to employ even to intercept a drone, which is why even drone interception or missile interception is a very costly affair, and there will be costs mounting on all sides. Have the US, the Israelis factored all of this in along with the damage to their assets? These are all naval and other bases that are being attacked around the Gulf. And have they factored in, of course, the loss of life? Already 4 US soldiers have been martyred as far as this operation is concerned. I also want to go across to Charles joining us. Charles Kupchan is an international affairs expert. How do you read into all of the American statements that we've heard over the last 8 to 10 hours?
Well, I think the statements coming out from the Trump administration make it clear that they don't have a clear sense of an end game. I think the military part of this campaign is in some ways the easy part. They know what they're doing. They're going after leadership. They're going after the ballistic missiles. They're going after command and control. And right now, in some ways, we're in the most intense part of the campaign when the Iranians still have the ability to retaliate. They have chosen to retaliate against allies of the United States in the Gulf, in part because they think they can convince the Saudis, the Omanis, the Kuwaitis, the Emiratis to say to the United States, please stop. This is causing disruption to the oil flow. This is causing disruption to our ability to function economically. But in some ways, I think the reaction is going to be the opposite. You will see these countries turn against Iran and not put pressure on the United States to stop the conflict. And the question is, how long can the Iranians keep this up? How quickly can Israel and the United States eliminate the ballistic missiles? But then comes the hard part, and that is what happens the day after. Will the regime change its tune and the next group that leads it agree to work with the United States? Will the United States continue to bomb the regime until it falls and there is a natural uprising? As one of your guests was just saying, when you don't have ground troops to fight alongside the air power, it's very hard to topple a regime. So I don't think the Trump administration knows what the end game is. I do think, judging by what they did in Venezuela, what they seem to be doing in Cuba, the idea is to degrade
Thank you so much for staying with us. We are here on CNN News 18, constantly tracking every development that is to do with the West Asia conflict that is only escalating. I'm Griha Atul.
I'm Kritsween Valia, and yes, we'll keep breaking down all the updates trickling in this morning. First up, here's a quick check of the top headlines.
West Asia war enters its fourth day as Iran continues widespread missile and drone strikes across the Gulf cities and also at US and Israeli targets. Iran claims that it has gone on to destroy the main command headquarters at US base in Bahrain.
High-resolution satellite images show clear damage at Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura oil refinery after Iranian one-way attack drone struck, triggering fires and a precautionary shutdown, threatening global energy markets and prices.
An Iraqi resistance group claims responsibility for a drone attack on a hotel housing US troops in Erbil, marking a fresh escalation and raising concerns over American force security in the region.
US Central Command says American forces have destroyed all 11 Iranian naval vessels in the Gulf of Oman as part of strikes, reducing Tehran's fleet to 0.
2 Iranian drones struck the US embassy in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, sparking a small fire and minor damage. No major casualties have been reported so far. Trump warns of retaliation.
Donald Trump has also declined to rule out deploying US ground troops to Iran, saying military options remain open as regional tensions escalate and conflict risks deepen.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the war with Iran will be quick and decisive, not an endless conflict, asserting joint US-Israel strikes aim for swift, overwhelming military success.
Iran's foreign minister says Marco Rubio admitted that US entered a war of choice for Israel, denying any Iranian threat, asks Americans to reclaim their country.
Also, Israel hacked Tehran's traffic camera network using AI and surveillance data to track Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and senior officials, mapping guard routines and also coordinating with the CIA for targeted intelligence.
conflict in West Asia has spiraled into a perilous new phase with both Iran and the United States. Israel coalition intensifying strikes and making dramatic claims of major attacks across land and sea. Tehran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps asserted it has hit U.S. naval assets and also bases, including a naval base in Kuwait and ammunition vessels in the Indian Ocean, while warning of further blows in its campaign dubbed Operation True Promise 4.
Now, this is a major escalation that one is talking about. Also, the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, that was struck by 2 drones early this morning. Saudi authorities have confirmed this piece of news for us, and this ended up causing limited fire and minor structural damage, although social media has been really amplifying it. But this is an official version that's coming in from the Saudis, where they speak about minor structural damage and no cause of alarm. Oil infrastructure has also been caught in this entire firing line, with drones triggering fires at the Ras Tanura refinery, and also tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz all but halted. And this has gone on to threaten global energy markets. We're also in fact learning that US and Israeli forces are maintaining that they are conducting defensive and precision operations against Iranian targets after the initial strikes that ignited the wider war.
We also have our guests joining us this morning in the studio. Before we go across to them, I do want to bring in my colleague Sanjay Suri, who's joining us from Israel. Sanjay, you've been seeing the situation, tracking every minor development that's trickling in your way. Give us a sense of the latest, the ground situation there. Tell us about the escalation on day 4.
Well, the ground situation here in Tel Aviv is that we are seeing fewer sirens go off and fewer alarms of incoming missiles over the last 24 hours or so. That need not necessarily be a decisive indicator, and certainly in the broad picture it is not, because we have seen this attack on the US airbase in Bahrain, and also the US embassy hit in Riyadh. Now, the damage to the airbase in Bahrain is reported to be substantial. In Riyadh, it is said to be minor. Either way, the picture is that the US is not able to defend effectively its own air bases, its own embassy, that the Iranians are managing to breach air defenses and get through, and that is a significant psychological blow, whatever the extent of the physical damage. So the missile launches and the launchers in Iran are in place. They are sending out ballistic missiles, other missiles, certainly sending out drones, and that offensive capacity remains intact. Trump has said that the attempt is to take this capacity out altogether. That's not going to be easy, but short of that, if Iran keeps hitting, then this war continues, and the disruption, the wider disruption this is causing, is certain to continue. This is certainly not going to end in a hurry. Not only is Iran hitting, we know that the IRGC is very much in place, that Khamenei is gone, but there is a command structure down the line that has taken over and carrying out the policies as before. This is going to be a long haul.
Right, absolutely, Sanjay. Do stay on with us. We will, of course, be coming to you and talking more about the attacks by the Hezbollah and the counter ones that have happened on part of the IDF. But before we do that, the counter-offensive that has, in fact, shown that Iran has the firepower to target assets in the region. This is what we are, in fact, learning of. And this is a detailed breakdown as far as the strike radius of Iran's arsenal is concerned. The first one that we are looking at is Shahab 1. It has an estimated range of 300 kilometers. And what we do know is that this is a significant, pack of arsenal that has been used to go ahead and not just attack the American assets in the region and also the larger Gulf, but also energy infra. Also, Fateh 110, this also has a strike range of 300 kilometers, and that's something that has also, in fact, been used, and it is continuing to be used. Shahab 2, Fateh 313. Again, a strike range of 500 kilometers, and that also has been used by Iran. So this is all part of the Iranian arsenal. We also, in fact, are talking about Quds 1, has an estimated range of 700 kilometers. So this goes further.
And then if we take a look at Zulfiqar KM1, that is at a strike range of 800 kilometers, and then there is Qadr 380 with a strike range of 1,000 kilometers, and they in fact go ahead and cause that significant amount of damage. If we further take a look at the missile Sahab 2, 1,300 kilometers strike radius and the range there, and then there is the other one, Ki-Bak Shehan, which is at 1,450 kilometers, and then there is Khorramshahr, which is at 2,000 kilometers radius that one is looking at. If we further go ahead and look at Sejil, 1,300 kilometers radius, and then this is a cruise missile that we're talking about, Sumar, with 2,500-kilometer radius, and that is everything that Iran really has as part of its assets and the ballistic missiles that we are in fact talking about. Let's in fact discuss this further, Crispin, with our guests who are joining us in the studio.
Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, former diplomat with us in the studios. We also have Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, defense expert, with us, and the two gentlemen who've supported us day in and out through our broadcasts on the ongoing conflict. Adrian Fontanellas, military analyst, and Tom Cooper is also with us. They're going to be breaking down what this means for each of the stakeholders concerned. But I want to first up go to former media coordinator to Israel Prime Minister Avishag Avinom, who's also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Avinom, thank you for being with us. Tell us about the explicit and implicit Israeli objective as we speak. We've heard in the latest from President Donald Trump lay out 4 key objectives, but what's the Israeli position today for how long they're going to keep at this kind of an offensive?
So the objectives, as far as we know, coming from the Prime Minister statements, basically are eliminating the military installations and also the collaborator of the Iranian regime within different cities, which are the besieged groups, and also the top leadership. But also another objective is really to cause to resume the protests and basically bring into a regime change. This is the main goal of the Israeli. This is the main goal of the war at the moment, from the Israeli side.
Okay. All right. So let's get in a quick reaction from Tom. Tom, I know you were intently listening when I was in fact putting out those graphics as far as the Iranian arsenal is concerned. But we do have to make a mention of Fatah 2. The fact that it has been deployed in operation before Fatah 1, so much has been spoken about it. Why is that?
Well, because Fatah 2 has this re-entry vehicle which is reaching hypersonic speeds. And we have seen several videos how the Iranians first fire, this is what can be made out of the video. They first fire those older, slower missiles with multiple re-entry vehicles, busy the Israeli and the American air defenses with them. They're shooting. The missiles are coming in, multiple re-entry vehicles are coming in, one after, so 3 or 4 or 6 after each other. And as these air defenses are busy with them, all of a sudden, Khyber Sheikhan 2 is coming in with amazing speed and hits the target. This is probably what happened in Beit Shehan as well. Okay, in that case, it has missed its target. Tragically, it has hit a synagogue and killed at least 10 people. But this is how they operate. This is what was always expected from them to operate. The Israelis know that the IGC, I mean, they would be insane if they didn't know that this is how the IGC is going to operate. But obviously, even they couldn't prepare air defenses which would be suitable to defend, to protect them from this kind of a strike. This is why such missile is so important, because, I mean, this is coming with such a speed down onto the earth that you are left with very little time to calculate its trajectory and correspondingly shoot at it.
Okay, let's bring in Adrian into the conversation on that note as well. Adrian, now we're seeing somehow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but more than the Iranian missiles, their drones are proving to be more effective, at least in, doing away with the air defense system. Now, given that, how long do you think Iran is going to keep at this? They're going to be able to counter this double, two-pronged challenge coming in from Israel and the United States, given the military might they carry?
So at first it's a matter of stocks. We don't know how many such missiles or drones the Iranians have, but we have to postulate that they have thousands of them. So obviously they can continue for a while. And you have another uncertainty. You can be certain that both the Israeli and American air forces are hunting for the missile and drone launchers and trying to limit the number of missiles and drones fired against all of these targets in the Middle East.
And not only Israelis and Americans. Qatari Air Force is up in the air.
We will come back to that, Tom. We have a quick piece of breaking news that we'd like to put out for our viewers, and this is a statement that's been released by the IDF, where the Israeli Defense Forces are talking about how they are striking Tehran and Beirut simultaneously. This is a significant statement that's come from the IDF. They're talking about how Israeli Air Force has launched a broad wave of attacks targeting the Iranian terror regime. This is how they choose to put it. And Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists in Lebanon. This is a coordinated offensive on both fronts. So, in fact, let me bring in the other guests also. But before we do that, Sanjay and Siddhant, our colleagues, continue to be with us on the broadcast. Siddhant, let me come to you about this. We are constantly talking about this counter-offensive that's coming in from Israel, particularly after the Iranian proxies, namely the Hezbollah, got into this entire conflict after the assassination of the Supreme Leader Khamenei. And then we saw how Lebanon was pounded, and particularly the Hezbollah infra. Now IDF is putting out this in black and white, that they are not just going ahead and attacking Beirut. They are in fact looking at the Hezbollah terrorists in Lebanon, but also the Iranian regime. They are constantly going ahead and attacking them. They are talking about how Tehran and Beirut are simultaneously being targeted by the IDF.
Well, that is exactly what Lebanese political leadership is also saying. In fact, they are also blaming Hezbollah for pulling Israel back to Lebanon. This time around, it was started by Hezbollah. The rockets were fired at Israel, and perhaps after which Israel launched retaliatory strikes. So the political leadership there is upset with what Hezbollah is doing. In fact, they have come in public on social media. They have been writing, criticizing Hezbollah for opening once again front with Israel. And now Israel is conducting simultaneous strikes in both Lebanon and Iran. Now, also one thing which I would like to highlight here is that there is next level of psychological warfare which is going on here between the Iranian forces and Israeli and US forces. Now you look how Iranian forces have started announcing the strikes they are conducting, that they have hit this US airbase, they have done strikes there. So it's kind of a psychological warfare, and both sides want to project themselves as dominating this war. And perhaps this is the reason that with each passing hour this conflict is getting escalated. So it's kind of a warfare, psychological warfare also, which is going on, where both sides are kind of claiming that how much damage they are causing to the other side. And this trend we have been seeing from last 2 days, that how Israel takes credit for strikes being conducted. Israel declares that we have conducted precision strikes, we have bombarded this place in Lebanon, in Iran, and the same is now being done by IRGC as well.
So it's a narrative war which is being waged. I do want to bring in Sanjay into the conversation as well for a detailed analysis on what Israel's strategy is looking like at the moment. Because Sanjay, for Israel, all of it began on 7th October 2023 with Hamas attacks taking place. That was the trigger point. That's what led to the first series of, problems, chaos in the Middle East. It's culminated in a way in the dual strikes carried out by Israel and the United States of America. What appears to be at the moment Israel's interim and long-term strategy?
Well, 7th October was it's a tragic moment, a defining moment for Israel. Israel took that loss in its stride, as it does when it has to. but really it has steeled up determination within Israel that it must not just fight its enemies, it will be set out to finish its enemies. So it has been in a state of continuing preparation. Israel sees Iran and the Iranian regime as the fountainhead of terror in the whole region, and we have seen what Israel and the US are seeking to do and have begun to launch. It is, of course, rather interesting, quite extraordinary that in day 3 days into the war, we are still speaking of two sides, and that itself speaks for itself. This is poor Iran alone. On the other hand, you have Israel and the US together. There's no match here. It's such a mismatch by the looks of it, but yet we are speaking of two sides, each hitting the other. Iran is managing to hit back, and Israel's plans are certainly going to be affected and to an extent compromised by the level of resistance coming in from Iran. And now the Israelis are clearly preparing to launch a very strong offensive in the north against the Hezbollah. Hezbollah broke the agreement. It fired and it targeted Israelis. We have further reports that the Ramat David airbase in northern Israel has been targeted. Israel is not a country to sit back in the face of this kind of thing. 100,000 plus reservists have been called up. We are likely to see a very strong Israeli offensive in the north aimed at Hezbollah, and that will end really the present situation in the buffer zone that has been put in place between Israel and the Hezbollah forces within Lebanon.
Okay, yes. Strong messaging at the moment coming in both from Israel and the United States of America, but quickly want to draw our viewers' attention to the visuals that we were just highlighting for you on our screens. Once again, I have these visuals right here. These are visuals that the IDF continues to share. They're putting it out on social media. Israeli Air Force launching a broad wave of attacks targeting Iranian terror regime. Now, they're saying all of this is pointed in particular to Hezbollah. Why is it that Hezbollah stepped in? Do remember they've always had this bitter equation. Even after the October 7, 2023 attacks, we did see how Hezbollah was used by Iran. We also did end up seeing a certain ground confrontation, and a lot of experts have weighed in on that could be a concern in the immediate future as well. But these are some of the visuals of the strikes that have been carried out by the Israeli forces targeting Hezbollah infrastructure. I do want to go across to Ambassador Dogra on that front. Ambassador, is that a fear? Yes, the situation is spiraling out of control in a sense because we're seeing a certain escalation by the day. But with Hezbollah and the Israeli forces at loggerheads and this direct military conflict that's now shaping up, could this turn out to be for the worse?
Well, you're absolutely right that war is uncertain, results are uncertain, its direction is uncertain. And all these three things are being witnessed today in Israel-American versus Iran war. The other thing is the tactics. Americans believe in carpet bombing. That means removing every obstacle that is in their way. Israel believes in what they did in Gaza, total destruction. What Iran is doing is smart tactics, that first they attack the American assets around Gulf countries, leaving aside the Gulf itself, though there may have been some collateral damage. So it's a mismatch in a way.
It's also an incentive for diplomacy. They're trying to exert pressure by going after US bases. So they're saying they're going after US bases, there's collateral damage. Somebody will have to give in to that pressure, and that's what they're hoping for.
Iran is also prepared for the long war, for the long haul, because some estimates are, they may be incorrect, that they have enough number of drones and missiles to last them 60 days. That cannot be said about either America or Israel. The other thing is desperation by Trump. He's looking for a way out. In fact, yesterday he said that, I'm willing to talk to Iran, and Iran refused that. So that shows that war has now entered a phase which was not anticipated by America or Israel. I'm not saying that Iran is the dominating force now, because the balance could turn the other way immediately. And what worries me most is the American and Israeli leadership, which can go to extremes. I don't want to spell it out, but I hope that does not happen. The other thing that worries me is the Iran's closure of the straits, because that will affect the world, not just in terms of oil supply and gas supply, but economically it will have ruinous consequences.
Right, we will go to that. We have this piece of breaking news. Kritzpin is there on the wall to put out that post by US President Donald Trump on Truth Social, where he's gone on to issue a fresh warning there, Kritzpin.
Yeah, he says the United States, and take a close look at this one, the United States munition stockpiles have at the medium and upper medium grade never been higher or better. As was stated to me today, we have a virtually unlimited supply of these weapons. Wars can be fought forever and very successfully using just these supplies, and in brackets he says, which are better than the other countries' finest arms. At the highest end, we have a good supply, but are not where we want to be. Much additional high-grade weaponry is stored for us in outlying countries. Sleepy Joe Biden spent all of his time and our country's money giving
He's
everything.
back again to attacking Joe Biden.
Everything to
But this
Ukraine.
Point,
Everything
exactly,
to Ukraine, he
point
says.
that Ambassador Dogra was making, Lieutenant General Kulkarni, that that is particular tactic by Iran to go ahead and deplete the air defense by both Israel and America to an extent that they get tired, and that is why they have that ammo ready for close to 60 days. But attacking Hezbollah, and we're going back to this earlier one, but particularly the statement by Trump really is a good juxtaposition of what we were discussing right now. So you're...
See, the first casualty of any war is the truth. And the first plan that goes off is when the first shot is fired. And after that, everything else falls in place. Now, you heard yesterday, well, the IRGC also having killed 700 Americans. And you heard the American president say, and mourning for 3. So that's the kind of things which will emanate from a battlefield and bound to happen. When we talk of the Lebanon part, now the South Lebanon, per se between the Litani River and the Blue Line, where the UN troops were there, and after the 7th of October, the way the Israelis have totally taken on the southern Lebanon, it's virtually impossible for Hezbollah to be moving around there. So you find Hezbollah in Lebanon, south of Beirut. That's where they are.
Let's expand on that Lebanon point. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. We have Sanjay Suri, who is in fact there with us on this particular Truth Social post of Donald Trump. Sanjay, when the US president says that United States is stock and ready to win big, they're talking about how they are in it for the long haul, even if Iran is deciding to stretch the resources in this air defense by Israel and America. How does one read this big statement by POTUS?
Well, you know, it is a numbers game in the end. Who runs out of missiles first? Needless to say, each side will claim that they have an endless supply. The question is that this is not going to be true on either side indefinitely. It simply cannot be. We know that Iran has a very large stockpile of missiles, by some estimates at least 3,000. And this is a stockpile. The Iranian claim is it will last 60 days, but 60 days of what? Or what intensity? Or how many fronts? We don't know. We also don't know how many of these missile launches have been neutralized. President Trump has said that they are being neutralized hour by hour. So if a substantial number or the great majority of these can be knocked out, then Iran's capacity to fire with these missiles will be decimated to a point where they may not be effective at all. It's without doubt that even some remnant units firing occasional missiles and drones can still cause a great deal of damage and disruption. On the other hand, in the June war of last year, we saw that the air defense systems within Israel, the THAAD systems, the Patriot systems, they ran out of interceptors. They began to run really short. And these are $1 million plus interceptors of being fired at $25,000 drones, which even poor Iran can make in abundance. There is a mismatch in the cost of this, and there is a limit to how much each has to throw at the other.
Okay,
absolutely.
Sanjay, we'll come to you. Adrian also wants to make a point to that. Adrian will come to you in just a bit and talk about what you make of this military and muscle flexing. But for now, quickly putting out details of a breaking news update that's just come in. We're learning flight AI 916 from Dubai has arrived at Delhi airport. So a little bit of relief coming in as far as stranded passengers are concerned. And this is a first such sign, flight AI 916. So this is an Air India flight from Dubai that's arrived at Delhi airport. There are very interesting reactions that we've picked up from those who've traveled that journey. Some of them have also spoken of spotting some of the intercepted missiles, which is, the thought of it is very scary. So whether or not Anvit has more reaction, more to share. Anvit, what more can you tell us?
See, what we are being told is that the flight has landed and certain formalities will be done, the immigration checks will be done, and then passengers are expected to be out from this gate. This is the arrival gate of Terminal 3 at the Delhi airport. And at the same time, you can see we are told this is a special flight. And this you can see is the flight information board for scheduled flights, and you can see multiple flights from Jeddah, from European parts of Paris and Amsterdam. They are cancelled, and most of the flights from Dubai, Doha, they are cancelled. So what we are being told that as far as Delhi airport is concerned, today 36 departures and 44 arrivals are cancelled, and yesterday the number was a little higher. It was 60 departures and 40 arrivals. Also speaking of second busiest airport, that is Mumbai, 61 arrivals and 55 departures, total of 116 air traffic movements were affected yesterday. So a number of flights still continue to be affected, but government is saying that they are running special flights. Indigo has been asked to run 10 special flights. SpiceJet has also come out with information that they'll also be running special flights, and this is all to bring Indians who are stranded in the Middle East region, to bring them back to the country. These will be special flights. Other than that, airports air operations are also easing out. So some Etihad is running certain flights in phased manner. They are also trying to make things operational. So certain flights from Etihad and from airports like Dubai are also coming. So these are scheduled flights on which people can book themselves and then come back to Delhi, while those that are the special flights, for that people who are stranded are in touch with the consulates, and then they are booking themselves on priority, and this is probably on the first come first serve basis.
Right, absolutely, Anvit. Thank you so much for all of those updates. In fact, we have been tracking all the flight data, and that's where we are in fact also putting out these details that many of those flights that were coming in from Dubai had to be turned back because of the growing escalation. But this is good news, as one Air India flight has finally landed in New Delhi. We are now in fact bringing in these visuals. In fact, this is the entire map of the region, and keenly looking at this map here with Tom Cooper right here standing next to me in the Noida studios. So Tom, what are we in fact seeing here with the growing amount of attacks, escalation that is only continuing, and now the latest statement that's coming from the President of the United States that we are ready, we are in fact ready for any kind of escalation. What do we see happening around?
What you see happening is the following. So, the Americans and Israelis are striking Iranian missile bases in Shiraz and Esfahan area, primarily, trying to diminish the number of missiles Iran can fire at Israel.
Right.
At the same time, they do not have enough force to suppress the number of Iranian missiles fired from the coastal area at Bahrain, at Qatar, at United Arab Emirates, Oman, if necessary, and Kuwait. On the other hand, local air forces here are trying to protect their countries, primarily from UAVs, because they have no means to defend from ballistic missiles. Therefore, Iranians are combining UAVs with ballistic missile strikes, but it's a short-range missile strikes.
Okay. This latest statement that has come in from the IDF particularly, where they go in and say that Israel is constantly going ahead and pounding Beirut,
yes,
and there are also attacks that are coming in towards Tehran. What do you make of this simultaneous attacking and particular pounding of Hezbollah infrastructure in Beirut? That's what they are significantly talking about. And that kind of statement is coming in from the Israeli army time and time again.
In both cases, they are operating along what Israeli Chief of General Staff termed with the Dahia doctrine, which means they are trying to apply massive damage to the civilian infrastructure in order to force the locals to turn against their enemy. In this case, here in Lebanon, this would be Hezbollah. In Tehran, of course, or in Iran in general, that would be population against the regime. So this means they are applying actually collective punishment against anybody who is not turning against their enemies.
Okay. So we were, in fact, Lieutenant General Kulkarni, we were making that point about Hezbollah. The fact that in 2024, the senior leader of Hezbollah, Nasrallah, was eliminated, and yet there is a significant amount of threat that continues to be posed by the Hezbollah, and that is by being countered by Israel. How do you see this latest statement by the IDF, particularly in context of Hezbollah, the fact that they also went on to attack the northern part of Israel?
The Hezbollah leadership did get eliminated for a large extent, but Hezbollah has a sizable strength. They also had sizable missiles with them. They have a sizable, it isn't that, but only thing is now their own leadership dissipated. Their support from Iran existed for many, many years. It isn't that they've come up overnight. And therefore, Hezbollah threat continues to be from the to northern Israel from southern Lebanon. There's no denying the fact. But Israel, as I see it, have control over the Hezbollah because the Hezbollah assets have been totally destroyed. Totally destroyed. There's no denying the fact. The leadership having gone eliminated. You saw the pagers, the way which the Hezbollah was attacked, and therefore Hezbollah right now in strength wanting to support obviously Iran because Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis are the ones who are created the proxies of Iran, and therefore the support coming for Iran must not be discounted. There is a huge nuisance value, but yes, Israel now needs possibly the northern front of theirs must be protected. Only then can they focus on Iran. Otherwise, it's not going to be easy. All said and done, Iran also has a sizable amount of missiles and drones. So do the Hezbollah also, though not of a very fine quality, but adequate. And there are enough UN troops also moving in the southern Lebanon, as we were mentioning, between the Blue Line and the Litani River. So there's a lot that is happening there, and therefore what you just mentioned in October, when almost 90,000 Israelis had to evacuate northern Israel. And therefore, there is a pressure which is coming from Hezbollah.
Okay. General Kulkarni, apologies for that interruption. We need to quickly, briefly zoom out a little bit, talk about Saudi and Pakistan for a bit. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive, flashing the details on your screens, viewers. We're learning, as per sources, Saudi Arabia has also sought Pakistan's military assistance. So Pakistan pledging full support under the Pak-Saudi Strategic Mutual Defense Agreement. Top sources breaking down all these inputs for us. What this means in terms of the larger conflict that's playing out. I do want to bring in Anand Narasimhan into the conversation. Hi, Anand. Anand, what does this mean? Is it just limited to the defense pact signed between the two and how they've committed that one act of aggression against the one is going to be treated as one against both?
Well, good afternoon to all our viewers. Actually morning, but it's just that we've been working round the clock here. But let's understand, Pakistan is caught in a bind. On the one hand, they are expressing solidarity with the Iranians. On the other hand, they are sending across their AWACS, they're sending across their J-17s, and they're doing sorties to try and patrol that area at the behest of the Saudis, because they have committed to the Saudis that war. That's the kind of pact that they had signed. Little did they know that rather than using the Saudis against Bharat, Pakistan will have to now turn up against Iran. So their JF-17s may be acting on behalf of Saudi Arabia against the Iranians, while their Prime Minister is standing up there and saying, hey, listen, we express solidarity with the Khamenei regime and with the IRGC. So that's how duplicitous Pakistan is. But we have to understand that the Pakistanis are stretched thin. They have a fight going on against the Afghans. The Afghans send loitering munitions to the Nur Khan base and to some of their other bases. They're stretched in Balochistan because they don't know what's happening there. The BLA is running them dry. And on the other hand, they are worried if Bharat does any military exercise on its eastern borders, what are they going to do? So the Pakistanis are stretched thin, and now they have had to deploy resources because the Saudis have said, listen, you signed the agreement, come on, back us up.
Where does this put them with the United States? What's that equation going to look like?
Well, the US, anyway, you saw what just now President Trump has said about Zelensky, and we know what President Trump thinks about the Pakistanis, and how Asim Munir made a quote-unquote, fool of himself. And it's the Pakistanis who have mocked their own failed general, a failed marshal, because of the fact that he went there to wine and dine, and all he was treated like was a doormat. And the Pakistanis are currently offering their bases for the Americans to refuel and take off and also counter Iran from this side. So all in all, everybody knows what Pakistan's stature is, but the Pak military right now is stretched thin. And there is a lot of resistance brewing even within their own regiments, because a lot of them, Kritsween, are either Pashtun or Baloch or, Afghan. And there are also a lot of Shia. And the Shia are looking at this and saying, you are asking us to go and fight against our own spiritual head and perhaps where we have our civilizational roots or descendants from. How are we going to do this? So the Pakistanis are quite caught in a bind, but everybody knows who they are. And they are treated thus as doormats.
And then there are internal challenges that Pakistan continues to face. Terror challenges staring right at Pakistan at the moment. So how are they going to navigate through all those challenges remains to be seen. Thank you for that, Anand. We need to quickly go across to our news desk, where we're pulling out several visuals for you on what's happening in the war zone. Haim is joining us here in the newsroom. Haim, what do you have for us? You're taking us through some footage that's been shared by IDF.
And we're actually going to have to zoom into this one as well, and I'm going to pause in these specific places. Now, this is the footage that's been released by the IDF, Prithveen, if I can quickly take us through the information here as well. This is the footage that they claim has eliminated the personnel of Iranian regime, which were trying to intercept their air defense system. Now, remember, the Iranian regime has the tall task of competing with Israel's Iron Dome. Remember, these are the two personnel. These are the attackers that we're looking at here, and this is on target. So this, Israel says, the IDF has released this footage. It says that it has completely eliminated all the strikes, and they continue to strike Israel. They're intended to harm Israeli aircraft as well. So Iranian regime, they're trying to pierce through the Iron Dome. At the same time, Israel is also applying its Iron Beam. Now that is something that they've also managed to pierce in some places. So if I could just go back in this video, they are eliminating these two targets, they've said, in this particular video that we're looking at, and this was released by the IDF.
And well, as is in the case of any conflict, this is turning out to be a narrative war by the day. Thank you so much, Haim, for joining us with all those details. So that's the message being sent out by the Israeli forces. For now, it's time for us to head into a very quick break. News and updates continue on the other side. We'll be right back.
Who, what, where, when, why. You see the bits, I see the whole. To know the inside story on Iran, get with me inside the bunker. Only on CNN News 18.
Speaking of that resistance, let's also listen in to take a look at this breaking updates that's coming in. US has now intercepted an Iranian drone which was targeting American base in northern Iraq. So as we've been telling you, Iran has been opening up a lot of fronts. So even Iraq, places like Kuwait, they've not been spared. There's been some sort of an attack in Cyprus as well, drawing in the British as well, who are resistant to joining this conflict. But these are visuals of the interception that is being done as an Iranian drone is targeting the base. But look at the amount of firepower you have to employ even to intercept a drone, which is why even drone interception or missile interception is a very costly affair, and there will be costs mounting on all sides. Have the US, the Israelis factored all of this in along with the damage to their assets? These are all naval and other bases that are being attacked around the Gulf. And have they factored in, of course, the loss of life? Already 4 US soldiers have been martyred as far as this operation is concerned. I also want to go across to Charles joining us. Charles Kupchan is an international affairs expert. How do you read into all of the American statements that we've heard over the last 8 to 10 hours?
Well, I think the statements coming out from the Trump administration make it clear that they don't have a clear sense of an end game. I think the military part of this campaign is in some ways the easy part. They know what they're doing. They're going after leadership. They're going after the ballistic missiles. They're going after command and control. And right now, in some ways, we're in the most intense part of the campaign when the Iranians still have the ability to retaliate. They have chosen to retaliate against allies of the United States in the Gulf, in part because they think they can convince the Saudis, the Omanis, the Kuwaitis, the Emiratis to say to the United States, please stop. This is causing disruption to the oil flow. This is causing disruption to our ability to function economically. But in some ways, I think the reaction is going to be the opposite. You will see these countries turn against Iran and not put pressure on the United States to stop the conflict. And the question is, how long can the Iranians keep this up? How quickly can Israel and the United States eliminate the ballistic missiles? But then comes the hard part, and that is what happens the day after. Will the regime change its tune and the next group that leads it agree to work with the United States? Will the United States continue to bomb the regime until it falls and there is a natural uprising? As one of your guests was just saying, when you don't have ground troops to fight alongside the air power, it's very hard to topple a regime. So I don't think the Trump administration knows what the end game is. I do think, judging by what they did in Venezuela, what they seem to be doing in Cuba, the idea is to degrade the regime and end up with some remaining group of leaders that's willing to work with the United States, because pulling down that regime, toppling it, is too risky, as the United States found out in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya. But right now, I would say nobody knows where this conflict is going. Nobody knows how or when it will end.
Speaking of that resistance, let's also listen in to...
Welcome back. Let's shift our focus now to what we've seen, the claims that have been made the last few hours. A few US bases have been targeted in all of Middle East. Let's talk about some of these claims. The Erbil Air Base in Iraq has sustained significant damage, is what Iran has claimed. Also, the Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait. Kuwait, remember, also has been bearing the brunt of this conflict given the US infrastructure there. The US Fifth Fleet, Bahrain, there are claims being made, at least as per Iranian officials, that this one military installment has seen a lot of damage the last few hours. US Fifth Fleet in Bahrain is what we're talking about. Also the Al Dhafra Air Base in UAE. Now all of these, remember, military hubs of the United States are also in densely populated locations, is what has made the situation extremely worrying. The Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, another airbase that has been targeted by the Iranian forces. So that's what we're looking at the last couple of hours. I do want to bring in Adrian into the conversation very quickly, because we put out that post on Truth Social by Donald Trump. Adrian, what do you make of it, the kind of military muscle flexing? He says we're stocked up. Your thoughts on, you know, the missile power that he's trying to show to the world as we speak?
Actually, Trump's assertion is easy to debunk, because one of the crucial missile systems which are used along the coast of the Persian Gulf to intercept Iranian missiles are Patriot interceptors. And we know that last year, Raytheon, the producer, built only 600 of these. So there is no huge stockpiles of Patriots. And we know, on the other hand, that the Qatari probably had no more than 1,000 of such interceptors, and they will probably run out of it within the next few days.
Okay, Adrian, thank you for that. I do want to quickly go over to Greha. She's tracking several reactions for us on how the war in West Asia is also leading to a lot of politics here in India. Greha, over to you.
Absolutely. We have to talk about the implications here in India particularly. A lot of politicking that is happening.
Correct.
Narendra Modi abdicating and not mentioning about the assassination of the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So I'm here in the newsroom. It's a live newsroom. Anand is right here discussing all the possibilities for his 12 p.m. slot. But right now, let me go to Pallavi and Aman. Aman and Pallavi there, having all the scoop as far as the political uproar is concerned. There's an op-ed that we've already been talking about of Sonia Gandhi in the papers today. So Pallavi, your assessment of the kind of opposition dynamics that are at play here attacking the Prime Minister yet again over
So Priya, my take is it's all about the politics. There are elections coming up in Kerala and Assam, and just to break down, around 30% of the population, the Muslim population in India is largely the Shias. So that is the vote bank that they are trying to target, clearly in Kerala, Assam, Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat. So Congress's game plan is that. They're doing twin things. One, of course, is the fact that they are very much targeting the vote bank of the Muslims, which is what they want for the elections. But second, also calling out the government for what they are calling a lopsided, not balanced foreign policy. If you look at Sonia Gandhi's editorial, if you also look at a statement which is issued, which is reposted by Rahul Gandhi and all of the Congress party, they are saying the silence of the government, of the Prime Minister on Iran is something which is not nice. It is something which the government should have been speaking about. You cannot take sides. And that's Priyanka Chaturvedi, Samajwadi Party, TMC, all of them, Griha, who have a stake in that particular vote bank are the ones who are criticizing the government.
But Aman, we will of course continue to talk about politicking that will happen from the opposition. But this key point that the opposition is making about how this is a stance far removed from the traditional stance that India has had vis-a-vis Iran.
We'll see, Griha, we have to see that in the context of also what is happening right now. India's top concern right now is the safety of Indians in the Gulf. You know, we have 8 to 9 million Indians living in the various countries of the Middle East. Our top priority is that. Or is our top priority condemning Khamenei's death? You know, that is the call I think the Indian government is taking here. We are in no means saying, in fact, the Foreign Minister of India, Mr. S. Jaishankar, had spoken to the Foreign Minister of Iran just before Khamenei's killing happened. So that is all, one point of the aspect. Other point is, was Khamenei so much, in our favor on past occasions, be it Article 370, be it on the issue of Jammu and Kashmir, that be on the issue of the Citizenship Amendment Act protests at that time. Iran had issued statements which were not so, charitable towards India. In fact, we had to summon the Iranian envoy at that point of time. So there is a history also to this, but right now, I think Indian government's priority is to get back Indians from, stuck abroad. Already flights have started, and that is why you see the Prime Minister's calling up all the regional partners, spoken to the President of UAE, King of Jordan. He's called up all these people and basically told them, please assure us the safety of Indians. So, and condemning the strikes of Iran on these countries. You have to differentiate also that while what the US has done, taking out the leader of a sovereign country, yes, many other countries have also not condemned it. You know, there are very limited countries who have condemned it. But on the other hand, the more important is India wants to show that, Iran attacking civilian targets in the Middle Eastern countries is something that India is condemning, and Mr. Modi has been very forthright about it.
Right, thank you so much for that, Aman and Pallavi, for that assessment. Some problem with the mic here, so I'll hand it over to my colleague Krutsveen in the studio as we take the broadcast forward.
Thank you for that, Greya. I do want to bring in Ambassador into the conversation because so much is going on in terms of how the world is reacting, Ambassador. But your thoughts on what really the end game could look like here? Nobody can already anticipate. I mean, that's a matter of fact. But just going by, posturing, going by the military muscle flexing that we're seeing, the kind of escalation we've seen so far, for how long do you think this is going to continue? And where does diplomacy, if at all, come into play? Do you think there's room for that left still?
My new book is coming out in July. The title is How Nations Fail. And one of the lines which I remember is when Cyrus the Great wanted to attack a Greek city. So he sent a message saying that you will be devastated if I attack you. There was only one word reply from that Greek city, I forget the name, if. And Cyrus retreated. Yep. Americans have made a huge mistake in not checking themselves and going ahead like a rampaging bull. Now, what rampaging bull does is unknown. The results are unknown. sometimes rampaging bull itself gets, like matadors do, it gets killed. Now, so the results, the question that you ask, are a big unknown. And one of the reasons why I may be wrong, there are three excellent strategic experts here with you, I may be wrong, but Israel's new move to attack parts of Lebanon is a sign of desperation. It is also a sign of diverting the internal attention, people's attention, by getting a quick few miles of Lebanon. I think there is nervousness all around. Iran is standing firm so far. Things could change. Rubio is sending out messages which again show not a position of strength,
The
but
hardest
a
blow
position
is yet
of
to come.
vacillation. So, in sum, to answer your question, I think America and Israel have blundered. They are now trying to find a way out, the diplomacy part, which Iran has refused to accept.
Absolutely, Ambassador. One word which is really, really a favorite of the President of the United States is capitulate. We have to, in fact, ask that question of America in this case if they are capitulating under the kind of resistance that Iran also is seeing. But like you have mentioned, we don't know which way is this headed. We'll continue to be tracking all the developments
Just
as far as
one
this
quick
escalation.
word.
Yes, sir.
I think Trump's mental thinking would be without evaporation if he stops eating McDonald's.
A lot of people here are going to be in agreement with that, is the sense I get of whatever little reactions we've been able to take. But let's see how this plays out. Strong statements at least being made so far by the Trump administration officials. That's all we could pack for you. Gentlemen, our experts continue to stay on with us on the broadcast. We head into a short break. Our rolling coverage continues on the other side.
Speaking of that resistance, let's also listen in to take a look at this breaking updates that's coming in. US has now intercepted an Iranian drone which was targeting American base in northern Iraq. So as we've been telling you, Iran has been opening up a lot of fronts. So even Iraq, places like Kuwait, they've not been spared. There's been some sort of an attack in Cyprus as well, drawing in the British as well, who are resistant to joining this conflict. But these are visuals of the interception that is being done as an Iranian drone is targeting the base. But look at the amount of firepower you have to employ even to intercept a drone, which is why even drone interception or missile interception is a very costly affair, and there will be costs mounting on all sides. Have the US, the Israelis factored all of this in along with the damage to their assets? These are all naval and other bases that are being attacked around the Gulf. And have they factored in, of course, the loss of life? Already 4 US soldiers have been martyred as far as this operation is concerned. I also want to go across to Charles joining us. Charles Kupchan is an international affairs expert. How do you read into all of the American statements that we've heard over the last 8 to 10 hours?
Well, I think the statements coming out from the Trump administration make it clear that they don't have a clear sense of an end game. I think the military part of this campaign is in some ways the easy part. They know what they're doing. They're going after leadership. They're going after the ballistic missiles. They're going after command and control. And right now, in some ways, we're in the most intense part of the campaign when the Iranians still have the ability to retaliate. They have chosen to retaliate against allies of the United States in the Gulf, in part because they think they can convince the Saudis, the Omanis, the Kuwaitis, the Emiratis to say to the United States, please stop. This is causing disruption to the oil flow. This is causing disruption to our ability to function economically. But in some ways, I think the reaction is going to be the opposite. You will see these countries turn against Iran and not put pressure on the United States to stop the conflict. And the question is, how long can the Iranians keep this up? How quickly can Israel and the United States eliminate the ballistic missiles. But then comes the hard part, and that is what happens the day after. Will the regime change its tune and the next group that leads it agree to work with the United States? Will the United States continue to bomb the regime until it falls and there is a natural uprising? As one of your guests was just saying, when you don't have ground troops to fight alongside the air power, it's very hard to topple a regime. So
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome. We are inside the bunker with Tom Cooper, and we've got another Fauji joining us right inside. And this is as raw as it's going to get here as we try and quasi-create a bunker-like or a war room-like situation. The next 1 hour, viewers, we're not talking politics. We're purely talking tactical military strategy that both sides are going to employ. We've got Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni with us, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. We've just said, Abhi Ajao, come and sit with us, and we've also pulled him inside the bunker with Tom Cooper. First up, a quick check of the headlines before we take the story forward here. West Asia enters its 4th day as Iran continues widespread missile and drone strikes across Gulf cities and at US-Israeli targets. US President Donald Trump issues fresh warning to Iran, says the United States is shocked and ready to win big. As the West Asia war intensifies, the Israel Defense Forces claim to strike Tehran's air defense personnel who were attempting to target Israeli forces. Iran claims to destroy the main command headquarters at the US base in Bahrain. High-resolution satellite images show clear damage at Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura oil refinery after Iranian one-way attack drones struck, or the kamikaze drone struck, triggering fires and a precautionary shutdown threatening global energy markets and prices. An Iraqi resistance group claims responsibility for a drone attack on a hotel housing US troops in Erbil, marking a fresh escalation and raising concerns over American force security. US Central Command says American forces have destroyed all 11 Iranian naval vessels in the Gulf of Oman as part of strikes, reducing Tehran's fleet to 0. 2 Iranian drones struck the US embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, sparking a small fire and minor damage. No major casualties reported. Trump warns of retaliation. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the war with Iran will be quick and decisive, not an endless conflict, asserting joint US-Israel strikes aim for swift, overwhelming military success. Israel hacked Tehran's traffic camera network using AI and surveillance data to track Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and senior officials, mapping guards' routines and coordinating with the CIA for targeted intelligence. Now, as the West Asia war enters its 4th day, Iran's strategy is focused on survival, rebuilding core capabilities, and of course, maintaining deterrence through asymmetric escalation. Now, this is by hardening their missile cities, dispersing command centers, and also accepting initial damage. Tehran is preserving its second strike capability. It is actually stretching the United States and the Israeli resources, because they now have to guard all of the Middle East and the other countries and their defenses with missile salvos. Also, the Shahed 136 kamikaze drones are proving to be quite potent for the Iranians, and they are being used to deplete the interception capabilities. The cost of defense currently is far more expensive than the cost of offense, and Iran are playing this low-budget war very, very smartly. Let's try and quickly understand, viewers, before we get in Tom Cooper, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, and also Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni into this conversation, how this pans out. Why is it that Iran is able to try and impose a low-cost warfare budget? It's also because of its ballistic missiles, the kind of ballistic missiles that it has. So let's call up the graphics and try and understand how, with its missile technology, Iran has been able to really, really trouble really, really trouble the US and Israeli offense. Let's try and understand this very, very clearly. Now, the counteroffensive has shown that Iran has the firepower and targets in the region. Many of Iran's missile sites are in and around Tehran. There are at least 5 known underground missile sites and various provinces including Kermanshah, Semman, as well as near the Gulf region. Now, here is the strike radius of Iran's arsenal. First up, there is the Shahab 1, 300 kilometers, Fateh 102, 110, then the Shahab Fateh 313, that's 500 kilometers. Let's try and go to the next one. You have the Quds 1, 700 kilometers, Zulfikar Qiyam 1, that is also 800 kilometers range, Qadr is 380, 1000 kilometers, and Shahab 3, 1300 kilometers, Khyber Shakhan. This was used in that entire pounding of the attempted pounding of the Israeli Prime Minister's office, 1450 kilometer range, Emad Khorramshahr, 2000 kilometers. So this is, and then finally you have the Sejul and the Somar cruise missile, that's at 2500 kilometers. The effectivity of this, and this is so far not yet confirmed, but Tom, weigh in and let's try and understand where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now, its missile bases. And then let's take it from how are they able to attack Israel and what their strategy will be, how to use their missiles. Yes, over to you.
Primary Iranian missile bases were all, or used to be all, in western Iran, along the border to Iraq. Point is that these facilities, so let's say Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah, Ahvaz Abadan in the south, and so on. Behind them, there is a second line, Qom, Shiraz, Esfahan, and so on, Bandar Abbas. So, and then there are additional facilities for bigger, longer-ranged, heaviest missiles, which are liquid-fueled. So the point is the following. These facilities have been all either bombed out last year in June already, or not occupied now when the new Israeli strike came in. Or very few of them were really occupied. Why? But the Iranians have dispersed their forces. They've sent them into the ground, into the terrain around them. It took them 2 days to recover, to re-establish control over their force, what was left of it, after the initial strike. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized of counter-offensive, so to say, missile-wise. This is all run guerrilla style, which means they are moving constantly. They are moving from one hiding place to another, firing their missiles, and then moving again.
Okay. So they've got the ability. What kind of missiles are they using? So we've put that. Let's try and understand. Iran's IDF has said that they have destroyed some of their bases and some of their missile bases. What kind of missile bases have been destroyed in the last 24 hours?
So there is a particularly interesting take. This, for example, that there one can see 3.5 tons truck. This is a relatively small civilian truck. Okay. You see them by dozens, for example, on the streets of New Delhi. So this is carrying a missile with a range of 150 kilometers.
Missile with a range of 150 kilometers, so that will be somewhere around the short-range missiles or the Shahab 1.
Shahab 1 is a big missile. It's some 30 meters long.
Okay.
But you can see it here again. If if the editor could stop the take or return.
We just freeze it. Can you just freeze that part? I know it's a moving footage visual. Can we just freeze it when we see the truck? When we see the truck, if we will try and freeze it. Yeah, the next one. After this, just when you see the truck, just freeze that footage if you can, please. We'll get that back. No, next. Just the previous one. We'll try and do it. We've got to freeze because he wants to show the length of the truck. It just looks like a normal truck. And just freezes.
So this is a small truck. Okay, this one is a little bit bigger because it has 3 axes. So it is probably a missile of some 300 kilometers range.
That's the Shahab 1 or any of the Fatehs could be, or the Shahab.
Unlikely Shahab are probably Fateh.
Fateh. Could be the Fateh missiles there.
And these 2 lines you can see here, they are holding tarpaulin over it, which means you can camouflage this vehicle to look exactly like a commercial civilian truck. And it's moving with the traffic around the Iranian cities, and nobody can find it.
Nobody can find it. And they can also, it also has the ability to launch itself from wherever.
Of course.
So they're like a mobile launcher?
Yes, it is a mobile launcher. At the pre-selected point, they must have thousands of pre-selected points, but because they had so much time to pre-select these points. It stops, removes the tarpaulin, rises the missile and fires, and then moves again.
There is a saying, Tom, in Hindi, which is called chor dimag. That means that you think like a thief. How do you use minimum resources and low cost and create maximum damage?
Yes.
And when you know that you're going to be surrounded by a powerful enemy, as a David would do, how do I use the sling? So General Kulkarni, this is very, very smart strategy by the Iranians. And this is not going to be easy for the Israelis and the Americans, despite their RA-01s and the MQ-9 Reapers patrolling almost all of Iran and trying to scout and, gather real-time intelligence.
Yeah,
Your thoughts?
What happens is, the air defense is never 100%. It's impossible to get 100%. Much that the Iron Dome may have catered for 90%, going as high, the 12-day war, just tell them where the loopholes are. And the loopholes, because the kind of missiles that the Iranians have had and the kind of ability that the Iranians have been able to even equip Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis with the missiles that they have. Now in the weaponry that they have between 300 kilometers to going all the way to 2,000 kilometers, the Israelis also over a period of time have gone in for low cost technology. Those are the laser beams. Now those laser beams bring down hundreds of dollars of cost of missiles to strike down a drone or a missile. Now what would earlier be about $20,000 would now come down to as low as $5. Because the laser beams has a limited range, maybe between 20 kilometers, max going up to 50 kilometers, much less. But these other aircraft, therefore, everyone's got, all these technologies, innovations have to come fast. Israelis, the Iranians have over a period of time got a low-cost technology. They are very highly equipped, but notwithstanding all that, the air defense, the Iron Dome that you talk about, 90%. You found in the 12-day war, 500 missiles were fired by Iran. 1,000 of those suicide drones fired. How many really went and hit? Say about 20 of them went and hit. But those 20 caused the damage was equivalent to about $5 to $10 billion in Iran. So all these swams and all these kind of things do insist on being able to hit. Because obviously...
But that's the thing, isn't it, Tom? That I can send 500 missiles. As defense, I have to intercept all 500. Correct. Because even if 10 land, they cause the kind of damage that totally change the psyche, saying, oh, your defense is penetrable.
Exactly. Even more so considering that this Israeli claim with 90% precision and so on, is simply not standing to proof over the time. Precisely last year in June, not to talk about, for example, Lebanon war 2006, when we have seen Hezbollah remaining capable of launching rockets and missiles at Israel for 6 weeks, or almost 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So, and this is in small southern Lebanon. Now think about this huge Iran. How do they think they can suppress all the Iranian missile capabilities? That is beyond my capability to comprehend.
I would like to salute our DRDO and Akash Tir for the way they defended during Operation Sindoor, because we had 99.7% efficiency. Almost, and that's amazing, because at that time they sent the ballistics, they sent the JF-15s, they sent the loitering munitions and small cheap drones, and also the cruise missiles. They sent all that our way, 600 plus drones plus this, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, and we were able to defend it. So somewhere the calibration of this happening, is it also because the spread over Bharat is larger, that it was easier for us to defend, or it was tougher? How would you read that? Because Israel is a smaller country, the concentration is far, so 2 or 3 can actually sneak in from the defenses. Your thoughts?
Well, I'm no defense expert. You have, and you yourself are extremely good at defense. But my rough reaction would be that the larger the space, more difficult to defend. So that much more credit to Indian armed forces and everyone involved, including DRDO. Now, as far as Israel and Iran issue is concerned, as General Kulkarni said, Iran had learned the lessons of 12-day war very well. They knew what exactly Iron Dome was doing and how it could be outmaneuvered. That is point one. There's another slightly different angle I want to introduce. You know, this war is also teaching our businessmen, not just Indian, but global businessmen, that nothing in the world is safe. It was supposed that Dubai is a safe haven and it is the best place to stay in because there's almost zero tax, everything is stable. Now, the recent events have proved that world is not flat. World is topsy-turvy. Dubai is no longer stable and may not be stable for a long time to come.
Right, absolutely. Your thoughts there? Quickly, you want to say?
I can only join these conclusions and then add something about the Indian air defense system. A lot of this success went to the army, which has developed several extremely effective systems to counter drones, electronic warfare systems, which means it was not only shooting them down, but it was causing them to crash. So this was part of the success. The other part of the success was this high availability of missiles. Akash system, for example, and not only Akash. Then there were modifications to Shilka systems, old Bofors guns. I mean, nobody is doing that. Almost everybody has abandoned air defenses by gun. India said, well, why should we throw away guns? They are good. We put electro-optical system on them, and we shoot the drones with them. And 40mm cannon is much more effective against a UAV than a 23mm cannon. It's as simple as that.
So they use brains also, used what the legacy munitions
lots of
are.
costs.
Legacy munitions are, and use a 50 rupee or a 100 rupee, if I may say, bullet against a 2,000 rupee drone, rather than using a 20,000 rupee shell against a 2,000 rupee drone. So, you know, in terms of cost effectivity, basically I'm just saying. Now, this is Iran's low cost, high impact strategy. Just quickly taking you through, viewers, asymmetric warfare and proxies. It uses proxy militia across the region to carry out low cost attacks. So that's what it does. Then it also says it forces the enemies to fight on multiple fronts. So moment you force the enemy to fight on multiple fronts, you stretch them thin. Then there will be weaknesses and without direct large-scale conflict. Also, missile and drone strikes. It's quick missile and drone attacks on the US and Israeli targets, inflicted damage and also put psychological pressure while avoiding costly battles. And they hid their ballistics behind the old ones, the drones, and that's where the new ones sneak through behind, hiding behind. And we're going to ask Tom to explain that to us in a bit. Also targeting economic centers, attacks on key Gulf hubs like Dubai, Sharjah and Abu Dhabi. The aim is to shake investor confidence and pressure states supporting Israel and the US. Also widening this entire regional conflict and spreading the fight across Gulf countries and Iraq, because that raises the risks and costs for the opponents, complicating their military operations and also forcing them to think about, you know, waving the white flag or backing off. Economic resilience via black markets. It uses smuggling and also alternative trade routes to bypass sanctions and also sustain the war economy despite external pressure. And more importantly, targeting citizens and embassies abroad with proxies. Iran can then threaten or attack enemy nationals and then embassies overseas, generating domestic pressure in these opponent countries. So this becomes very smart strategy that they are using. But are you saying the US and the Israeli would not have gamed this? Let's try and understand, if you can explain to our viewers, Tom, and let's try and deep dive into this along with General Kulkarni. How is Iran planning this? See, Iran is one entity and it's got this entire region along with Israel to handle. So first up, where are they launching and how are they launching their attacks? Secondly, please cover and explain destruction of the Bahrain US airbase. How does it tactically hurt the Americans and the Israeli? How is Iran coordinating and planning this? Yeah.
So how are they planning and coordinating? Basically, they are for dozens of years already, they are collecting intelligence. That means Iranian intelligence services, Savama, Ministry of Information, has operatives, has even spies in Israel. We have seen last year a spate of arrests in Israel, including captains and majors who were directly working in Netanyahu's headquarters. That is the primary mean. They certainly have similar operatives, or let's call them agents if you like, in all the Gulf Arab states. And if not, at least they have locals who are paid to give them information. So that is the primary point. Then, according to this, that is why there are so many missiles the Iranians have developed. They have developed one missile for this purpose, one missile for this purpose, ballistic missile. Okay, it's just
Call up the
150
ballistic missiles there again so
Yep.
we can make the reference. Yeah, now, take us through how would they, if you were in Iran, you were in the IRGC, sorry, how would you plot this and how would you plan this? Yeah.
Well, how would I plan this? It's quite easy. I want to deny the enemy the bases in this area. Why? Because if the Americans cannot position their aircraft in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Kuwait, or in United Arab Emirates, then they have to fly from further away. The further away they fly, the less sorties they can undertake with the same number of aircraft. The more tankers they have. This is all making the entire affair of attack on Iran ever more expensive.
So the cost of war becomes expensive.
Exactly. This is why I'm also wondering, how do they want to put boots on the ground? Well, if they put them into Iraq, there is going to be a new civil war because the IGC controls half of the country. If they put them in Kuwait, they have to pass over Iraq, across Iraq. And if they put them anywhere into the Gulf Arab states, well, they have to swim over to reach Iran. From Pakistan, they can reach eastern Iran, which is sparsely populated, so there's not going to be much use. Anyway, correspondingly now, back to the IGC, how is it planning? For example, from Bushehr to Dammam, there is this and this distance. Correspondingly, we need a weapon which can cross this distance as quickly as possible. Because the faster the missile, the better, the less reaction time for the air defenses. This is how they are planning. Then they are planning, for example, they obtain intelligence on performance of Patriot. So they know, for example, when you want to defend, I draw this because
yes, please draw it.
So let's say Patriot missile. When you position Patriot system here for ballistic missile defenses, it can see only a relatively narrow area. So let's now say, okay, you want to defeat this Patriot and hit something in Qatar nevertheless. You position your weapon here. Excuse me, a step back. You are shooting from here all the time, therefore the radar is positioned, is pointed in this direction. The Qataris react by pointing this radar in this direction. Then you suddenly hit Qatar from this direction. And Patriot is already unable to intercept.
Because the Patriot is blind, because they've moved there and
because the radar is pointed in one direction, you hit him from the side. This is one of the greatest weaknesses with air defenses. You can build your air defenses all along the coast and say, and I'm going to shoot down everything what comes out. And then somebody comes like this, and your air defenses are outflanked.
So
this is why I'm always so sincerely amazed by the performance of the Indian air defenses last year, because they didn't let this happen. Pakistanis have tried this as well, to hit from multiple entirely unexpected directions, combine different weaponry and so on and so on, severe electronic warfare deployment, and still they didn't manage this.
They didn't manage the General Kulkarni and also Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, coming to you just quickly as we quickly try to also decode Iran's war strategy. Now, while being in a very heavily disadvantaged position, Iran still has a war strategy in place to try and hit back at the United States militarily. Now, in the first step, Iran plans to blind the US forces by hitting critical radar and command and control nodes. Then to achieve this, they would have to employ swarm drones and also short-range missiles to hit critical nodes in the US communication system. And what it hopes to achieve is to disable early warning systems of the US forces. In the second step, Iran plans to deplete US air defense systems by forcing it to use expensive missile batteries to counter the cheap drones. And how it plans to achieve this is by launching waves of inexpensive missiles at American bases and ships. Iran can then drain the US missile stocks and increase operational costs, weakening the air defense network over time. The third step, overwhelming the US air defense, Iran aims to breach air defense and strike critical targets. And this is how Iran aims to achieve this with larger high-speed or hypersonic missiles. Iran then aims to penetrate remaining defenses and hit strategic installations, maximizing damage. Would you agree with this strategy? Does this actually effectively work? How do the US military and the Israeli counter this? What's their option?
See, Anand, at the very outset, the Chinese have said they have not given any of these technologies to Iran. Iran probably may not have hypersonic at this point of time, may not have hypersonic. Because hypersonic is very difficult for right now Iran to possess one. There will be a mix of cheap drones with precision drones. So you have even 100 drones fired which are cheap drones, and if there are just 2 precision drones, you will find the target. How would this swarm of drones? The enemy really doesn't know which out of them are cheap drones and which out of them are precision drones. The strike rate at any point of time cannot be 100%. It could be around 90-95%. There's always a chance for the Iranians, if they have huge stockpiles of these cheap and precision drones, to be able to hit the target. There is no denying the fact. The question is, all of them, both the adversaries, the Americans, the Israelis and the Iranians, would have exact GPS locations of each of these. So now it is on mobile. That means all these drones have to, and the entire missiles have to fly from one end to the other end on wheels. Because if they are fixed, they will be targeted. It's only in the wheels that the survivability is much more. And therefore, Iran had the ability, but the kind of air supremacy that Israel has over Iran, now that's a real big thing, because they have just nothing that they can defend. Air defense of Iran is virtual zero. Air superiority of Israel, USA, 100% on them. But the fact is, they are at random now. Iranians can do anything at random. Nobody knows who it is. And therefore, there's a big, huge threat
with guerrilla warfare.
Israel as also to US.
It's the problem with General. That's what I'm calling guerrilla warfare with missiles, because they are all the time moving, hiding, firing in between, and nobody knows where they're going to hit us next. Nobody knows where they're going to appear us next. Yes, sure, the Americans and Israelis are operating lots of UAVs over Iran and trying to find them, and so on. And they are using artificial intelligence in order to predict, or in some cases follow the patterns in their movement, in order to find out where they're hiding most of the times, only in what directions are they moving. But that doesn't mean that the Iranians are stupid, as that they cannot outsmart artificial intelligence, because don't forget, the artificial intelligence is only as clever as the person who has programmed it.
Yes. The other thing is, have the Iranians used their proxies? Now, where all do you think their proxies will get active? Let's get into that conversation quickly. How would you, if you were sitting as part of the Epic Fury control room, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, how would you get Iran to heel? Because you've got control of their skies. You can go ahead and bombard them, but you don't know where their locations are. So how do you do that? Because one mobile truck with 2 missiles can launch from any corner and anywhere and cause disruption.
Well, very interesting discussion all around. Let me go back and remind you of a boxing match, one of the last boxing matches that Cassius Clay had. So someone asked him, how do you do it? He said, I'll sting like a bee. Iran is doing that.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Sting like a bee. It's floating like a butterfly, yes, you are absolutely right. But it is stinging like 100 bees. It has different solutions for different issues. And it is attacking the eyes, ears and stomach of America. By hitting at various bases, it is denying America the radar facilities, it is denying America the firing facilities, it is denying America even the replenishment facilities for its ships and aircraft.
Exactly.
So, Iran is very smartly, and I think that is what old civilizations are about, that they think smart and they act smart. So, Iran is doing exactly that. How long it can sustain it is a different question. Because, as I said repeatedly, I hope Trump and Netanyahu don't exercise the extreme option.
Okay, now you're the diplomat in the mix among the military historian and the Fauji. How would you react to what Zelensky is currently saying, that it will help if we can get a ceasefire with Russia? I will send drone defense experts.
You know, Zelensky is...
And this is on a day when Trump has called him, you know what, I'm just going to read that post of what Trump actually called him. But your thoughts, sir?
Zelensky, I think, is an unfortunate occurrence for Ukrainians, because
unfortunate occurrence for Ukrainians.
This,
okay,
yes.
Because the number of Ukrainians who have been sacrificed for a ceasefire which was available to him 3 years back.
Trump has called him P.T. Barnum. Trump has called him P.T. Barnum of Ukraine. That's what he's called Zelensky. And Zelensky is turning around and saying, I'm ready to help if you can get a ceasefire with Russia.
I mean, Zelensky is somebody who does not have politics, who has no strategy, no plan, nothing at all. He's just fighting for likes in the social media. And this is a statement perfectly in style of that. He's ignoring the fact that, for example, United Arab Emirates are in an alliance with Russia and with Israel.
Right.
So he's now going to send Ukrainian experts and everything is going to be fine. It is not going to be fine, sorry. This is daydreaming, just like Trump's expectation that Iran is going to fold up in 2 days. Oh, excuse me, 3 days. 3 days special military operation. This is
all right. Are you able to see this on my phone, viewers? This is what we've got. Trump has actually put out on Truth Social, the United States munition stockpiles have at the medium and upper medium grade never been higher or better. As was stated to me today, we have virtually unlimited supply of the weapons. Wars can be fought forever and very successfully using just these supplies, which are better than other countries' finest arms. At the highest end, we have a good supply, but not where we want to be. Much additional grade weapons is stored for us in outlying countries. Sleepy Joe Biden spent much of his time and our country's money giving everything to P.T. Barnum, Zelensky of Ukraine, hundreds of billions of dollars worth. And while we gave so much of the super high end, all free, he's saying he didn't bother to replace it. Fortunately, I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so. The United States is stocked and ready to win big. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Clearly, this whole talk of America running out of munitions and interceptors has got the Americans worried. Tom Cooper.
Yeah. Idiocracy at work, sorry for expression, really.
Oh, say it again?
Idiocracy at work, yes.
Idiocracy at work.
I call this idiocracy already for 2 years alone, what is going on in Ukraine, and not to talk about what is Trump doing. Because this is, oh gosh, we now have a problem. Trump's reaction, oh, we don't have a problem, everything is fine. Then one day they are after the regime, not the next day, no, we are after nuclear facilities. The third day we are after oil facilities. Then there's 4-day ballistic missiles. I mean, perhaps they can decide what are they after. That would be for the start. But they don't care. These are people who have lost the connection to reality. They do not want to hear any kind of negative news. Their aides know. Their secretaries, call them whatever you like, people surrounding them. They're surrounding themselves with people who know what they want to hear. And then
surrounding themselves with yes men. That's what you're trying to say.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Plus, he contradicts himself in the statement. First, he says we have enormous supplies. Then he says Ukraine has taken away all our...
No, but he said about the high-end ones. See, what he said is, and we'll see if we can call up that post on Truth Social anywhere on our wall, because there are 2 layers to it, sir. First, he says that our small to medium end, we have a huge stockpile, and they are better than the rest, but the really high end, that is what you have given off to the Ukrainians without having to try and replenish that stockpile. Now, what is he hinting at? Is he hinting at his hypersonics? Is he hinting at something else where he could hit some of these? Or is he looking at the bunker busters? What is he talking about?
Manufacturing this kind of highly sophisticated weapon, that takes so long. It takes 2 to 5 years to construct a chips factory in order to make such weapons possible. Then it takes another 2 or 3 years to make such weapons, because you have to cast all of these casings for the shells, actually warheads. Sorry. So this is nothing that you can do over the night. And for this, in order to increase production, you have to educate additional workers in order to expand your production. And nothing of this is happening in the United States. It's actually on the contrary. They are outsourcing ever more such production. So where does he want to now significantly increase production in these regards?
So the fire must match the fury if you want swift and decisive. The fire isn't matching the fury.
Right. We got another guest joining us in a bit, but we also have news coming through. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has held a phone conversation with the Iranian FM Syed Abbas Araghchi. China has supported Iran in safeguarding its sovereignty, security, territorial integrity and national dignity, and supports Iran in upholding its legitimate and lawful rights and interests. China has urged the US and Israel to immediately cease military operations and prevent further escalation of tensions and stop the conflict from spreading and engulfing the entire Middle East. Now, that's what they have said. Shay Bialik is also with us, UN Diplomacy and International Relations, Foreign Affairs, foreign expert, joining us from Israel. Shay, thank you for joining in. Your thoughts? There are many who believe Israel and America are running out of defense weapons and their supply chain is severely hindered because of the US bases in the Gulf countries being hammered by the Iranians.
Good morning. Thank you for having me with you. It's I really hoped it would be for other reasons, but I'm happy to be here. I'm a former service of the diplomatic, and today I'm mainly working in aid. And I hear the concern. I hear it in news outside of Israel, but I must say this is sadly not our first rodeo. We just been in war 6 months ago, which we were promised would be the last one for a long, long time. And the countries working together are very much equipped for whatever is coming. We just had yesterday many cargoes of weapons and aid coming in to help the army, the militaries in whatever necessary. So we are set to go.
Right. Let's try and game this. Quickly, Tom, if you can explain to our viewers, can Israel afford to fight all of this war from Israel? Can Israel afford to continue to attack from Israel? I'll come over here. Now, if everything is landing in Israel, can Israel direct this war and US direct this war while Iran continues to pound these areas, the Gulf nations and the American bases there? Can Israel continue to attack from here, from a distance?
Yes, in particular, thanks to tanker support by US Air Force. Tankers are operating somewhere here. Means that Israeli Air Force can't continue. This is for the first time they have so many tankers. So it's easy for entire Israeli Air Force, because all of their aircraft are equipped with inflight refueling. It is easy for all the Israeli aircraft to refuel and then go striking Iran. At least up to here. After that, it's going to be a little bit shaky unless the Americans and Israelis do manage to somehow suppress the Iranian air defenses over western Iran so much that they can move their tankers closer to the country.
Okay.
That would make things easier for Israelis. On the other hand, it does not mean that the Iranians cannot continue striking at Israel. On the contrary, if nothing else, the Iranians can continue doing that from eastern Iran or central Iran with longer range missiles, which so far have been untouched.
They have not used it. Now, do we know where their bases are? Or will the pressure be on US and Israel to actually come and neutralize these bases so that the Iranians can't launch their long-range missiles and their cruise missiles from, say, central or eastern Iran?
Principally, yes, we know most important bases. Sorry, this is old. Yeah. So most important bases are always next to bigger cities. For example, Esfahan. Esfahan. Then we have Shiraz. Bandar Abbas, Kerman is a big military base, Zahedan, Mashhad is meanwhile the second biggest city in Iran. And of course those in west, like Sanandaj, Desful, Khorramabad and Khorramshahr, which is here somewhere. So if they are not inside the cities, they are always some 15-20 kilometers or less or more, depending on the local terrain, around these cities. Many of latest bases or newest bases are constructed under the ground. Some are stretching for kilometers under the ground.
Right.
And really deep under the ground. I'm talking here about 80 plus meters deep.
So the moment it's 80 plus meters, the bunker buster gets out of the equation. You'll have to have three bunker busters going one after the other.
And hit the same spot.
Hit the same spot. So that's the kind of precision that's required. Yeah.
What is then done instead is to target the entrances. Because this is blocking the entrances. And then you're going to see videos showing Israeli or American aircraft targeting bulldozers that are trying to open the entrances. This is going to appear sooner or later. So what happens?
Right.
In June last year, for example, let me show you now. Let's say this is a hill, and there is an underground base inside it. So in June last year, the Iranians have learned if we have the usual two entrances to such an underground base, the Israelis have it all too easy to target the entrances and then block them. Therefore, they have constructed everywhere the third and fourth entrance and exit, of course. So this is one of the points. This is why such bases
they're
are
also
very
learning
hard
very
to knock
fast.
off.
They're also learning very fast. What we're going to do is we're going to shift the focus a little away from this region, but still in this region. When we come back, we're going to look about something that's brewing here and what is going to happen between this entity here, that's Saudi Arabia, and the entity there, that is Pakistan, who has actually said support to Iran, but they have a security arrangement with Saudi Arabia. That after the break. Stay with us.
Speaking of that resistance, let's also listen in to take a look at this breaking updates that's coming in. US has now intercepted an Iranian drone which was targeting American base in northern Iraq. So as we've been telling you, Iran has been opening up a lot of fronts. So even Iraq, places like Kuwait, they've not been spared. There's been some sort of an attack in Cyprus as well, drawing in the British as well, who are resistant to joining this conflict. But these are visuals of the interception that is being done as an Iranian drone is targeting the base. But look at the amount of firepower you have to employ even to intercept a drone, which is why even drone interception or missile interception is a very costly affair, and there will be costs mounting on all sides. Have the US, the Israelis factored all of this in along with the damage to their assets? These are all naval and other bases that are being attacked around the Gulf. And have they factored in, of course, the loss of life? Already 4 US soldiers have been martyred as far as this operation is concerned. I also want to go across to Charles joining us. Charles Kupchan is an international affairs expert. How do you read into all of the American statements that we've heard over the last 8 to 10 hours?
Well, I think the statements coming out from the Trump administration make it clear that they don't have a clear sense of an end game. I think the military part of this campaign is in some ways the easy part. They know what they're doing. They're going after leadership. They're going after the ballistic missiles. They're going after command and control. And right now, in some ways, we're in the most intense part of the campaign when the Iranians still have the ability to retaliate. They have chosen to retaliate against allies of the United States in the Gulf, in part because they think they can convince the Saudis, the Omanis, the Kuwaitis, the Emiratis to say to the United States, please stop. This is causing disruption to the oil flow. This is causing disruption to our ability to function economically. But in some ways, I think the reaction.
Back live on Inside the Bunker with Tom Cooper. We've got Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni also with us in the studio. Quickly taking you through where all Iran has actually hurt the Americans. They cleared out their bases outside other than essential personnel. But if you were to see, in Erbil, the airbase has been attacked. US security troops have been attacked because the proxies have been activated. Kuwait, the Ali Al Salem air base has been attacked. In Bahrain, the US 5th Fleet, so that they will get really affected because that entire base communications has been disrupted and demolished. That's what the Iranians are claiming. UAE, Al Darfa air base, Qatar, the Al Udeid air base. All these air bases have been targeted by the Iranians because they have said that we are targeting the American installations from where they are mounting attacks on us, and it's not attack on the sovereign nations where US has these air bases. Will these nations buy this? and affecting or hitting these air bases, is this going to push the US assault back, Tom? Quick comment, or would the US have already gamed this possibility?
Principally, these countries can't simply side an alliance, including Israel. And that is the biggest problem for them, on one hand. On the other hand, there is the issue of coordination between armed forces. Arguably, armed forces of Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Emirates, Oman, and so on, they're all trained, in Saudi Arabia, of course, they're all trained in the United States, all flying US-made aircraft. Some are flying European aircraft as well, but generally their training is the same. The procedures are the same.
Right.
But there are lots of, and we have seen this over Kuwait yesterday, the 3 F-15 shot down. This is not enough. You have to coordinate the methods and additional procedures, so to say.
General Kulkarni?
See, what happens is, we must grant that the US would have defended its bases. There's no denying the fact.
Right.
But the fact that the Iranians have not just attacking the US bases, but they now started attacking the assets of these Arab states will create problem for Iran. Iranians are Persians and they're Arabs. So they have a century-old
animosity
differences between the Arabs and the Persians. And hence, now the Iranians need to be careful. You start hitting the assets or created by the wealth of the Arabs,
right,
and denying them hereinafter prosperity. I think Iran might just be finding it very difficult, because the Americans will support their bases. The Americans and the Israelis will support this West Asian nation.
Right.
And after the Abraham Accord, there is a sort of a peace between Israel and some amongst them. And
Right.
therefore, Iran now needs to be careful not to target the Arabs anymore.
Right. We've got more news coming through. The news is that the Canadian embassy has shut down in Riyadh. So in Saudi Arabia, the embassy of Canada has shut down. They have closed due to security reasons. So clearly now the Saudis are thinking that this Iran will try and escalate it, because they feel amid strikes, Canada has closed the embassy due to security reasons. So no emergency visas, nothing is going to be issued. People will want to go out. That's not happening. So jo jahan hai wo wahin raho, in the sense that that's the kind of message that's coming. But this also means that in Saudi Arabia, if you were to look at this region, Riyadh is not quite deep into Saudi Arabia. But despite that, if the Canadians are shutting down their embassy, Tom, what does that mean? Are we then expecting the Iranians to attack?
I consider this a routine measure. So Riyadh is here, and well within range of both Iranian UAVs and ballistic missiles. So I consider this as a cautionary security or safety measure from Canadians. I'm waiting to see what are the Americans going to do. Are they going to close their embassy as well or not? This is unlikely to happen, but who knows?
Now, does that also mean that nations are now saying that there is a lot of heft that the Iranian military and firepower has, especially the ballistic missiles, that then doubles the pressure on the Americans and the Israeli that they have to neutralize their silos? If they are not able to kill their silos and also their dumps, the ammunition dumps or the missile storage facilities, and nip them in the bud, this is going to last quite long.
Of course, there is a lot of, on both sides, there is a lot of movement in the background at the diplomatic scene. On one hand, the Israelis in particular, but also Americans are trying to convince additional European allies, not only European, all the way to Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean, to convince them to join, to create an alliance, and then now all are going to fight Iran on behalf of Israel, de facto, and the United States. On the other hand, the Iranians say, okay, come on over, we don't mind, we are going to fight all of you.
So in terms of psychologically,
it is, Iranians, is particularly IRGC, they're extremely stubborn. They're not going to give up just like that. They're going to fight and fight and fight. And even if they spend all of their ballistic missiles or all of these are destroyed, they're going to find other means to fight.
Okay, I just quickly wanted to ask you this. The proxies, where do you think the proxies are going to get active? Sorry. Where are the proxies going to hurt? Yeah, where are the proxies going to hurt?
So firstly, have to zoom out a bit.
Yeah.
So here we are. Proxies, firstly we have the Houthis in this part of Yemen.
Yeah.
In this, they are holding this part of Yemen, the Houthis,
Houthis.
including the capital Sana'a and their own capital Sada.
Huh.
So they are going to, they have announced, was it now, that was 2 nights ago, that they are going to start striking Israel.
Huh.
Then we have the Hezbollah in southern
Yeah.
Lebanon has already started attacking Israel.
Right.
So
then there is activity in Iraq also.
in Iraq, we have Kataib Hezbollah. They are holding something like this. They are actually something like Hezbollah Iraq. And they have their own UAVs and not ballistic missiles, but tactical rockets. So they can all add to the carnage. They are certainly going to start.
This is the Hezbollah.
Yeah.
This is the Houthis.
And he is Kataib Hezbollah.
Kataib Hezbollah. Okay. The Hamas have kept quiet so far because they are virtually reduced to rubble.
Look, Hamas is Sunni movement foremost, not Shia. Unlike, for example, Hezbollah.
So they will not attack the Sunni nations.
So, well, it is not about attacking Sunni nations. It's about Hamas's foremost insurgency against Israeli occupation. So they don't have any kind of business in a clash between Israel and Iran.
Iran, okay. So these are the 3-4 proxies which are getting active in this region.
This is perfectly enough, I would say.
All right. Yeah. So we got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map, that India is doing an exercise in this region and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself. And before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. There is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to cause problem to the IRGC also. Remember that there. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India and talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line, the 2,700 kilometers Durand line, 1,400 kilometers runs along Balochistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
Yeah.
We have a 900-kilometer line boundary of Balochistan with Iran.
Yeah, this is the Baloch boundary with Iran. Yeah, this is the Baloch one.
This is Balochistan. And therefore, Balochistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Balochistan has a problem. That's the problem between Balochistan and Pakistan.
Balochistan, there is a major insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes. And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally. So Pakistan is right now at war, at least from their point of view, in this direction, and of course, they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they are also supposed to airlift and send support towards Saudi Arabia and conduct, exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran, but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
So and promising bases if necessary to the United States.
It's a catch-22 situation. They don't know which side of theirs has now got to be covered. Because they've had very badly from Balochistan, they're having bad times with Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They are not happy. Saudi deal has put them in a fix with Iran. So Pakistan really doesn't know. And I'm sure America would want a pound of flesh from Pakistan.
Yeah, we've got this footage. This is where the India NOTAM area is, not so far away from Rahim Yar Khan. This is the NOTAM, that airspace reservation that's been announced by the Indian Air Force for a joint exercise. What do you think is the intent behind this, Tom?
Well, to run an exercise. And Pakistan, just to remind them that India is still here. It's as simple as that. Nobody wants to provoke. I mean, I know the Indian government, how it operates, or at least understand it. I do not say that I know it in person or something. But I understand the way it operates. And in this situation, it just remains Islamabad guys, we are watching what are you doing over there, and now we are going to run an exercise because we have the right to do so.
Yeah, and they're running an exercise in this portion here.
Yes.
In this portion, that's where the exercise is. The Pakistanis, meanwhile, are conducting sorties and exercises here.
Yeah.
They are getting active in this region. Sorry. Yeah. So they are conducting activity in this region. They are stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched all over the place. There is also internal strife that is happening with the Shia population. What do you think is going to be the impact of this conflict on this nation and this region? Do you think there is going to be trouble in Balochistan? The Baloch are going to get...
Explain this way. Let me start with the start in Pakistan.
Okay.
Pakistan is broke.
Okay.
Bankrupt. Okay, and this is not since yesterday, but for some 50 years, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, at least. Okay. What was it? 24 IMF programs in Pakistan and something like that? Okay. Now, the newest invention, so to say, in Pakistan was to prompt the Chinese to invest and borrow $120 billion to Pakistan. So,
out of 195 countries in the world virtually, there are almost 45 countries which are sucked into this battle, with 32 in NATO, with 12 almost over here, and Afghanistan and Pakistan. So just these 45 countries involved today in some way or the other.
One way or the other. So now Pakistan is broke. And they have this huge bill, and the Chinese want their money back. They say, hey, sorry, but we are not giving your money, our money to you just like that. So Pakistan depends on IMF, which means on Trump's agreement
USAID and
to
America.
let IMF pay Pakistan, give Pakistan money so it can pay back Chinese credits. So this is a silly situation. This in turn means Islamabad is going to do whatever brings money in order to stay liquid. And if the Saudis say, hey, hello, we are going to pay you 5, 10 or some whatever billions in order for you to send a brigade of armed forces, yes, they are going to do that. This is the point, and this is how they think and how they act.
But their nation's prime minister has endorsed support to Iran, and its nation's military is going to support and send military aircraft, including JF-17 and of course AVAX and maybe an oil tanker on top to help the Saudis fight the Iranians. So the civilian government says we are with you, Iran. The military says we are going to fire at you, Iran. So that's what is the nature of Pakistan. Well, that's all we have time for packing in this edition of Inside the Bunker with Tom Cooper. Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, thank you very, very much. And on that note, viewers, we're going to take a very, very short break. Stay with us.
Speaking of that resistance, let's also listen in to take a look at this breaking updates that's coming in. US has now intercepted an Iranian drone which was targeting American base in northern Iraq. So as we've been telling you, Iran has been opening up a lot of fronts. So even Iraq, places like Kuwait, they've not been spared. There's been some sort of an attack in Cyprus as well, drawing in the British as well, who are resistant to joining this conflict. But these are visuals of the interception that is being done as an Iranian drone is targeting the base. But look at the amount of firepower you have to employ even to intercept a drone, which is why even drone interception or missile interception is a very costly affair, and there will be costs mounting on all sides. Have the US, the Israelis factored all of this in along with the damage to their assets? These are all naval and other bases that are being attacked around the Gulf. And have they factored in, of course, the loss of life? Already 4 US soldiers have been martyred as far as this operation is concerned. I also want to go across to Charles joining us. Charles Kupchan is an international affairs expert. How do you read into all of the American statements that we've heard over the last 8 to 10 hours?
Well, I think the statements coming out from the Trump administration make it clear that they don't have a clear sense of an end game. I think the military part of this campaign is in some ways the easy part. They know what they're doing. They're going after leadership. They're going after the ballistic missiles. They're going after command and control. And right now, in some ways, we're in the most intense part of the campaign when the Iranians still have the ability to retaliate. They have chosen to retaliate against allies of the United States in the Gulf, in part because they think they can convince the Saudis, the Omanis, the Kuwaitis, the Emiratis to say to the United States, please stop. This is causing disruption to the oil flow. This is causing disruption to our ability to function economically. But in some ways, I think the reaction is going to be the opposite. You will see these countries turn against Iran and not put pressure on the United States to stop the conflict. And the question is, how long can the Iranians keep this up? How quickly can Israel and the United States eliminate the ballistic missiles? But then comes the hard part, and that is what happens the day after. Will the regime change its tune and the next group that leads it agree to work with the United States? Will the United States continue to bomb the regime until it falls and there is a natural uprising?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta. Let's begin with a quick check of the top stories we're tracking. West Asia war enters day 4 as Iran continues widespread missile and drone strikes across Gulf cities and at US-Israeli targets. US President Donald Trump issues fresh warning to Iran, says the United States is shocked and ready to win big. As the West Asia war intensifies, Israel Defense Forces claim to strike Tehran's air defense personnel who were attempting to target Israeli forces. High-resolution satellite images show clear damage at Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura oil refinery after Iranian one-way attack drone struck, triggering fires and a precautionary shutdown. Iran claims to have destroyed main command headquarters at US base in Bahrain. US Central Command says American forces have destroyed all 11 Iranian naval vessels in the Gulf of Oman as part of strikes, reducing Tehran's fleet to 0. 2 Iranian drones struck the US embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, sparking a small fire and minor damage. No casualties reported. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the war with Iran will be quick and decisive, not an endless conflict, asserting joint US-Israel strikes aim for swift, overwhelming military success. And Sonia Gandhi slams Prime Minister Narendra Modi's silence on Khomeini assassination, calling it an abdication rather than neutrality. So even as we track the latest as far as this war is concerned and the killing of Iran's former supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, opposition in India has sharply questioned the government's stance or silence on this particular issue. Opposition leaders, including from the Indian National Congress, have said that speaking out is not neutrality but an abdication of responsibility. Sonia Gandhi wrote in an editorial that silence now undermines India's moral grounding and stressed that the country must stand for sovereignty, peace and clarity in its foreign policy. The opposition pressed the centre to articulate its position. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, remember, has underscored the need for restraint, diplomacy and peace in the region, reflecting India's traditional foreign policy emphasis on de-escalation. The conflict in West Asia has spiraled into a perilous new phase, with both Iran and the US-Israel coalition intensifying strikes and making dramatic claims of major attacks across land and sea. I want to go across to CNN's Paula Hancock, who's joining us live from Dubai. First up, Paula, I would like to get an understanding from you. So many of the Gulf countries and cities coming under attack. Do we have any sense of what is the conversation that is ongoing between these countries and US and Israel as we speak?
Well, Shivani, we know that they all had a virtual meeting on Sunday to create this coordinated
verbal response to what was happening. They have been showing that there is unity across the Gulf nations. They talked about the reckless and irresponsible behavior from Iran, and there is real anger among these Gulf nations that they have come under attack, despite the fact that before this started, many of them had said that the US military was not allowed to use their bases, that they weren't allowed to use their airspace to carry out an attack, and they had been lobbying for diplomacy rather than war. But that has not insulated them from the retaliation from Iran.
We've seen widespread disruptions as far as flights were concerned, but some resumption of that from UAE and others. Can you give us a sense of how did this come about and what more can be expected in this regard?
Well, certainly here in the UAE, what we've seen over the last 12 hours has been a tiny fraction of what we would usually see here. Now, we've been looking on the Dubai Airport's website, and it appears as though 24 flights have managed to take off. But these are flights with people needing to be repatriated that had tickets already, or potentially just repositioning the planes. There is definitely no sense that the air space is completely opened or that flights are back to normal. And certainly in Abu Dhabi, we've been seeing very little coming out of the airport. There are obviously tens of thousands who are trying to leave the country at this point and would like to get on these flights. The US State Department has said that all Americans should depart now. But of course, that is far easier said than done when you consider the situation on the ground.
And for how long does the US believe Iran will continue to or have the capacity to attack these Gulf nations?
They haven't been clear about that at this point. When we've been listening to President Trump, to the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, they're talking about how long they believe their part in this war might last. They've been speaking of 4 to 5 weeks. They've then said that it is impossible to be able to put a timeline on it. Of course, there are questions as to how long Iran can keep up this retaliation to the Gulf states themselves. We have heard from the IRGC that they are now going to be targeting American political centers. So they're expanding their target base from beyond the military targets, although it has to be said, it's not just military targets that are being hit. We've seen here in Dubai, hotels, city centers, airports, energy infrastructure being hit.
And what is the kind of reaction or sentiment that has evoked on ground in cities like Dubai, Doha, others? Because as you mentioned, it's not just US assets or military assets, it's also civilian areas under heavy attack.
Despite being in the Middle East, the Gulf nations have always felt this bubble of security. They have felt that they had this oasis of safety that has been completely and utterly pierced by these Iranian missiles and drones. These are not countries that are accustomed to having this level of military attack, despite living in a tough neighborhood. So the defense systems appear to be working well. Certainly here in the UAE, we know that well over 90% of the hundreds of missiles and drones that are incoming have been intercepted. But of course, for residents on the ground, it is a very worrying time. There's a shelter-in-place warning, many people taking that warning very seriously. Schools are virtual. People, in many cases, are not going to work. They're working from home. The officials just want people to be off the streets.
Yeah. And lastly, Paula, what is the U.S. response and word on the ground over its embassy in Riyadh getting attacked, and any action that has been precipitated because of that on ground?
Yeah, so this follows 2 suspected drones that caused a small fire at the U.S. embassy in Saudi. Now, we know that the Saudi Arabian embassy in Riyadh, we know in Kuwait, those 2 embassies have now been closed because of the attacks in Kuwait on Sunday and on Monday. There were intercepted drones or missiles very close to the vicinity of the embassy as well. And now you have the Iranian officials saying that they are expanding their targets, not just military targets now from the US, but US political centers.
clearly they are going to have to reassess the embassies across the Gulf.
All right. Paula Hancock, thanks a lot for joining us live from Dubai, one of those cities that have, of course, borne possibly the biggest brunt of the Iranian retaliatory strikes, joining us live from Dubai from CNN. Let's also get you a quick confirmation of those US bases that have been attacked across the Gulf countries. Now, one of the reasons Iran has been very hostile to these countries, despite expectations, is because they do have US military bases, and that has never gone down well with Iran. So they've attacked the Erbil base as far as Iraq is concerned. This is a key hub for US operations against ISIS, of course, and other regional intelligence gathering. There is the Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait. This is a strategic staging ground for US forces in the Gulf, hosting logistics and airlift operations. The US Fifth Fleet in Bahrain was one of the first ones to get attacked. This is a command center for naval operations in the Persian Gulf, protecting shipping lanes and regional security. The UAE base is the Al Dhafra Air Base, also very, very important as far as this base is concerned. This hosts US air assets, including reconnaissance and tanker aircraft for regional missions. And then, of course, is the base in Qatar, the Al Udeid Air Base, major command and control center, housing bombers, fighters, and support units for operations across the Middle East. So far, of course, there is no permission to the US to use these bases. And even that hasn't changed, at least officially. But the presence of these US bases means that they have come under attack from Iran, regardless of the fact that these may be in countries like Saudi Arabia and UAE. Let's also go across to some of our guests who are joining us. Anil Trigunayat is former diplomat. Yossi Cooper-Wasser is Israeli intelligence and security expert. Tom Cooper, military analyst, will be with us. But first up, I want to go across to Adrian Fontanelles, who's the military analyst and historian, also with us. Lieutenant General KGS Dillon will be with us in just a bit. But Adrian, your sense of just how long these countries would be able to endure these missile and drone attacks from Iran. So far, they're not really saying anything publicly too much. There doesn't seem to be any great pressure being piled on US and Israel, but something must be going on behind the scenes, right?
Absolutely. So for them, pressure is mounting because so far you have to, as a rule of the thumb, you have to understand that perhaps only 1 out of 10 missiles and drones launched by the Iranians are actually reaching their targets. But they are spending their anti-aircraft and anti-ballistic missiles at a very, very fast pace, and they do not have infinite stocks of such weapons. So the stocks are diminishing, and once they are ended, it means the majority of Iranian munitions will actually reach their targets, which means much more damages than what it is actually done.
Patience can sometimes be the name of the game. Lieutenant General KGS Dillon, I'm coming to you with this. Some estimates suggest that there were about 2,500 to 3,000 missiles that Iran had stockpiled. And if they go by the kind of pace that they're going at right now, all of this could be over by Monday. What happens from there on?
Good afternoon, ma'am, and good afternoon to the fellow panelists and all your viewers. The way war is going, the war is going to get into an attrition phase. You know, when I say attrition phase, that means it's going to be a long haul. And any country which is involved in warfare or which is engaged in war will not allow their defense stockpiles or their weapon systems to just get to zero levels. They have the reserves at all levels, and they would make sure, even after the air defense is decimated, even after everything on ground has been decimated, they still will have certain, even shoulder-fired anti-aircraft guns and also other type of shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles and other missiles, which, which they would continue to engage the incoming aircrafts as also the targets which appear. Yes, the intensity of engagement will go down, but at no stage they would have that zero balance of missiles. That is how it works, and thereafter will start the attrition warfare.
So can I ask
just
you?
To give an
yes, go ahead.
Just to give you an example of attrition warfare, suppose everything has been all electronic systems, all command and control elements, all networks, all missile sites, all air defense has been downed by US and Israel. Thereafterwards, a particular fighter
with a shoulder-fired Stinger or a missile, anti-aircraft missile on a mobile, moves from place A to place B without even a mobile on his body. How do you intercept him? Whereas he can intercept the incoming aircraft. So that is where I say it is going to get into an attrition warfare, and that is when the cost of war is going to get heavier on the American and Israeli side and lesser on the Iranian side. Unless you put boots on the ground and occupy the territory and control the territory, which doesn't seem to be a very viable option, because given the extent and the magnitude of the terrain, starting from deserts to the sea coast to the mountains, I don't think Americans have those many boots on ground, or they can put those many boots on ground to control each and every inch of ground. So it's going to be a long haul, and the war has entered into an attrition phase. And maybe at subsequent question, we can discuss, did America go in with the end state in mind and an exit strategy in mind, or are they now thinking about it?
We've been discussing that, General, since morning, especially because we heard from at least 3 layers of the US government speak through last evening and last night. But we're getting more updates now coming in. Dubai authorities are warning social media influencers and residents not to film, record or share videos related to certain incidents, particularly those involving security-sensitive incidents like the explosions that have taken place. They are saying firing, which is anti-aircraft fire, missile interceptions or related smoke and fire from recent regional escalations should not be recorded and posted online. TikTok violations can lead to strict legal action, including deportation for expatriates, fines and other penalties. Of course, I want to go across in our newsroom to our colleague also, who will get us a little bit more on this, because this is obviously always a tricky issue as far as all governments is concerned, when a lot of information is flowing, possibly not all verified, but it leads to a whole narrative being built online against countries and what is happening. My colleague Greha is also joining us here with us. Greha, what more are you learning?
Hi Shivani. So we've just played out that reaction, and this is what Dubai is suggesting, UAE particularly. Any kind of social media post, video, because people are so used to, in this day and age of social media, they are so used to documenting everything that they are saying. What they are suggesting is that the use of word firing is being misused. What they are doing is any kind of fire that they probably are witnessing, they are using that word, and that is being misrepresented on social media.
As if it is active fire.
Yeah, so they're talking about anti-aircraft firing or probably some interceptions. All of that has been put under this branch of firing, which is what they do not want. And they are saying that this is going to lead to severe penalties. It could also lead to deportation of the expatriate, for that matter, also heavy fines that they are talking about. All of this because it's the first ever attack that Dubai has seen. It has a huge number of the diaspora there, and they want to ensure that no kind of heft is given to all of the aggressors, and that is why they're ensuring that there is fair amount of capping on any kind of social media that is readily being put out as far as these videos are concerned. In fact, this is one post that I also like to put out on camera. This has also been said, public prosecution says completely here that any person who shares or reports content from unknown sources shall be subject to legal accountability. So they're taking it very, very seriously. They don't want any kind of negative impact after these attacks really have taken place.
There have been some reactions, thank you Greha, online as well, of those who live in Dubai plus other some of the more prosperous Gulf countries and cities, is that there is a lot of panic being spread because of some of the social media commentary versus what they may be witnessing on ground. So yes, certainly some of the drones and missiles have landed. The success rate can be anywhere between 90 to 95%, or maybe a little bit higher as well. But even when a couple of things drop, then it creates a lot of hysteria. But a lot of residents who are still there saying yes, they can hear a lot of sounds, yes, a lot is going on, but they don't, it's not as if everything is falling and everything is being destroyed or the lives are in much, much danger. Let's also get you some more breaking updates now coming in. Defense Minister of Israel, Israel Katz, has said that the IDF's move to advance to southern Lebanon is now intended to prevent direct fire on Israeli communities. He has further added, and I quote, "The IDF continues to operate forcefully against Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. The terrorist organization is paying and will pay a heavy price for the forward for the fire forward from Israel. Sanjay Suri, my colleague, is in Israel, and we know of this second front that Israel is dealing with. Hezbollah fired a few shots at them, and since then Israel has announced that they're going to go all out against Hezbollah now. What more are you picking up, Sanjay?
This is very clear that it's Hezbollah that has broken the agreement. This was an agreement put in place in November of 2024, and it was an agreement brokered by France and the US, and it was intended to bring some sort of calm to the border. The way it was done was that in the north of Israel, what is called a blue line was drawn. The Israeli forces would stay south of that. Above that, north of that, is a buffer zone policed by a UN force and by the government of Lebanon. Above that is almost parallel is the Litani River, and Hezbollah would stay beyond that. Now, the other agreement was that Hezbollah would not attack Israel or its forces or its population at any stage, and that is an agreement that Hezbollah clearly has broken. This was in response to its, as it said, its shock and anger over the killing of Khamenei. Therefore, that being broken, Israel has in turn hit back. It's hit back Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon, and we have to say that the government of Lebanon, as separate from Hezbollah, is not entirely in control of what Hezbollah gets up to. So while the government of Lebanon can make an agreement and offer assurances, there's no certainty how effective these can be. So with Hezbollah now out of the control of the government of Lebanon practically, Israel is now launching an offensive to not necessarily and immediately a ground offensive, but certainly some sort of rocket fire, missile fire. We've seen that already. And this is aimed to take out Hezbollah targets. If it remains confined to aerial attacks and missile attacks on selected Hezbollah targets, then the matter could end there. It's very possible it can spill over into something very much more if Israel were to choose a ground offensive into Lebanon to take out Hezbollah.
Right. So just stay with us. I want to go across to Yossi Kuperwasser, who's an Israeli intelligence and security expert. How do you look at all of these fronts that the Israelis are confronted with, and the response from the defense minister? He had said this yesterday as well, of course, that the Hezbollah is marked and their leadership is marked, and the IDF now continuing to operate forcefully against them in targets in Lebanon. They will pay a heavy price for all the fire that they have launched.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for having me. I think that what we are witnessing is a historical time. We have to make sure that we finish this job and get rid of the Iranian terrorist regime, and at the same time take care of Hezbollah and make sure that it is disarmed, that Lebanon regains control of the monopoly over the use of power from its territory. Unfortunately, this is not the case, and even the Lebanese government was criticizing the Hezbollah for what they did, and realizing that this is the cause for which Israel is now taking steps against Hezbollah that may harm Lebanese as well.
So is the Israeli government now talking about some sort of a ground forward movement? He's suggesting that this move to advance into southern Lebanon is intended to prevent direct fire on Israeli communities. This changes a little bit of the nature of the war so far.
Yeah, this is a limited move on the ground, because some of the Israeli villages along the border are totally under the threat of the direct fire from Hezbollah because of the way the topography is. So we need to move a little bit in order to protect them. But it's something that is just a part of something much wider. We conducted many attacks in Beirut and other places in Lebanon farther from the border in order to clarify to Hezbollah and to the Lebanese government that shooting at us in this context is totally unacceptable. And this move on the ground is limited in nature.
Okay, limited on in nature, on ground, but certainly Israel has suggested that they're going to go all out when it comes to eliminating all of these threats is concerned. I also want to bring in Mr. Trigunayat, the former Indian diplomat, joining us. In all of this, one thing is very clear: this is not getting over anytime soon.
That is true. In fact,
Sir, I'll come
all
back to
three
you
of
in
them.
just a minute. I'll come back to you in just a minute. Sorry for interruption. We've got some new images coming in, satellite images showing the damage at Iran's Natanz nuclear site. Remember, this is where US and Israel carried out fresh strikes on this facility, different from the ones that were conducted last year. This happened this weekend. According to Mohammad Islami, Tehran's atomic energy chief, they had also confirmed that the Natanz facility was indeed hit. So what is the satellite imagery capturing? This is Sunday versus Monday. So you can see some of the impact as far as the roof is concerned. I beg your pardon, this is January 2025 versus March 2026. But that is the full facility that is marked, and you can see at least the one from March 2026. You can see that the entire roof has been completely decimated. So this shows you the impact on the facility, the aftermath of the attack on the Natanz nuclear complex. We've got some more updates coming in. US Embassy in Israel is now telling its citizens that they cannot help them in evacuations. The US Embassy in Israel saying to Americans who may be in Israel that they cannot be helped right now as far as evacuations are concerned. This is the embassy in Jerusalem. They have said, and I quote, not in position to help in evacuations, and Americans must make their own arrangements as far as these evacuations are concerned. Before we go across to Sanjay Suri as well, my colleague who's actually in Israel, at least one of the fronts of this war, I want to go across to my colleague Crispin, who's also joining us with more on this. In fact, let me go across to my colleague Haim, who's also here with us. Haim, this is one of those warnings that has come in from the American embassy. Not the first time the American embassy has told them that, you know, we're not going to be able to help you in the evacuations.
Right, and that as well, and also we're getting these latest satellite images that show, if we could just zoom in here, please, that show the damage at Iran's Natanz nuclear site. This, as we're given to understand, that the United States and Israel has carried out 2 fresh strikes. Remember, these are the pictures of March 2026 right now. Just zoom in here, please. This shows the damage that this facility has sustained. Also important to note that Natanz is one of the 3 facilities which the United States has also targeted in its Operation Midnight Hammer, which we saw last year.
As well. Let's also focus on the news that we're getting right now. US Embassy in Israel, in Jerusalem, telling American citizens that we cannot evacuate you right now. You must make your own arrangements. I'm not sure if Sanjay Suri is still with us. I think we should go across to him. Yes, Sanjay, your thoughts on what's transpiring? Are there very many Americans there in Jerusalem and Israel overall? And why is it that the American embassy is saying they're not in a position to evacuate them just yet? How many of them are suspecting to be wanting to get out of the country immediately?
Well, as it happens, about half an hour back, I was speaking with an American lady who is here, and she says she doesn't even sleep on the bed. She sleeps on the floor in the shelter, and she wants to get back. She's feeling unwell. She doesn't know how to go. There are no flights out, and there are many like her. And there's a number of U.S. visitors to Israel at any given time. It certainly would be in several thousands, and there's nowhere to go. Most certainly, an American today in Israel can't go and seek refuge in Gaza. So where does anyone go? American or not, you can't really go into Gaza or go into the West Bank towards the north of Israel or within Israel, depending on how you look at it. It can't be Egypt. Certainly it can't be Lebanon. That leaves land routes, perhaps through Jordan. This is all very tricky. It's logistically difficult. It's very difficult for the U.S. now, given its many commitments, to now undertake or even offer a program like this, some sort of a relief and rescue program for its citizens out of Israel. And so we have some very plain speech from the US that they can't do anything about this.
All right, Sanjay, stay with us. We've got some more breaking updates coming in. Now, an earthquake of magnitude 4.3 has rocked Iran's Gerash area. The tremor comes even as there is this intense conflict playing out in the region. There are coordinated military strikes going on in Iran and also by Iran against US and Israeli assets. And in all of this, there's a tremor to the magnitude of 4.3 that has been reported from Iran's Gerash area. Sanjay, you know, this is, of course, in some ways can pile on the misery on the innocent civilians. As of now, we don't have any reports of how much damage this could have caused, but 4.3 earthquake is also capable of causing damage on ground.
Most certainly, and the earthquake certainly has picked its moment, but this does raise other fears, and these are fears not that you and I will raise, but the International Atomic Energy Agency has raised that there must be a stop to attack on nuclear facilities, whether by the Iranians on facilities within the Arab world, and there are several facilities there, or the other way around, an attack on nuclear facilities within Iran. We've been speaking about, you were just informing us about the attack on Natanz. If there were to be damage to the nuclear material stored there, and Isfahan particularly is reported to have a great deal of enriched uranium stored within, and if these hits were to hit at that kind of nuclear material and fissile material located in those areas, the consequences could be unimaginable, and if the IA has said that we could, in that case, in that scenario, be looking at evacuation of whole cities and even whole areas. This is the IAEA saying it.
Right.
There are warnings of the consequences of this, and we hope that this is just an earthquake and no worse.
Adrian is with me. Adrian, do you suspect there could be more to this, this earthquake, these tremors being felt because of the nuclear facilities being targeted by US and Israel as well?
Impossible to know, because there are also regular tremors such as this in Iran. So I would say it is too early to try to come into any firm conclusion in this
but your concerns overall of what the International Atomic Energy Agency is also saying, plus what US and Iran already have confirmed that they are going for those, whatever is remaining of those nuclear sites. How concerning is this?
It is concerning, because we don't know exactly what it is inside these nuclear storage sites. And if you begin to have leaks, radioactive material which can be leaked on the outside, this could be actually a very, very dangerous situation for most of the civilian populations living around their sites. So.
Well, let's just get you a sense, though, of just how advanced Iran's nuke program is. And US has made no two bones about the fact that they believed that Iran was reaching a capacity from which it could have been a point of no return for US and Israel. They couldn't have stopped them after that point. So they absolutely needed to do this. But there are other things the US has also said, so there's a bit of a confusion. So the enrichment program, approximately 441 kilograms of uranium has been enriched to 60%. Over 9,000 kilograms total enriched uranium mass is the stockpile. The challenge is that the uranium needs 90% enrichment to be used as a nuclear weapon, and the existing stockpile is enough for at least 10 nuclear devices. This is what the watchdog's estimate is. Now, the confusion only is exactly at what stage of this enrichment is Iran in. Whether it was only at 60%, as the original estimate said, whether they had reached greater numbers, 70, 80%, how much of it had been taken to 80%. All of these were really the question, which is why US and Israel believe they absolutely critically had to attack. But what the US has also accepted is that they knew Israel was going to attack, so they had no other option but to join in, because they knew US assets will come under attack. This is exactly the statement by Secretary Rubio, which has been used by the Foreign Minister of Iran, Araghchi, to say, see, you fell for Israel first policy. You have been pulled into a willful war that you needn't have been part of. And this is, of course, something that has become a big bone of contention as well. So the big issue right now is nobody really has a very clear sense of exactly where Iran was in its nuclear program, enrichment program. US says that they were not getting satisfactory responses from Iran of abandoning this program. But other sources indicate otherwise as well. An important aspect of this action in Iran and the elimination of Ayatollah Khamenei is also how the women of Iran feel and have reacted. Let's get you some of the reactions from around the world. Iran's women's national football team made headlines after not singing the national anthem during their Asian Cup opener against South Korea, a gesture widely being viewed as quiet defiance. All of the players on the pitch, even those who were part of the support staff, coach, etc., none of their lips were moving. They were not singing the national anthem as generally you would expect athletes to do when they are on ground. There were smiles all around, maybe even wry smiles, but no one was singing the national anthem. And many have read this into as a quiet resistance, especially by the women of Iran. Beyond the field, women across the Iranian diaspora have been reacting strongly to the development following Khamenei's death. Rita Pinahi is a Sky News Australia host who escaped Iran as a child. She delivered a scathing message to Khamenei after he was killed in the Israeli strikes. All I have to say is that after 47 years of Islamist tyranny, she says, the dictator is dead and Iran is on the verge of being liberated. Never thought I would see the day in my lifetime, she added. She also used a few choicest words for Khamenei on air in live presentation. This is one of the messages that has gone viral since.
I want to conclude this editorial with this message to the late Supreme Leader. Pedar sag, khak be saret, besuz to Jahannam. Rowan.
Couldn't have put it better myself, Rita. James, don't you agree? I mean,
little bit of gibberish, but
I don't have anything more to add to that. That's it.
Only repeat one part of what she said. She said, burn in hell, to the deceased former supreme leader. Now, a widely shared image of a young Iranian woman using a burning portrait of Supreme Leader Khamenei to light a cigarette had gone viral as a symbol of defiance in Iran's latest protests in January. And now, the same woman was seen cheering the news of Khamenei's death as announced by Trump. There were large-scale celebrations, in fact, in Canada, where she is, with men and women of Iran alike coming out on the streets in a concert-like atmosphere, singing and dancing. This is another prominent Iranian activist now based in USA who showed her feelings over the news. Just listen in.
Every morning I wake up reading that my people being killed by Ali Khamenei, but this is the first morning in my life that I get the good news and I want to run. I want to run. I want to run. I want to run. I want to just run. I want to just run and shout and shout and shout out of joy, out of joy, out of joy, out of joy.
Ali Khamenei is dead! Free Iran! Free Iran! Dictator Ali Khamenei is dead!
This is another video of a woman who couldn't control her tears over the news of Khamenei's killings.
Ali Khamenei!
Khamenei is dead! Farzad Khamenei is dead! Khamenei is dead!
And look at these visuals of Iranians and others in a celebratory march in LA in USA, praising President Donald Trump and dancing on the streets with posters of Trump and Netanyahu. This was, again, a carnival-like atmosphere in many cities in USA. In fact, in many places in America, the Trump dance has gone viral as well. This was YMCA, of course, playing. And for many in India, the contrast isn't lost on anyone. While women around the world, not just Iranian women, but of all nationalities, celebrated Khamenei's killing, women in India, and particularly in Jammu and Kashmir, were seen wailing and crying over his death. What more can we say? As politics back home in India escalates, BJP sources are responding to the criticism that has come in from former chief of the Congress party, Sonia Gandhi, of the Indian government's stance. BJP saying that in 2011, when Muammar Gaddafi was killed during the Libyan uprising, the Congress-led UPA government did not issue a formal condolence. Neither did it mount any dramatic condemnation. Where was Sonia Gandhi then? The BJP sources say that Gaddafi was killed fleeing a NATO bomb strikes. The UPA government said nothing at that time. So is it hypocrisy to be demanding a strong condemnation or a condolence message for Khamenei now? India had strong ties with Libya then too, with 7 ministers, including Pranab Mukherjee of the Congress party, visiting the country between 2004 and 7. My colleague Payal is joining us with more on this. It's not just this incident of Gaddafi, Payal. There are many such incidences which can be pointed out to the fact that when it suits your national interest, sometimes less is more.
Foreign policy and diplomatic ties are always decided on the basis of national interest. It is not a shoot and scoot. It is neither, whims and fancy that come at play as well. That is a lesson that the BJP really wants to teach the Congress party when the Congress party is trying to follow the fact that there has been no condemnation of the killing of the Israel Supreme Leader. The BJP, in fact, citing examples, Shivani, clearly saying that in 2012, when there was a blast which took place at the Israel embassy, there was no crying over it, and eventually turned out to be a job of the Iranian that had done it as well. So the BJP says that they are completely in the interest of the nation, and that's paramount. It is not that national policy or foreign policy can be decided on the basis of likes and dislikes, and there is no selective targeting of anybody. That's how this government has been functioning for the last 12 years. Remember, this is coming after Sonia Gandhi wrote in an article this morning condemning the government of the day, saying they will not show they've already picked a side and they did not show any remorse on the killing of Khamenei. So that's the answer that has been given to them. Facts have been put out by the BJP, essentially to show Congress and Sonia Gandhi in particular, a mirror, and essentially say that when that episode took place in 2011 involving Gaddafi's killing, where was Sonia Gandhi? Why were there not tears that were shed then?
All right. Looks like this political battle will continue. We'll keep coming back to you for more, Payal. Time for a very short break right now. News and updates will continue in just a bit.
Who, what, where, when, why. You see the bits, I see the whole. To know the inside story on Iran, get with me inside the bunker. Only on CNN News 18.
The 18 exclusive, flashing the details on your screens, viewers. We're learning, as per sources, Saudi Arabia has also sought Pakistan's military assistance. So Pakistan pledging full support under the Pak-Saudi Strategic Mutual Defense Agreement. Top sources breaking down all these inputs for us. What this means in terms of the larger conflict that's playing out. I do want to bring in Anand Narasimhan into the conversation. Hi, Anand. Anand, what does this mean? Is it just limited to the defense pact signed between the two and how they've committed that one act of aggression against the one is going to be treated as one against both?
Well, good afternoon to all our viewers. Actually morning, but it's just that we've been working round the clock here. But let's understand, Pakistan is caught in a bind. On the one hand, they are expressing solidarity with the Iranians. On the other hand, they are sending across their AWACS, they're sending across their J-17s, and they're doing sorties to try and patrol that area at the behest of the Saudis, because they have committed to the Saudis that your war is my war and my war is your war. That's the kind of pact that they had signed. Little did they know that rather than using the Saudis or against Bharat, Pakistan will have to now turn up against Iran. So their JF-17s may be acting on behalf of Saudi Arabia against the Iranians, while their Prime Minister is standing up there and saying, hey, listen, we express solidarity with the Khamenei regime and with the IRGC. So that's how duplicitous Pakistan is. But we have to understand that the Pakistanis are stretched thin. They have a fight going on against the Afghans. The Afghans send loitering munitions to the Noor Khan base and to some of their other bases. They're stretched in Balochistan because they don't know what's happening there. The BLA is running them dry. And on the other hand, they are worried if Bharat does any military exercise on its eastern borders, what are they going to do? So the Pakistanis are stretched thin, and now they have had to deploy resources because the Saudis have said, listen, you signed the agreement, come on, back us up.
Where does this put them with the United States? What's that equation going to look like?
Well, the US, anyway, you saw what just now President Trump has said about Zelensky, and we know what President Trump thinks about.
Welcome back and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. We are here tracking every development from the war-ravaged Middle East and also the Gulf. We have to also understand that 10 million Indians reside or have gone there as tourists as far as the Gulf region is concerned. So that is a concern for the Indian government. And in this time of crisis, India's primary focus continues to be on its citizens that are stuck in these war-hit nations, especially Iran, United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, among others. Now, currently, about 9,000 to 10,000 Indian nationals, including students, workers, pilgrims, tourists, business persons and seafarers reside across these 16 provinces in Iran alone. Now, several evacuation flights are beginning to land in the national capital. This is happening on a daily basis. Remember, we broke that story last evening itself where we were speaking about how certain flights or in a limited capacity have started to move out of Dubai, particularly Emirates and Fly Dubai. The Ministry of External Affairs has also issued advisory for Indians that are stuck in Iran and also the Gulf nations. Embassies in Tehran and Tel Aviv have also been activated. They have put out their 24/7 helpline to provide immediate assistance to anyone in need of urgent help.
दुबई से यात्री लौटना शुरू हो गए हैं। कुछ यात्री यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं।
28 को हम लोगों को वापस आना था, तो ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई। देन वी हैड टू एक्सटेंड आवर स्टे देयर।
कैसा वहाँ पर माहौल था, आपने देखा वहाँ पर डर लगा आपको जब, क्योंकि दुबई में अभी भी खबरें आ रही हैं कि वहाँ लगातार अटैक
28 और फर्स्ट को थोड़ा डर का माहौल था। उसके बाद धीरे धीरे सिचुएशन थोड़ा बेटर होती रही और जैसे ही बेटर हुई इंडिया ने हमें वापस
लगातार मिसाइल अटैक हो रहे हैं, इंटरसेप्शन की वो खबरें विजुअल आ रही है, वो देखा?
यस यस यस, इंटरसेप्शन हो रहा है। ज़्यादा डर का माहौल नहीं है, वैसे सब चीज़ें ऑपरेशनल हैं तो ठीक है।
आप घूमने गए थे वहाँ पर, क्या 4 दिनों का अनुभव कैसा रहा आपका? आप बताइए वहाँ पर क्या आपने देखा?
नहीं, अच्छा अनुभव रहा। मतलब डर तो था, वहाँ पे धमाकों के जो आवाज़ें आ रही थी उसमें डर लग रहा था, लेकिन बाकी सब ठीक था।
दुबई में थे, अबू धाबी में थे, वहाँ कैसे हालात हैं अभी?
दुबई में हम जब तक थे बहुत अच्छे से हमने एंजॉय किया। अबू धाबी हम जब पहुँचे तब 28 को, तब वहाँ पर ये स्टार्ट हुआ था शाम को।
तो ऐसी नौबत आई कि आपको छुपना पड़े, बंकर में जाना पड़े, पार्किंग में जाना पड़े, इस तरह से कुछ?
में हम लोगों का इंतजाम उन्होंने किया था, क्योंकि और वो भी इसलिए क्योंकि हम लोग डर रहे थे।
कितनी देर तक आप पार्किंग में रुके मैम?
ऑलमोस्ट 3 घंटे।
3 घंटे
4 घंटे।
अच्छा, वहाँ अब फ्लाइट को लेकर कुछ मन में शंका थी कि कब हम भारत जाएंगे?
वो तो बार बार कैंसिल हो रही थी। हमारी पहले स्पाइस जेट की थी तो वो कैंसिलेशन ही दिखा रहे थे, और फिर हमने एयर इंडिया से फिर कल रात को ही फ़्लाइट कराई है। तो उसके बाद हम वहाँ पर आने के बाद भी काफ़ी अलार्म बजते रहे और डर लग रहा था कि, क्योंकि वो बार बार कह रहे थे कि आप खाली करो एयरपोर्ट।
भारत आकर कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
Some of those people there heaving a sigh of relief, and one of those were JDS MLC Bhojegowda, who was among the stranded Indians in Dubai. He, in fact, slammed the Indian embassy for failing to help the Indians who had been stranded, particularly in West Asia. And then he went on praising Dubai authorities for their cooperation. Also thanked Karnataka government for arranging his stay and opening helplines for Kannadigas. Listen into this conversation.
You were stranded in Dubai when the war broke out, and how was your experience like? What did you get to witness there?
I am a transit passenger, Emirates transit passenger. By that time I struck down in the Dubai due to this. Almost I have sit in the obtain the boarding pass, and I sit in the flight. After sitting more than 1.5 hours, I waited. The pilot finally said that some Abu Dhabi has bomb it has taken place. The route is not permitting. Our Chief Minister Sidramaya ji and Parmeshwar, Home Minister, and H.K. Patil, everybody has spoken to me. How are you? All these things. They are inquired me about these things. I told that some of the people who are Kannadigas are come here, and I don't know what their position. Please open your helpline and do something.
Let me take this across to my colleague Anvit Srivastav. He's tracking every detail of the passengers, the repatriates who are coming back. In fact, those repatriation flights are constantly being made functional, particularly after a lot of impact has been witnessed in airports like the Dubai International and the Al Maktoum Airport. Anvit there getting us all of those details. Anvit, any more flight details that we know of and people coming back, particularly to the national capital?
Well, at least 10 flights of Indigo are expected to depart today and then bring back stranded Indians. And SpiceJet has also come in and they are also operating some relief flights. And this is after the intervention of Ministry of Civil Aviation. They have asked certain airlines to operate relief flights. Some scheduled flights are also coming in, like yesterday an Etihad flight had come in, which was a scheduled flight on which passengers had to book themselves. However, these are relief flights. Recently, one of the persons who was in Dubai, he had, however, left on 27th of February. He is with us just to let us know what the kind of situation is there. सर आपका बिजनेस है दुबई में?
यस आई हैव माय बिजनेस।
कब निकले आप वहाँ से? क्या अनाउंसमेंट वगैरह हुई थी गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से? क्या डायरेक्शन?
27 तारीख को हम वहाँ से निकले जब ऑनलाइन पे हमें देखने को मिला कि मल्टीपल जगह से मैसेज आ रहा है कि ईरान अभी छोड़ना चाहिए, तो थोड़ा गट फीलिंग आया कि जस्ट नियर बाय है दुबई, तो आई फील सेफ कि मैं फ़्लाइट लेके चले जाऊँ। तो फिर मैं श्रीलंका में मेरा एक बिज़नेस मीट था, मैं वहाँ पे एक दिन गया, वहाँ पे रुक के फिर मीटिंग ख़त्म करके फिर मैं अभी इंडिया आ रहा हूँ।
Also, see, this is the flight information board, and you can see multiple flights from destinations like Dubai, also from Abu Dhabi, and they remain cancelled. So, number of flights are cancelled. If we talk of even today, the data of today, 36 departures and 44 arrivals are cancelled at Delhi airport, and same is total 107 flight movements are affected in Mumbai today. So, these are the number of flights that are affected. But at the same time, government has come out and told airlines to ensure that there are relief flights so that people who are stranded in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and places like nearby regions, they can be brought back to Delhi.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Anvit. We'll constantly be tracking all of those developments. Remember, it is important for every Indian who have family, who possibly are residing in the other Gulf countries. They are really wary of every development that is coming to fore, and they'd be eagerly waiting for any kind of information or even the physical coming in of all of their wards into India to safety. And that is essential. We here on CNN News 18 are constantly bringing you these developments, and we're there with all of those latest developments, particularly from the Delhi International Airport. Let me now take you through this important piece of news that we have now managed to, in fact, access. A CNN international team witnessed an Iranian drone flying overhead at the Iraq-Iran border. This is CNN's Clarissa Ward. She, in fact, was heard saying that the drone was flying from Iran into Iraq. Remember, we're seeing certain developments here, but let's listen into Clarissa here, who's putting out this report for our viewers.
Iranian trucks to get back. Earlier today, Becky, that border reopened for the first time since the U.S. and Israel began their bombing campaign. It was only to allow Iranian drivers with Iranian trucks to get back into Iran and Iraqis who were trapped in Iran to get out back home to Iraq. But while we were there, we actually saw a Shahed drone fly directly over us from Iran into Iraq. Check out that moment, please.
Are you nervous about going back into Iran now? See that now. An Iranian drone literally just flew directly over our
heads from Iran into Iraq.
Let's get you some more details. Clarissa there telling us about how Iranian drones have entered Iraq and they are particularly going ahead attacking US assets in Erbil. And that's an important piece of development that we are bringing to you. But I'm coming out of the studio and going to Akanksha there, who's right there in the newsroom. She has an important piece of update for our viewers. Akanksha?
So this could lead to a protracted sort of disruption in the supply chains. Remember, because you're looking at 1/5 of the global supply of oil and energy going through the Strait of Hormuz. Not only is China or India and Asian countries looking towards this strait for their own supply, you also have European and the United States itself. Now, critics are also saying that this could perhaps also benefit the US, but that's on the long term. It could further also tighten the noose as far as Iran is concerned, because now the Gulf countries are going to get directly impacted. Will they also now have more reasons to join this war with the United States and Israel is the other question. This has certainly led to an increase in Brent crude, because remember, it was at $72 per barrel that it shut down on Friday. But yesterday we've seen it soar over $79 per barrel. So there are, of course, burgeoning concerns over here for how long will Iran be able to use that as a bargaining chip to hold on to the Strait of Hormuz is the other big question.
What is the formal shutdown really that Iran has now, Tehran has really released and spoken about? Because we were constantly talking about how the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked. There was a warning that was sent out by Iran, but a formal, in fact, missive that is now coming out of Tehran, and that is, of course, something.
So that's, in fact, a big official announcement, because this is also looking towards now shifting the conflict to the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, Iranian vessels themselves have been targeted. Many of them were burnt down. So what they are doing is now they are holding on to over 100 vessels which are currently stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. If you go on online and look at the tracker, you will see that the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz has already come down to 80%. It's a very short sort of a passage between the Persian Gulf and, of course, the Gulf of Oman leading to the Arabian Sea. But it's a key choke hold over there if vessels are going to remain stranded, as has been the declaration by Iran. For how long will they be able to do so? How will this impact India as well? Because remember, Qatar supplies our majority of LNG through the Strait of Hormuz. We'll have to see for how long this is going to be, because this is also going to cut off India's access to the Red Sea and to the Suez Canal as well.
We are talking about here. So a lot of underwriters sitting in London possibly are refusing to go ahead and ensure that voyage of many of the vessels that have, in fact, that passage access so far. But now a formal blockade that has been announced by Tehran, and that's the huge development that we are bringing for our viewers. We're going into a very short break with that.
Who, what, where, when, why. You see the bits, I see the whole. To know the inside story on Iran, get with me inside the bunker. Only on CNN News 18.
The 18 exclusive, flashing the details on your screens, viewers. We're learning, as per sources, Saudi Arabia has also sought Pakistan's military assistance. So Pakistan pledging full support under the Pak-Saudi Strategic Mutual Defense Agreement. Top sources breaking down all these inputs for us. What this means in terms of the larger conflict that's playing out. I do want to bring in Anand Narasimhan into the conversation. Hi, Anand. Anand, what does this mean? Is it just limited to the defense pact signed between the two and how they've committed that one act of aggression against the one is going to be treated as one against both?
Well, Good afternoon to all our viewers. Actually morning, but it's just that we've been working round the clock here. But let's understand, Pakistan is caught in a bind. On the one hand, they are expressing solidarity with the Iranians. On the other hand, they are sending across their AWACS, they're sending across their J-17s, and they're doing sorties to try and patrol that area at the behest of the Saudis, because they have committed to the Saudis that your war is my war and my war is your war. That's the kind of pact that they had signed. Little did they know that rather than using the Saudis against Bharat, Pakistan will have to now turn up against Iran. So their JF-17s may be acting on behalf of Saudi Arabia against the Iranians, while their Prime Minister is standing up there and saying, hey, listen, we express solidarity with the Khamenei regime and with the IRGC. So that's how duplicitous Pakistan is. But we have to understand that the Pakistanis are stretched thin. They have a fight going on against the Afghans. The Afghans send loitering munitions to the Noor Khan base and to some of their other bases. They're stretched in Balochistan because they don't know what's happening there. The BLA is running them dry. And on the other hand, they are worried if Bharat does any military exercise on its eastern borders, what are they going to do? So the Pakistanis are stretched thin, and now they have had to deploy resources because the Saudis have said, listen, you signed the agreement, come on, back us up.
Where does this put them with the United States? What's that equation going to look like?
Well, the US, anyway, you saw what just now President Trump has said about Zelensky, and we know what President Trump thinks about the Pakistanis, and how Asim Munir made a quote-unquote, fool of himself. And it's the Pakistanis who have mocked their own failed general, a failed marshal, because of the fact that he went there to wine and dine, and all he was treated like was a doormat. And the Pakistanis are currently offering their bases for the Americans to refuel and take off and also counter Iran from this side. So all in all, everybody knows what Pakistan's stature is, but the Pak military right now is stretched thin. And there is a lot of resistance brewing even within their own regiments, because a lot of them, Kritsween, are either Pashtun or Baloch or, Afghan. And there are also a lot of Shia. And the Shia are looking at this and saying, you are asking us to go and fight against our own spiritual head and perhaps where we have our civilizational roots or descendants from. How are we going to do this? So the Pakistanis are quite caught in a bind, but everybody knows who they are, and they are treated thus, as doormats.
18 exclusive, flashing the details on your screens, viewers. We're learning, as per sources, Saudi Arabia has also sought Pakistan's military assistance. So Pakistan pledging full support under the Pak-Saudi Strategic Mutual Defense Agreement. Top sources breaking down all these inputs for us. What this means in terms of the larger conflict that's playing out. I do want to bring in Anand Narasimhan into the conversation. Hi, Anand. Anand, what does this mean? Is it just limited to the defense pact signed between the two and how they've committed that?
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to this continuous coverage on the fury in the Gulf. I'm Anand Narasimhan. You're on CNN News 18. A quick check of the headlines, top of 2 p.m. this Tuesday afternoon. US President Donald Trump issues fresh warning to Iran, says the United States is stocked and ready to win big. Global oil markets reel as Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz and warns it will set ships on fire if they attempt to pass, threatening nearly 1/5 of the global oil trade and energy security. Satellite imagery shows apparent damage at Iran's Natanz nuclear site after fresh US and Israeli strikes over the weekend. Israel Defense Forces claim that they have eliminated Reza Khazizai, a senior Quds Force commander overseeing Hezbollah's rearmament. Amid escalating conflict, US urges citizens to immediately leave 14 Middle East countries due to serious safety risks. After the drone attack on a British sovereign base in Cyprus, France plans to deploy advanced anti-missile and anti-drone systems. As political tensions rise in Bharat, BJP counters Sonia Gandhi's criticism, citing the UPA government's silence on Muammar Gaddafi's 2011 killing, despite strong Bharat-Libya ties and multiple ministerial visits. The West Asia conflict has entered a dangerous new phase with Iran and the US-Israel coalition intensifying strikes and trading major claims across land and sea. The US Embassy in Jerusalem has told American citizens it is not in a position to assist with evacuations, urging them to make their own arrangements. Meanwhile, in the UAE, Dubai authorities have warned residents and social media influencers against filming or sharing videos of security-sensitive incidents, including anti-aircraft fire and missile interceptions, cautioning that violations could lead to fines, deportation, or legal action under cybercrime laws. In the latest, satellite images show visible damage at Iran's Natanz nuclear facility following fresh US and Israeli strikes, according to Iranian atomic energy officials, further escalating concerns over conflict trajectory. Amid the tensions, a 4.3 magnitude earthquake struck Jarraj, and this is in Iran, adding to regional anxiety already heightened by ongoing military operations. Now, let's try and understand which are the US bases targeted and what that implies. Let's quickly try and understand the impact of these bases and what would happen, viewers. US bases targeted by Iran so far. First up, this is in Iraq, the Erbil Air Base that's been targeted. It's a key hub for US operations against ISIS and regional intelligence gathering. Then you have the Ali AI System Air Base, Ali Al Salam Air Base. This is the air base in Kuwait. Now, this has a strategic staging ground for US forces in the Gulf, hosting logistics and also airlift operations. The US Fifth Fleet. Then this is Bahrain. That's the command center for naval operations in the Persian Gulf, protecting shipping lanes and regional security. This has been totally demolished, is what the Iranians claim, the command center here. The Al Darfa Air Base in the UAE that hosts US air assets, including reconnaissance and tanker aircraft and regional missions. There you have the Al Udeid Air Base also. The Al Udeid Air Base is in Qatar, major command and control center, housing bombers, fighters and support units for operations across the Middle East. There has been severe damage here too, but the biggest damage that the Iranians claim that they have inflicted is on the Bahraini base of the US Fifth Fleet. Now let's try and decode Iran's war strategy. Now, while being in a very, very heavily disadvantageous position, Iran still has a war strategy in place to try and hit back at the United States militarily. Now, in the first step, Iran plans to blind US forces by hitting critical radar and command and control nodes. That's what it is trying to do. To try and achieve this, they would very significantly employ swarm drones to try and short-range missiles to try and hit critical nodes in the United States communication systems. Now, what is also hoping to do is to achieve, is to disable early warning systems of the US forces. Now, in the second step, Iran plans to deplete US air defense systems by forcing it into using expensive missile batteries to counter its cheap drones, so increasing the cost of defense exponentially compared to the cost of offense. And how it plans to achieve this is by launching swarms and waves of inexpensive missiles and at American bases, along with these kamikaze drones, which are quite cheap compared to the anti-air defense systems that the US-Israeli combined will have to use. Iran can then drain US's missile stocks and increase operational costs, weakening the air defense network over time. Overwhelming US air defense, Iran also aims to breach air defense and strike critical targets. And this is how Iran aims to achieve this, with larger, high-speed or hypersonic missiles. Iran aims to penetrate remaining defenses and also hit strategic installations, maximizing this entire damage over for the Americans. But more importantly, how is Iran going to be able to achieve this? Do they have a clear strategy in place, and somewhere have they actually gamed this better than the Americans? That is something which everybody is asking. Are the Americans forced to recalibrate, and how are they going to do that? Now, footage has also showed the extent of destruction to Dubai's port of Jebel Ali. These are more pictures. Adrian Fontanellas is sitting right next to us. Even as we put out these pictures, viewers, there's massive destruction at Dubai's port of Jebel Ali. The footage reveals extensive structural damage that has taken place. Siddhant now joins us. This is satellite footage. We'll try and call up the footage here even as Siddhant joins us. Yes, Siddhant.
Well, that's right. So this port was targeted by Iranians the other day, and now they have come up with the image of this port before and after. As I was pointing out before, Anand, there is a psychological warfare narrative battle also, which is going on at this point in time, along with the conflict, as Iranians are also now following the format of Israelis, because each time around the combat success that Israelis achieve, perhaps they put it out on their social media handles with the satellite images, the real-time pictures of blast, smokes seen rising from the site, etc., etc. So now the same format is being followed by Iranians through their propaganda channels, through their social media handles. They are also putting out the pictures and the images of the U.S. assets and the ports and civilian infrastructure hit by them, perhaps to show the world that they are not only surviving in that conflict, but they are a military might and they can give response in the
what it does, viewers. This is the port of Jebel Ali. Now, if the Jebel Ali region is not so far away from the Palm Jumeirah, the extension and the various wings of the Palm Jumeirah. So the moment this port is hit here, this is going to hurt traffic. This is going to cause a sense of unease among the residents and also the people in the nearby regions in all these areas, the entire Dubai region. They are all now going to be worried. Despite the Dubai authorities trying to reassure people that all is well, don't worry, everything is normal. This is going to send a lot of unease across the place. Also, that the Iranians have not just stuck in the UAE, in Jebel Ali. They've also hit Aramco and the satellite image, and we'll try and call out the satellite image there. If you look at the satellite image at Aramco, there is significant damage that's happened to that refinery and it's shut down, despite the Saudis saying oil supply is not going to be impacted. There is a reason why the Qataris have shut down their LNG production altogether, and there is nothing moving out. We are building up to an energy crisis, and this is exactly how the Iranians seem to have gamed this. They may be giving, this may be the last hurrah by the Iranians. They may be at breaking point, but like we say in Hindi, bujhne se pehle chirag sabse zyada jalta hai. That's exactly what seems to be happening with the Iranians, that before the light goes out, the flame goes out, it burns brightest. And in that, they are trying to inflict maximum damage all around. Now, this is what's happened at the Aramco facility. So they know their targets, Adrian, and they are hitting them with precision, because they right now don't care about anybody's well-being. They are ready, they're there to protect their interests, and they're saying, if you're going to hit us, we're going to come back and hit you. And we're going to cause a sense of unease and panic among the common civilian population and hurt you economically.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They demonstrate, they try to hurt on the military level, and now it is also on the economic level. And it is making sense because in that way they are building up pressure on all the economies who are depending on the oil flow from the Middle East. And in the meantime, they are apparently continuing to run their counter-air operations, that is targeting airfields used by the Americans and Israeli all across the Middle East.
Let's try and focus on the commercial impact on the world, and it's going to hurt us here also in Bharat. European natural gas prices have surged more than 20% today. They are now up over 60% since Friday. So in just about 3 or 4 days, viewers, the cost has gone up by 60%. The cost of LNG, that's because Qatar's massive LNG export plant was shut down by an Iranian drone attack. And it's the kind of volatility that's not been seen since the 2022 energy crisis that broke off. Sanjay Suri now joins us from Israel. Sanjay, are the Israelis taking cognizance of this brewing energy crisis? Is this part of the conversation, or are they just focused on taking down the targets that they have identified?
Well, they are not thinking oil and energy at the moment. Certainly, it's not the focus. The focus is Iran, but it's not also just the only focus. The new area that has come into the sights of Israeli defense is Lebanon now, and within Lebanon, particularly, of course, Hezbollah. We have word from Israel now that at the very least, there will be a limited offensive now on the ground to take at least some areas under Israeli control in order to protect Israel from a rocket fire from Hezbollah. So a new front is opening up on Israel's north. It will be a very active front. The Israelis are determined to go for it. They've called more than 100,000 reservists, and we are talking ground forces here. So that's the new front opening up.
Right.
On Iran, the attacks certainly continue, but we do have some sense of what will need to be done, what Israel and the US will need to achieve to have dominance. The declared aim, as we've heard that from President Trump, and it's clearly Israel's aim as well, to try and take out all ballistic and other missiles in Iran. That is a daunting task. We do know that Iran has more than 3,000 missiles, tens of thousands of drones.
Right.
Iran, let's not forget, is a country about half the size of India, so it's a very large country. These missile launch sites are scattered all over the country, more to the west, no doubt, and they have independent operative and command structures.
Right.
So for all of these to be flattened, for the last of these to be finished, is quite a daunting task.
Right, we've got more news coming through. The IDF has said an Israeli Navy strike in Beirut has killed Reza Khazai. He is a senior IRGC Quds Force commander overseeing Hezbollah's rebuilding efforts and serving as Lebanon Corps Chief of Staff. So clearly, going back to Sanjay Suri on this, Sanjay, so the Israelis are now determined to take down the Hezbollah in Lebanon.
And that is going to be an ask. There is, of course, a limit to how many pointed and precise strikes can be launched of the kind that you just reported.
Right.
But then there is going to be a continuing threat, and the tactics now from Israel are to have a barrier in place that is structural and not just relying on targeted attacks of this kind. And therefore, the push from north of the blue line, which we thought is not going to happen given the accord of November of 2024, is something that we could be looking at to a substantial extent. It was agreed that Israeli forces will stay south of the blue line.
Right.
They may push forward now into the buffer zone because they believe that the Lebanese and the United Nations have not secured that area enough for Israel.
Well, we've got lots of news coming through, but I just want confirmation, Sanjay, of this. This is latest, and I'm just jumping a little here. The Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting, IRIB Broadcasting, has now claimed that in Beersheba, Microsoft Tech Park has been hit. Is that true? Is that true? Do you?
Well, we all saw for ourselves. We saw for ourselves that there was an Iranian missile that breached the air defenses and hit Beersheba, and we saw that there was a very loud blast. It beat the defenses, got through, and the precise target of that attack is still being ascertained. But the fact is that the Israeli defenses have not proven foolproof. Iranian missiles have got through here in Tel Aviv. They got through in Beit Shemesh. They've got through in Beersheba. They've got through in areas around Jerusalem. So there is a considerable breach of Israeli defenses just about everywhere, hitting targets that they choose all over the place. A fractional success in relation to the number of missiles launched, no doubt.
Right.
But certainly a considerable success, considering that people were believing or like to believe that Israel's defenses are foolproof.
True. We'll try and put out the Beersheba visuals in just a bit. We've got Gideon Levy, Israeli journalist and author, with us. Ambassador Meera Shankar is also with us, along with Adrian Fontanellas. We'll try and go across to all our guests in a bit. But Gideon, my first question to you. Are the Americans and the Israelis, have they not gamed this right? Or have they already war-gamed this fact that Iran will try and start hitting commercial installations, it will try and create panic among the civilians, and it will try and also raise an energy crisis so that the world moves to pull back or hold back epic fury?
There are no free lunches, and any war brings its price, and the price is almost always heavy. The question is if any goals will be achieved in this war. The price is very clear, and it was clear, by the way, before they launched this war. It was clear that there will be rises of prices of oil, that there will be casualties, that there will be destruction in Israel and elsewhere. The question is, are we achieving any goals by this war? And this, unfortunately, is still very vague. It's very hard to see that the real goal of changing the regime in Iran can be achieved and will be achieved.
Right. Let's just have a look at this picture. These are the pictures that we have. Gideon Levy, see, Microsoft's installation in Beersheba has been targeted. And the Israelis are saying this is what we are going to do. They are attacking Aramco's oil refinery. They have now, the Iranians have come out and said that we will continue to attack all Gulf countries till the time they don't shut the US bases there. How is America going to respond to this? There is pressure on Saudis, the Qataris, the UAE, Yemen, Kuwait, all of them. There's pressure on all these countries and Iraq too to shut down the American bases. Gideon.
I mean, things will change. The Middle East will look different after this war. But right now, the pressures are into two directions. And you have to separate between the public pressures and what is being said in closed rooms. Because we have already experience in which the Arab countries said one thing to the Americans publicly and the other thing, even before this war. Saudi Arabia, we were informed, was all out against an attack, and privately they pushed Donald Trump to launch this. So in any case, now there is a very heavy pressure to stop it, but in the same time, there is also a pressure to continue and to achieve some goals, because if you stop now, nothing was achieved.
Yeah, but what's happening is, Adrian, do you get a sense that there's a kind of an information blackout in terms of the damage that's being inflicted in Iran? Because what we are seeing is so many Gulf nations, one drop here, one bomb there, one bomb there. This is classic, diffusion strategy that the Iranians are employing to try and confuse, create panic, and also make it commercially unviable to mount an attack on Iran.
Yeah, absolutely. It is these demonstration strikes too, but we need to remain absolutely careful because all the actors will try to show damages against economic or civilian targets, and all will try to hide damages against military installations. So we really need to be careful about
Correct. That. But who seems to be winning the narrative right now?
I think it's Iran, because in my opinion, for entirely wrong reasons, it seems a lot of decisions makers completely underestimated what Iran could do. This is a mystery because actually every specialist knew their capabilities in this regard, but this must come as a shock especially for Western public opinions.
Well, we've got another update. The IDF has completed a wave of strikes on the Hezbollah command centers in Beirut. Communication components in propaganda facilities used by Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters were targeted. So there is success that the IDF is claiming that it is going to weaken and perhaps wipe out the Hezbollah command centers. Ambassador Meera Shankar is with us. IDF is focusing on trying to neutralize the proxies and how the proxies could hurt or the proxies could give a certain level of cover fire for the Iranians. But overall, do you think under Epic Fury, US and Israel jointly have not wargamed the situation, or have they underestimated Iran?
It's not about war gaming the situation. I think the larger question is there seems to be confusion about what the end game is that they are looking at. Because initially you saw President Trump basically say, call upon the Iranian people to rise. This is an opportunity for them. They should take back their country. And actually what happened is that people who came out on the streets were mourning the death of Khamenei, and he is now being seen as a martyr. So clearly there has been a gross misunderstanding of the Iranian political situation. Because clearly the expectation that after these strikes, the Iranian people were going to rise against the regime has not been fulfilled. And Iran is now raising the cost for the US and Israel of the operation. See, initially it began as we want to actually close the nuclear file on Iran. But the interesting thing is that progress was being made in the nuclear discussions, as the Oman foreign minister, who was mediating, said that Iran had agreed to, dismantle their stockpiles irrevocably, not to stockpile enriched uranium in future, and to give a commitment that they would now and not into the future build a nuclear weapon. The sticking point was really the question of uranium enrichment, where you could, in principle, where Iran wanted to retain that right, in terms of what is permitted under the IAEA thresholds and under safeguards. And the US wanted Iran not to retain the right for any enrichment on Iran. It's an issue which could have been discussed further. But then, the opportunity to say that no progress has been made and we now are going for regime change, I think that is really where both the US and Israel, I think, have underestimated the kind of support that the regime in Iran has, and the their expectation of some kind of uprising has not materialized.
Right.
Iran is really spreading the war, and they had threatened this right in the beginning, that they will attack US bases in neighboring countries. They are raising the economic cost for not just the US and Israel, but for the entire world, because the Strait of
but this is something which the US, the Israelis should have already gamed. They should have already factored this in and taken the Emirati or the Gulf nations on board, saying this is going to be possible. But contrary to that, we have a Trump saying he was surprised that they were attacking the UAE and these neighboring nations. So did America assume that Iran will not attack the bases in these nations? That was something which Iran had already said, that none of these areas remain out of bounds for us if US does strike on Iran and these Gulf nations don't do anything, and because you are giving them bases and support areas. That's something Iran had already said. So how is it that Trump is surprised is a question. We got more news coming through now. The Americans have now told their citizens, get out of these 14 countries. Get out, but we are not going to take you out. You do it at your own cost, at your own risk. But we suggest you move out of the country. Siddhant is with us, joining us with more on this. Yes, Siddhant. Let's walk across.
So if I'm not mistaken, this is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So Anand, if I'm not mistaken, this is for the second time that that such advisory has come from U.S. State Department. So there are two things mentioned in this advisory. One, that the citizens have been asked to leave on their own and move to a safer place. Now, on their own means what? Because there is no flights available to leave many of these West Asian countries. And what does it mean moving to a safer place? Point number one. Point number two, it says that if some assistance is needed, then they can write to State Department. The numbers have also been given. They can reach out to the State Department. Perhaps the State Department can arrange or rather assist them in moving to a safer place or moving out of the country. So this is the second time that advisory has come.
Right.
So on one end,
what I'm going to do is, got it. The second time they put out the advisory, there's a lot of activity happening in our newsroom. We're just walking into the newsroom. I'm going to ask everybody. Okay, Tom Cooper is having a conversation. Tom Cooper, who do you think is winning the narrative so far? Iran or the US-Israel combined?
That depends, you know. For example, in Europe, Israel is going to win the narrative with ease. In the United States, it's undecided because there is a strong movement against the war, even against support for Israel. So it's a different situation. Elsewhere, we are going to see. Certain is that both sides are trying to drag additional players into the game. Israel is trying to get Indian government to react in its favor. Israel is trying to get German government. I said it this morning. Also, even the government of Trinidad and Tobago, will come to the idea. So this is certainly everybody is trying to get his favors to his side and attract some sort of support.
But do you think that the US-Israel combined has underestimated Iran's ability to create this kind of confusion, commercial hurt, and also to target the Gulf countries? Because that adds more pressure.
Definitely so. They didn't expect this. They expected actually something like 3-day special military operation where they are going to bomb and then the Iranians are going to rise, overthrow the regime and everything is going to be fine. It didn't happen.
Right. Now you're going to see, let's walk around the newsroom and then get a sense from our people. Murli is here with us. He's manning the output desk. Who do you think is winning the narrative, Murli, right now?
Right now, it does seem that, it's a major psyops operation that is going on right now. You've seen Trump's secretaries come out and give different statements. His official, his administration is also finding it difficult to kind of pin it down, and the questions of the American media is going after them clearly. So at this point of time, I think it's kind of a stalemate, which I feel is going on in this current scenario. It's a current stalemate.
Stalemate. Now we got Aman here. Aman, we got something with the Lebanese. They're backing off because IDF has now put boots on ground. That's the update that we're getting from the Israel war room.
Well, yes, that is the update that we're getting. This is the video that has been put out of the Lebanese forces withdrawing from the border since Israel is upping the ante against the Hezbollah, and you can see these visuals being put out of the Lebanese forces, these tanks and these vehicles going back from the withdrawing from the border areas in southern Lebanon. That's what Israel war room is now putting out. So it's also a lot of narrative war on there. So we just had the word coming also from Iran that they're shooting missiles towards the world's largest aircraft carrier that the US has installed there, and that the aircraft carrier is moving away from that location. A lot of narrative war. We'll have to be very, very careful on what these handles are putting out. A lot is also psyops, I feel. So though videos are coming out, but we don't really know what exactly the situation is on the ground.
Well, thanks for that, Aman. So blanking out of any narrative or anything that could be detrimental to your own state media. This is exactly what all the Gulf countries are doing. This is exactly what Iran is doing, Israel is doing. They are saying, blank out anything that's negative, and we are going to filter out the information that goes on to the world. Despite that, there are updates coming. Akanksha, you also have some update. Yes.
So the latest we are learning is that France is now planning to send anti-cruise missiles and even anti-drone systems to Cyprus. This, remember, after their British base was being attacked. And so you can see, on the other hand, you were talking with Tom about narratives. You have France, Germany, even the UK, NATO forces regrouping. They may not agree with the joint strike of the US and Israel, but they feel it is incumbent upon them to protect their own bases. So in the latest, what we are learning is that Cyprus will be provided help by France.
By the time these anti-cruise missiles and these etc. reach there, it will be at least 2 weeks, viewers. Why is it that they didn't think about it before? Is that not a fair question to ask? Before we take a break, I'm just going to quickly come in to our social media desk and ask them, what's the sentiment here? Samir is here. We've got the entire team. What's the sentiment on social media? Who is winning the narrative on social media?
Well, it's a pretty calculated narrative. We are hearing things from both the sides, but yes, absolutely. Iran has been given a huge jolt by, assassinating Khamenei. And yeah, Trump is getting all the praise for the attack.
What are the top trends on X, if you just take a quick look? Yeah.
So there are a lot of fake news going on, obviously, which happens every time in the case of social media. So viewers should only follow CNN News 18 for verified content. There is a
That's a nice plug, Samir. Well done. Go ahead. Yeah, what are the trends?
There's a quake that hit southern Iran after the airstrikes.
So are they saying that this could be a nuclear test because of the quake?
Yeah, absolutely. This
They
could be a
are.
nuclear test.
They are. So viewers, see, everything, every aspect, every development is getting a lot of social media chatter. There are those who believe that Iran is done for. There are those who believe Trump is confused, and that's why Trump is troubled, maybe brain faded, we don't know, and that's why America looks confused. But there is also those who believe that you have to look at it in war. There will be punch and there will be a counter punch. Have some of these situations been already thought of? We'll talk about this and more, plenty of developments after a short break. Stay with us. We got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map, that India is doing an exercise in this region, and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So one, there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis, and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself.
And
before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. There is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to cause problem to the IRGC also. Remember that there. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India and talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line, the 2,700 kilometers Durand line, 1,400 kilometers runs along Balochistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
Yeah.
We have a 900 kilometer line boundary of Balochistan with Iran.
Yeah, this is the Baloch boundary with Iran. Yeah, this is the Baloch. This is the Baloch one.
The Sistan Balochistan, and therefore Balochistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Balochistan has a problem. That's the problem between Balochistan and Pakistan.
Balochistan, there is a major insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes. And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally. So Pakistan is right now at war, at least from their point of view, in this direction, and of course, they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they are also supposed to airlift and send support towards Saudi Arabia and conduct, exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran, but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
So, and promising bases if necessary to the United States.
It's a catch-22 situation. They don't know which side of theirs has now got to be covered, because they've had very badly from Balochistan. They're having bad times with Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They are not happy. Saudi deal has put them in a fix with Iran. So Pakistan really doesn't know. And
now we've got more news coming through as we welcome you back, viewers. Even as China has officially denied direct arms deals, many have questioned its role amid Iran's defensive rebuilding of air and missile defense. And in the face of US-Israel war, Iran's capabilities still rely heavily on domestic adaptation and other partners like Russia. And according to the intelligence note accessed exclusively by News 18, much of the Chinese cooperation involves components, access or negotiations rather than confirmed large-scale deliveries due to sanctions and geopolitical risks. I'll just go walk out to Akanksha joining us with more, and then we'll walk back as Tom Cooper and Adrian Fontanellas are with us. Ambassador Meera Shankar also with us. Yes.
So I'm just getting in these inputs, which I'm going to read out to the viewers. CM-302 supersonic anti-ship cruise missiles, which is an export variant of China's YJ-12, was in fact shared with Iran, primarily used as a carrier, killer or high-speed anti-ship weapon to target large naval vessels. This could very well be the technology that they are deploying right now in the Strait of Hormuz, Anand, including aircraft carriers, destroyers, and other warships. Negotiations, in fact, happened last year. And 500 kgs of warhead, sea skimming. These missiles are, in fact, 290 to 460 kilometers in range. They were all sent off to Iran. This represents one of the most advanced systems potentially transferred recently, enhancing Iran's ability to threaten naval forces, U.S. carriers in the Persian Gulf and Strait of Hormuz. That is the technology that they are deploying right now. And so,
are they really deploying that technology? That's one question. The Chinese have supplied this is one aspect.
but they are able to destroy the vessels, which is why a lot of conversations are now revolving around how the entire conflict could also, if not move, but expand over to the Strait of Hormuz as well.
Well, Strait of Hormuz, it's already moved. Let's try and understand this. Do the Chinese have that kind of capability to be able to give something like this to the Iranians? Do they already have that technology, Tom? Or is it that this was promised, but it's not yet with the Iranians? Because the tankers that they've downed, they don't seem to have used any of the Chinese warheads.
The point is this. Cooperation between Iran and China is organized in a fashion in which it is easily deniable. It is not typical cooperation where Iranian delegation travels to Beijing, says, hello, please give me this, this, and this, and 5 kilograms of this, and 6 of this, and then the Chinese are delivering. It works differently. I'm currently working on a related book, and that's why I have run a number of interviews with involved people. It works so. In China, there are companies or corporations, big corporations, like Polygroup, and they are offering different products around the world. In the case of Iranians can offer not only money in exchange, and not only lots of money, but also lots of know-how, recent combat experience. Therefore, Polygroup went as far as to put the Iranians in touch with the 14th Institute of Technologies. This is the leading research and development body in China in regards of electronic systems, radars, guidance systems, missiles, and so on and so on. So there is a cooperation where the Iranians go to China, say, hello, we would like to have this and this kind of missile. The Chinese develop this for the Iranians, prepare all the technical documentation, all the technical specifications, send this to Iran. If necessary, they add also the tools for production. And if necessary, if the Iranians want them to do so, sometimes yes, sometimes not, depends on the type and project, they also deliver the entire factory constructed in Iran and then help the Iranians set up the production.
Wow, that's the level of, and you agree with Tom, Adrian, is that the level of intensity with which or involvement with which China is participating with the Iranians, saying, okay, you want this, I'll develop this and I'll come to you and I'll help you even manufacture it, set up the installation and manufacture it.
Absolutely. It is both very important and at the same time extremely discreet. And therefore, Iranian technological capabilities shall not be underestimated.
Technological shall not be underestimated. But we are told, can you really trust Chinese equipment? Because the Pakistanis saw that their equipment failed against India in Operation Sindoor. We also have confirmation that the CCTV cameras were actually hacked. The CCTV cameras that line the Iranian streets, they were actually hacked by the Israeli. And that's how they were able to track the movement of the Khamenei and some of the key leaders before they were bombed. So can I really trust Chinese equipment? Multiple times, Chinese equipment seems to have failed. It was the JF-15 that stalled and did not know what to do, and they just dropped on our skies when it was launched by the Pakistanis.
Let me give you an example.
Okay.
Before World War II, everybody was underestimating Japanese technology because back at the time, most racism was prevalent, and you couldn't imagine an Asian able to do better than creating a pole and outdated copy of some Western equipment. And then everybody was shocked with equipment such as the Japanese Zero fighters, which shut down American-made aircraft in droves. So I think it would be not a good idea to underestimate Chinese technological
technology.
capabilities.
Yeah, but we have one confirmation, viewers, that the Chinese are giving real-time intelligence support. They did that with the Pakistanis, and they also did that with the Iranians.
As expected.
As expected. Ambassador Meera Shankar with us. Ambassador Meera Shankar, your thoughts on trusting China, on the involvement, level of involvement of China acting from the shadows in this conflict?
Look, for China, Iran has been a major strategic partner in the Gulf. After the rest of the world was adhering to sanctions, it really pushed Iran very much into the Chinese lap. So they are the major economic partner of Iran, they are the major strategic partner of Iran. And while in this conflict, publicly they are taking a somewhat circumspect stance, they have been traditionally the major strategic partner of Iran. And I'm sure that that role continues in some guise or the other. And
Right.
clearly what you said, targeting information or targeting intelligence was shared by China with Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. And I guess that it must be shared with Iran also
Right.
during this conflict. Otherwise, they have tended to look at providing dual use capabilities, components, and technologies rather than a stream, a pipeline of weapons per se. So it is a strong strategic partnership. But as I said, in public, the Chinese are being circumspect. What they are doing behind the scenes, I think we can guess. But evidence, I think, right now is not very solid.
So I'm just walking across to Akanksha, even as we get to understand that this entire energy crisis is hitting the Chinese also, and that the Chinese refiner has cut production by about 20%. Akanksha now joins us with more, even as there is a lot that's happening in our newsroom. Yes. Yes, Akanksha.
We all know that there were discounted rates for the Chinese as far as their crude was concerned. And even though the Strait of Hormuz had been barred, but Anand, one must keep in mind that Chinese vessels were still operating. They were still getting their own supply. But as of now, as far as Chinese refineries are concerned, due to the escalating nature of tensions, they have paused operations, which means it's now going to muddle up the situation even for China. Will China now also up its ante in sort of the supplies that it was giving, which we were just discussing right now? We'll have to see, because somewhere they want the escalation to stop. They want the conflict to, in fact, calm down now, because, as we said, it's the global Brent crude energy, all of it, which is bearing the brunt.
Well, it was just 60 rupees less than 15 days ago, a barrel. It's gone up above $90 and $60 by a barrel. It went up to 65 to 70 just about Friday, and then now it's ballooned to more than 90. Brent crude, it was
close to $80
per barrel. Yeah, it is at least $87 per barrel. That's where the numbers had gone up. We got more news coming through. Iran has made some tall claims. Let's try and go across to Aman again. The claims made by Iran saying that they've killed what, 700 soldiers already?
Well, that is what is Iran, Anand, Iran is saying. Iran says death toll from US-Israel strikes have risen to 787. That is what they're claiming. Though US has so far only admitted to about 4 casualties. That was Donald Trump said. 6, I think it has been updated to later. But of course, the toll sides from both sides, the claims are coming, and we have to cross-check all these claims that the Iranians are making and the other side is also making. But yeah.
Right. And now, quick check of our newsroom, even as we do our coverage. This is where all the output desk works. You have, they've been working on it continuously. You see us here, and you see the graphics going up there. All of this is happening from our output desk here at CNN News 18. We've been working continuously on a rolling shift, viewers. Back behind us, where Aman was sitting, where I had gone, that was our input desk, where all the news is coming in. We're trying to cross-check, verify everything before we put out and give you only what can be trusted and what is correct. We'll take you through the rest of the newsroom through our coverage, but right now just walking back into Tom Cooper and Adrian into the studio. We've got an open studio here at CNN News 18. The Iranians, are they holding back some of their, perhaps the most potent arsenal? Have they not opened all their cards yet? Do you get that sense? Do you get that feeling? And are the Americans aware of that?
That is the million-dollar question. But let's
That's
start with
why
the
I'm
Iranians.
asking you.
Iranians are certainly holding back with some of their heaviest weaponry. Otherwise, we would have seen Khorram Shahs coming down in big numbers. We haven't seen more than perhaps 2 or 3 so far. Khorram Shah missile is the heaviest Iranian
Khorram Shah missile.
Yes.
Can we have that missile graphic behind us? Just take them through all the 3 or 4 graphics, missiles that we have. The entire ballistic missile arsenal of Iran. Yeah, Khorram Shah, yeah.
So unless we see, it has 6 multiple re-entry vehicles, the Khorram Shah. So it's really a heavy weapon that can cause lots of damage over a wide area.
Right. I'm just going to ask you to move up a little the camera so that you can see us and also the graphics behind us. So there you go. Shahab 1 is a 300-kilometer range. We've got the Fateh 110, 300-kilometer range. The Shahab 2. Now they must have quite a big stockpile of these short-range missiles also.
Yes, because they are easy to manufacture.
And this is what will be directed towards the Gulf.
These are artillery, basically artillery rockets. At earlier times, they would have only 70-kilometer range, 100, 150 kilometers. Nowadays, they have up to 300 kilometers. They're not particularly precise, but they are delivering sufficient punch to mother.
Just the previous one. Can you just go back to the previous one, please? Yeah, thank you. So, the next one.
And here we have now
the Quds and the Zulfikar Qiyam and the Qadr 380.
Yeah. Essentially, these are Zulfikar Qiyam. These are upgrades of old Shahab 3 missile. That means they have taken the old body, removed the old warhead, which is very, very heavy, and just as unitary warhead, and they have installed a new body, which is dispersing 3 different warheads.
Right. Adrian, we'll go to the next one, the 1,000 to 2,000 kilometer range. That's where these 3, the Shahab 3, the Khyber Shakhan, and this is what you said, the Khorram Shah.
Khorram Shah, yes.
They have not used them. Yeah. Where do you think the Chinese have helped them?
Mostly in the design phase. The history of the Iranian ballistic missile program it began with at the end of the 80s. It began with some Chinese help and also a very intensive cooperation with North Korea. So by the early 2000s and even more after, the Iranians were quite advanced on their own right in such missile technologies.
Okay.
More advanced than the North Koreans.
More advanced than the North Koreans. Right. So they have created this entire ballistic missile technology. So this is what the Iranians seem to have done. Listen, I cannot have my air force. They're not giving me planes. I cannot have too much of my troops because I'm locked in a way. So what is it that I can develop on my own? Drones which are cheap and ballistic missiles which are potent.
You can follow this development since the mid-1990s in particular, because in mid-1990s Israelis began developing their capability to strike Iran, to reach Iran in big numbers.
Right.
And so therefore Iranians reacted by developing capability to strike upon Israel. And started developing ever longer range missiles.
Right. Can we just call the last page, please? We just quickly talk about these 2, the Sejal and the Sumar. This is a cruise missile. So,
Sumar, yes.
Yeah, Sumar. Do they have hypersonic missiles? Do they have cruise missile like India does? India has BrahMos,
yes.
So which is a cruise missile.
Yes.
And the precision is yes.
No, the hypersonic are basically warheads on the ballistic missiles.
Okay.
They don't have hypersonic cruise missiles or nothing similar to BrahMos. However, they have in a sense something better if they has a cheaper version of cruise missiles, which means that they can potentially use that in quite huge quantities, especially this Shahid 239, which is basically a Shahid 136, with a small turbo engine, so shorter ranged, but much faster. So it's an hybrid between drone and missile.
So they've now tried to create a hybrid between a drone and a missile. So the Shahid 136, they already have it.
Yeah, they did. They fired some during the last few days.
Because you have asked about Sumar. Sumar is actually a copy, really a copy of the Soviet made cruise Ka-55 cruise missile, which is released normally from bombers.
Okay.
And the Iranians have bought 15 from Ukraine in the 2000s and reversed engineered them and launched their own production.
So do we know what is their stockpile? Everybody is making estimates that they have about 2,000 ballistic missiles. Is that a fair estimate, or could they have more?
I am altogether included, they have more. Short and long range, they have more.
They have more.
I'm convinced that the number of ballistic missiles is higher, significantly higher. Long range ballistic missiles.
Long range ballistic
missiles.
missiles.
I would say up from 3,000 upwards.
Wow.
And the number of short range ballistic missiles, those with which they are attacking Gulf states, could be easily could be over 10,000.
Right. Okay. We've got news coming through. The Indian embassy in Iran has said that they have relocated most. They have relocated most of the Indian students who are stuck there. Akanksha now joining us with more details. Akanksha, so there was a concern that there could be a few thousand students, and what about them who are stuck in Iran? What's the update that we have?
The update coming in from the embassy, Indian embassy in Tehran, is that most of them have in fact been located outside Tehran. 1,200 students is what we are looking at, but many of them surprisingly have also decided to stay back in Tehran. Anand, why so? Because they were all undergoing one of their medical examinations that was scheduled for 5th of March. And so some have decided to stay back, whereas the embassy has managed to locate many of them outside Tehran. They are providing them transport, even shelter and food. Those arrangements have been made. So that is at least a heave of sigh of relief for the parents who have in fact not been able to contact their students due to disruptions in communication lines.
Right. So the embassy has taken care of the students who are stuck in Iran. Griya also has got an update with us. Yes, Griya, what do we have now?
So there's a statement that has come in from the joint parliament session in Pakistan. Now imagine, Anand, this is a mockery that always emanates from the parliament in Pakistan. There's the president of Pakistan, Mr. Zardari, who is raking up the Kashmir issue. He's belatedly talking about India's response to the terrorist attack that happened in Pahalgam. And then he's saying any kind of misadventure by India is going to be met very strongly. Make no mistake, we are ready for you. That is the kind of absolutely distasteful statement that has come in from Zardari. Why? Because nobody is talking about Pakistan at the moment. They are really stretched as far as their military assets are concerned on the Afghan border. And they have to, in fact, because of the pact that they have with Saudi Arabia, send in the assets into Saudi Arabia, which they already are doing. And then they talk about how any kind of aggression by India is going to be met with with equal and retaliatory force. I mean, what does one make of that statement?
Nothing. We should just give them another BrahMos. It will just land there. That's what they'll do, because the Pakistanis wanted the BrahMos, and that's what the BrahMos chief had said. Yes, we will send one to you. And we sent a few, 9 of them in fact, and we know what damage that we inflicted. We've got more updates coming through. Yes, Akanksha, there. I think we are getting another update. Asif Ali Zardari trying to ratchet up, and of course that they usually do, the Pakistanis, but let's ignore that because he himself is trying to build up his own political capital. Akanksha now joins us here. Yes, Akanksha.
So the latest we are getting in is a very staunch and stern response coming in from the Foreign Ministry spokesperson of Iran, Ismail Bagay, who has responded to Steve Witkoff's claims, in fact, that with regards to their nuclear program. Remember, earlier in the day, Steve Witkoff had said that the negotiating stance of the Iranians was extremely problematic. They were sitting on to over 400 kilograms of enriched uranium, and that's how they started the negotiations, which was in violation of the international norms because they were not allowed to do so. So now that response has come that Steve Witkoff is lying. We were very much ready for negotiations, and so as we are talking about, this is also not just a conflict in terms of military conflict, you're also looking at a war of narratives.
Right, and not just war of narratives. The larger question is 60% enriched uranium, about 460 kilograms of that. Could that turn into 10 nuclear weapons? How much of uranium needs to be enriched before it can be weaponized? And the Iranians have been sitting on a potential nuclear weapon, or the ability to have not 1 but 10 nuclear warheads in a limited period of time. That's the question that remains, viewers. 60% uranium, 460 kilograms of that, could that be turned into 10 nuclear warheads? We've got the military historians and the experts with us, but we've got to take a very short break, top of the hour. When we come back, we'll turn the spotlight back here on our rolling coverage. Stay with us. Thank you, gents. We got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map, that India is doing an exercise in this region, and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So one, there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis, and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself. And before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. There is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to cause problem to the IRGC also. Remember that. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India and talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line, the 2,700 kilometers Durand line, 1,400 kilometers runs along Balochistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They have a 900 kilometer line boundary of Balochistan with Iran.
Yeah, this is the Baloch boundary with Iran. This is the Baloch one.
This is Balochistan. And therefore, Balochistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Balochistan has a problem. That's the problem between Balochistan and Pakistan.
Balochistan, there is a major insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes. And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally.
Additionally.
So Pakistan is right now at war, at least from their point of view, in this direction, and of course, they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they are also supposed to airlift and send support towards Saudi Arabia and conduct, exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran, but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
So and promising bases if necessary to the United States.
It's a catch-22 situation. They don't know which side of theirs has now got to be covered, because they've had very badly from Balochistan. They're having bad times with Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They are not happy. Saudi deal has put them in a fix with Iran. So Pakistan really doesn't know. And I'm sure America would want a pound of flesh from Pakistan.
Yeah, we've got this footage. This is where the India NOTAM area is, not so far away from Rahim Yar Khan. This is the NOTAM, that airspace reservation that's been announced by the Indian Air Force for a joint exercise. What do you think is the intent behind this, Tom?
Well, to run an exercise. And Pakistan, just to remind them that India is still here. It's as simple as that. Nobody wants to provoke. I mean, I know the Indian government, how it operates, or at least understand.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome, and thank you for staying with us on our continuous rolling coverage here on CNN News 18 as the fury in the Gulf rages. Who's winning this entire war of narratives? Is Iran just queuing up for one last hurrah before it's taken down by the might of the American and Israeli military force? We'll have to wait and watch the latest footage as we lead the headlines at 3 p.m. Latest footage shows massive destruction to Dubai's Jebel Ali port. There are plumes of smoke that were seen rising from Dubai's Jebel Ali port as Iran continued its retaliation for attacks by US and Israel. Iranian missiles struck the Beersheba tech area, damaging buildings near a major technology park. Reports indicate that a facility linked to Microsoft was among the sites impacted in the attack. Satellite imagery shows apparent damage at Iran's Natanz nuclear site after fresh US and Israeli strikes over the weekend. War escalates and so do the casualties. Iran says death toll from US-Israel strikes has gone up to 787. Indian embassy has relocated most Indian students to safer locations outside Tehran and has made arrangements for their transportation, food and accommodation. The fury in the Gulf is raging, viewers, and over the next 48 hours, the course that this war is going to take could be decided. Akanksha joins us with more.
Many thanks, Anand. Of course, the West Asia conflict, as we all know, has entered a dangerous new phase with Iran and the US-Israel coalition intensifying strikes, even trading major claims across Middle East, even in the sea routes. Iran has now shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which is a channel for 20 to 30% of global oil supply. The US Embassy in Jerusalem has told its American citizens that it is not in a position to assist with evacuations any further, urging them to make their own arrangements. Meanwhile, in the UAE, Dubai authorities have warned residents and social media influencers against filming or sharing videos of security-sensitive incidents, including anti-aircraft fire and missile interceptions, causing and cautioning that violations could in fact lead to fines, even deportation or legal action, this under cybercrime laws. In the latest satellite images, which are already showing visible damage at Iran's Natanz nuclear facility, following fresh US and Israeli strikes, according to Iranian atomic energy officials, further escalating concerns over the conflict's overall trajectory. On that note, we're getting in some breaking inputs. This is with regards to Iran's nuclear facility in Natanz. Based on the latest available satellite imagery, IAEA can now confirm some recent damage has indeed been done to the entrance buildings of Iran's underground Natanz fuel enrichment plant. No radiological consequences expected and no additional impact detected at the FEP itself, which was severely damaged back in June last year. Remember, this was also the nuclear facility which had been attacked during Operation Midnight Hammer. This happened last year in June. Natanz, Fordo and Isfahan were attacked even back then. Let's quickly, in fact, go across to Sanjay Suri, who will add more inputs. In fact, Sanjay Kumar is joining me on the broadcast as well. But Sanjay Kumar, for how long can we look at, say, these strikes being safe? Because the IAEA has also shared its primary concern that a radioactive leakage could very well be a possibility now.
If we look at the way in which US and Israel together are approaching this entire conflict, the US president himself has said that he's ready for 40 days. So I could foresee a longish war in which such strategic facilities will suffer damage, given the firepower of both Israel and the United States. But how much radiological damage will be there, that's yet to be seen.
Stay with me, Sanjay Kumar. I can see that Sanjay Suri, who is currently stationed in Israel, is also with us on the broadcast. But let me take our viewers through the footage that has come in, those satellite imagery. In fact, these are the latest that we have been able to access. This, remember, is January last year of 2025, which goes on to show Natanz nuclear facility as completely intact. Cut to March 2026, you can see that there's ample damage that has been done over there, even though IAEA actually continues to maintain, and this looks like the missiles have indeed managed to hit the Natanz nuclear facility. But the IAEA is going on to indicate that there has been no radioactive leakage so far. But the key question is, for how long will they be able to prevent such kind of a radioactive leakage? That's a question I'd like to take forward with Sanjay as well. Sanjay Suri, if I may come to you quickly. Given that Donald Trump has vowed to completely ensure an obliteration of all the nuclear facilities, how will they ensure that there is no radioactive leakage?
Well, speaking obliteration first, was it not Trump who had said in the last round of attacks that Iran's nuclear capacities have been obliterated, using that word, and then being severely critical of anybody who challenged that, and there were many who doubted it. As it turns out, on good grounds, they were seen and declared to be anti-national, anti the brave American forces. So now we have this attempt at obliteration all over again, and obliteration could very well provoke and trigger the kind of fear that you describe, where we might have contamination or leakage resulting from this. The IAEA is not going to issue such warnings lightly. The IAEA warning has been very specific that should there be such a scenario, and that there is serious risk of such a scenario, cities and whole areas may have to be evacuated. So there is a real danger here, and as this continues, as this attempt to pulverize these sites continues, that danger will become more and more real. It will come ever and ever closer. So there is a very serious risk there, and clearly this time Trump will be out to throw everything he's got into it. He certainly wouldn't want a situation where for a second time he has declared obliteration, and then again it turns out that it didn't happen at all.
Stay with me, Sanjay. We are getting in more breaking inputs, in fact, coming in. This as the overall conflict is now expanding by the day. In fact, the British base in Cyprus was subjected to a new wave of attack this morning, is what we are being told. This was a fresh attack on the British base in Cyprus. Remember, this is also after France has now vowed to send more help to this British base in Cyprus. Let me quickly bring in Sanjay back into this conversation. So, Sanjay Suri, we are looking at a fresh wave of attacks that also ensures that Britain is inadvertently getting roped into this conflict, even more so with France now vowing fresh help to Britain.
You know, the British position in this whole business has been a little strange. It has been, to put it simply, kabhi kuch, kabhi kuch. You had Starmer at first refusing use of British bases to US troops for any assault on Iran. There was a good deal of pushback from Trump himself and from leaders within the US. So then he changed his stance, and finally he allowed it. Following which he said in Parliament, well, that there's a problem with the regime change from the skies, quite sarcastic about the declared aim of the US. Now, willy-nilly, the British are seen as an ally of the US, even if they're into it reluctantly, even if they're into it halfway. And so we have this attack on the British base, and the clear result of that is
bring in Sanjay Kumar also on that note. Sanjay, stay with me. Sanjay Kumar, I want to take your assessment on the involvement of Western forces, larger Western forces, not just Britain, but France has also vowed to give them help. They've also appealed to Germany, remember, US and Israel both. So all of these European forces now being asked for help. What could their involvement mean? Is this also going to mean that NATO, if there is NATO getting involved, this is inevitably going to lead to further escalation of the overall conflict?
So far, NATO's involvement is not indicated. If we look at the statements coming out from Madrid, Madrid has asked closure and shutdown of the bases operated by the Americans. The British has allowed to use their bases, but only for defensive purposes and only for the stated objectives. Regime change is something where UK had its own reservations. If you look at statements coming from European Union as an organization, they are also calling for restraint, and they have not committed any continued conflict support by the European Union forces. So overall, I can see a divided Europe on the American cause or Israeli cause. And we can see further fragmentation and split in times to come.
All right. Stay with me, getting in more breaking inputs. In fact, as we said, that there are two parallel wars being fought. One, of course, is the military one. And on the other hand, you have the war of narratives. In fact, Israel's foreign minister has responded sharply to the remarks by Iran's foreign minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi, signaling strong alignment between the United States and Israel amid escalating tensions. In fact, remember, Araghchi had accused the United States of entering a war of choice, that too on behalf of Israel, claiming there was no genuine Iranian threat towards the United States, and he had also criticized the loss of both American and Iranian lives as being for Israel's firsters. He urged the American public to even reclaim accountability. Let's quickly take that forward with Sanjay Suri as well. So Sanjay, there's a war of words over here in terms of who is supposed to bear the responsibility of this, because remember, Iran has accused the United States of fighting this war on behalf of Israel, this when there was no intel suggesting that this was that Iran was in fact planning to attack the United States at all.
Well, certainly both the legal and the factual basis of the US involvement in this is very, very doubtful, to say the least. It is being challenged with increasing strength within the US, and the American people, and not just leaders, are beginning to have serious doubts. We've had one survey saying that 60% oppose this war, another survey saying that only 27% support it, few oppose, 27% say that they support it, and the rest either don't know or they oppose it. So this is now an opinion getting quite loaded against this kind of intervention. We've also seen signs that the US and Israel were not necessarily on board simultaneously from the start. We've had word from Washington that there was a preemptive strike from the US because Israel was about to strike, and the US struck in order to save American lives. It means, therefore, it presupposes naturally that Israel was planning to strike on its own. So there is a question of timing. Once they are in it, they are in the war theater, commanders take over and they coordinate to the extent that they can, and they seem to be doing a fairly good job of that. But politically, it is not the case that they were on board at the same time to the same extent from the start. So there is a division there as well, and that well may surface later depending upon the objectives each has and the political and other military capacity that each has to take it very far. Clearly, Israel here is going to take it as far as it can. It wants to see it through to the finish. The Americans really want out. Trump wants out of this very quickly. There's midterm elections looming, and the primaries for that are getting underway today in Texas and North Carolina. That sword is hanging above Trump. He wants a fast finish. That may not happen.
All right, but we're getting in more breaking inputs right now. In fact, what we are being told is that there are a series of blasts being reported in Jerusalem as well. Stay with me, Sanjay, and Sanjay Kumar also. Series of blasts now heard in Jerusalem. This after there were explosions reported in Tel Aviv as well. In fact, it's been a series of explosions ever since the conflict erupted on Saturday in Tel Aviv, Western Jerusalem, and now fresh explosions being reported in Jerusalem as well. Quickly taking that with Sanjay as well. Sanjay, what else can you tell us?
You know, there is, if not to make too fine a point of it, a difference sometimes between a blast and an explosive. And what I mean by it is this, that I've been seeing this pattern where you have an alert, a bomb alert, you're asked to go into a shelter, the sirens sound and you go in. And very soon after that, very often, I've heard a number of loud blasts. And they're quite loud, quite emphatic, and it appears to be air defense interceptors being launched, and that is the sound that we hear often. At times, you do not hear that because there seems to be no immediate need for interception. So whether these are those blasts or these are Iranian missiles that have struck Jerusalem and would have struck in quite a few by way of numbers, going by these initial reports, that is something that will emerge very shortly. But this situation is very, very tense. We've had a bomb alert here in Tel Aviv just a few minutes back. So there is a danger everywhere now.
All right, getting in more breaking inputs. This as firefighters are fighting large fires and thick plumes of smoke. This in Beirut's southern suburbs after a fresh wave of Israeli airstrikes in Beirut. Now remember, these airstrikes have been continuing in Beirut since yesterday. Firefighters are already battling the blaze in Beirut after the fresh wave of Israeli airstrikes in Beirut. Now, why is Beirut being targeted? Important to highlight that Lebanon is inadvertently getting involved in this overall conflict. Why so? Because this is also the headquarters of Hezbollah. And right now, we've seen the kind of assistance that Iran is receiving by Hezbollah as well. And so the United States and Israel and these Israeli strikes are also focused on destroying Hezbollah completely. Will they be able to even do so, given that we've seen how terrorism is more about a mindset than just a proxy militia group? Let's quickly take that forward with Sanjay K. Verma, who's also a former diplomat. He's in fact continues to stay with us. Ambassador Verma, how do you put this into perspective now that there is, attacks actually happening in Lebanon as well? Lebanon inadvertently getting involved in this conflict because of Hezbollah.
I do not know whether it is inadvertent, because Hezbollah had always been an element in Lebanon. They had always been there. They also command political power in Lebanon.
I'll tell you why I say so, because the polity there and the government have actually made it amply clear that they do not wish to be associated with Hezbollah and that civilian lives should be protected even if Hezbollah is being targeted.
Completely agree with you. But if you look at the way in which Iran operates or Shia alliance operates, they have got these proxies all over the Middle East. And whenever there is a conflict, all these proxies are activated in low levels or even at a very high alert level. So in this case, we are seeing Hezbollah, but let's not forget that there are other proxies available in the region as well. And if they get activated, then it will be a multiple front conflict opening up. So Israel is doing fine. It's trying to block one of the fronts by bombarding those facilities in Lebanon which could support an Hezbollah attack on Israel.
Sajay, as Ambassador Verma also highlighted that they are blocking one of the fronts. Are there threats from other fronts as well? What happens to Hamas? Is that still a threat at the moment?
Well, the two other threats, to add to what Ambassador Verma was saying, clearly are the Houthis, and Houthis do have some capacity. There's been a lot of US firepower aimed at the Houthis, and that has not destroyed but certainly reduced their capacity to hit out at their targets, but they have not been obliterated, to use that word from Trump. They do exist. They do have some capacity to launch missiles, drones, and to carry out attacks. And then in Israel, very much more a danger is Hamas. And following October 7, we've seen what happened. And over the last 3 days, we've seen a very considerable tightening of Israeli control to keep Hamas and its sympathetic elements down and suppressed. We've seen that there has been a new closure and new restrictions at the Rafah border with Egypt. Within Gaza, the control and the surveillance has been tightened up in Jerusalem, particularly East Jerusalem, and there has been a very strong presence of Israeli forces and police and the paramilitary, and we know that the number of people going to Al-Aqsa is very high at this time of the year. It's the Ramzan, and therefore there is a very highly tense situation all around.
I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there, Sanjay, because we're getting in some more breaking inputs. Let's quickly now shift focus over to the impact of this war. We're looking at 5% surge in global oil prices. This was on expected lines because remember, Brent crude, in fact, shut on Friday at $72 per barrel. But on Monday, we've seen a surge where it's crossed over $80 per barrel. But 5% has been the overall global surge. Let's quickly take that forward with Haim, who will give us the details. Haim, what more can you tell us?
Now, of course, Akanksha, we're looking at a oil surge of 5%. Remember, yesterday we saw a crude oil surge of 9% as well. And this is only on expected lines. We know that the Strait of Hormuz is, of course, facing a lot of disruptions. And many analysts would actually argue that if Trump's timeline, which is of 4 to 5 weeks, is anything to go by, we could see prices rise to about $130 a barrel. So that's really what we're looking at. Yesterday, remember, it was close to $85 a barrel. Now, that's something, if we were to stick to that 4 to 5 week timeline, could increase going forward as well.
That's a very key point that you've made, because one has to not just focus today, but also on the days ahead. You're looking at 4 to 5 weeks is what Donald Trump is indicating this, when he had in fact ensured that it's going to only last a few days. Israeli Prime Minister still maintaining that it's going to be a swift end. But having said that, you mentioned the Strait of Hormuz. What is going to be the overall impact now that Iran has officially declared that they are indeed shutting down the Strait of Hormuz?
Of course, that was a fear. Up until now, we've only been seeing disruptions because a lot of ship owners were citing the security concerns in the Strait of Hormuz. It's important to understand that that particular strait, this tiny stretch on the map, actually controls 20% of the world's oil flows, and it's going to have an impact back in India as well, and that's something that remains to be seen, how that will impact India and prices. But if we were to talk about the United States alone and Trump's timeline, we could see gas prices rise up by maybe $4 to $5 as well.
And perhaps the United States may also be looking towards benefiting out of this situation by perhaps taking over the overall global supply. Many thanks to you, Haim. We will keep coming back to you as and when more information pours in. All right, let's in fact get you more information. But as of now, I can tell you that the Strait of Hormuz is a key critical choke point, a very short passage, in fact. But when that gets disrupted, you're looking at global oil and energy supplies getting disrupted, not just for, by the way, has one of its largest suppliers in Qatar, which is supplying LNG at massive scale for India. Getting in some more breaking inputs, government sources in fact indicating that there's 40% impact on the overall supplies. Petrol, diesel supplies are sufficient. So the Indian government has ensured that 40% imports are going to be via the straits, and they already have 60% of their supplies coming from other routes as well. Let me quickly take that forward with Pallavi Ghosh, who will bring us the details. Pallavi, what is the preparedness like for the Indian government at the moment to secure our energy supplies?
Well, Akansha, a big word which is coming in by way of government sources is to all the people that there's no need to panic. There's no need to hoard. There's no need to panic. The situation is completely under control. And just rattling off some of the figures which we have got by way of government sources is that 25 days of stock as far as the crude stocks as well as the energy stocks. Now, energy stocks includes petrol and diesel, which is our everyday essential. So we have enough material for 25 days. So that is something we are not to be worried about. As far as the LNG is concerned, Qatar is one country with whom we've had a long-term contract with, which should last for around 25 to 30 days. The clarification also coming in is that as far as the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is concerned, only 40% of our supplies come in from there, 60% comes in through other routes. And one big route where it comes in through is that of Cape of Good Hope. So the big takeaways from what government is telling us and conveying to the people of the country is that there is absolutely no need to hoard, no need to panic. The government is quite sure that the situation is not alarming and that it's not going to last for a very, very long time. But there is a contingency plan in place, day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute, monitoring of the situation is taking place.
In fact, it's over to Ayushman for some details that he's bringing to us on the video wall. This is with regards to some more breaking inputs that have been coming in. Perhaps Ayushman could shed more light on what the Strait of Hormuz looks like at the moment.
Absolutely, it's the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, I'll come over here on this side to get a better view for our viewers. This is the Strait of Hormuz over which a lot of the energy imports around the world pass. But as you can see, there has been a lot of deployment along the coast over here, which is why they are targeting several of the American assets over here, which is why pretty much this entire stretch has been paralyzed, but because this is the energy corridor of the world, we are seeing a shooting up of the oil prices, as well as a lot of nations taking stock of their energy infrastructure, because Iran is not just targeting Israeli and American assets, they are targeting the energy assets of all of these Arab nations, which is also disrupting energy markets around the world. So this strait, which is pretty much the the sensitive neck of the energy sector of the world, this is facing a lot of disruption, and it is one of the levers that Iran has been using when it comes to putting forward its message to the world, and at the same time putting forward that leverage on the energy markets to, in a way, try and get these Arab allies of the United States to put pressure on Donald Trump to pull back from the entire conflict. But we're getting a video from the Israeli Defense Force, ladies and gentlemen, as they continue their operations in the region. It's not just the fight between Iran as well as the United States and Israel. They're also taking out the entire Hezbollah network as well. You can see these visuals on your screen. This is the regime's leadership complex, is what the IDF is saying. They're putting out these videos about their targeted strikes inside Tehran, ladies and gentlemen. And you can see the visuals there. They have created this massive grid of the targeted strikes. They have taken the assembly area of the Council of Experts is one place which they have targeted. At the same time, you can see that in this entire square, which is the leadership nexus of the Iranian regime, they've taken out all of these buildings in precision strikes to cripple the Iranian leadership. So Israel making it extremely clear that they have a precision policy when it comes to taking out Iran, but it is only escalating the situation on the ground. This is also the presidential complex. You can see the structure of the Supreme Security Council. All of these structures have been taken out by the Israeli Defense Forces, but at the same time, it's only escalating tensions because the regime seems to be down, but not out. Tom Cooper, when you come in on this. You can see these visuals coming in from the IDF. This entire area is the nerve center pretty much of Tehran. What kind of a message is sent to the entire world by taking these out? But does this only escalate the tensions within Iran?
How much of is this escalating tensions within Iran? I don't know, but this is actually a strike on Iranian target, on Iranian government, not on military forces. Of course, the national security has its strategic purpose, but it is actually developing politics, for which then the armed forces convert into the military operations. But this is pure attack on actually civilian objects, Iranian government.
But can they turn things around? Does this effectively nullify the security leadership, or they're always in control? Taking out these buildings doesn't really do much.
It is taking out the buildings.
That's it.
That's it. The people move out, and that's, if somebody is still inside, it's tragic, but otherwise it's accomplishing nothing.
Right. So even if the IDF takes out these kind of buildings, there is also a network of underground structures that Iran tends to operate, all the details which are coming in. Does that offer an effective command and control for the Iranian regime?
They do, depends on the facility in question. But most of such facilities are not in the city.
Not in the city. Yeah. So, Akanksha, this is the analysis that's coming in, that even though these buildings have been taken out by the Israeli Defense Forces, at the end of the day, the Iranian regime's command and control nerve center is still intact, which is why you can see the counteroffensive coming in so expertly from the Iranian side.
Absolutely. I want to bring in Adrian as well. Adrian, would you want to weigh in on now when the conflict is expanding? You're looking at Lebanon, you're looking at Cyprus, new areas which are getting attacked, but more importantly, the conflict moving to the Strait of Hormuz. How does that reshape the overall conflict when you're looking at a key critical choke point like Strait of Hormuz? Because these are not just ordinary vessels. Whatever is left of those vessels, much of the traffic has cleared, but these are vessels loaded with oil supplies.
There is two points. If you take it on the military level, because they have an ability to counterattack, the Iranians also holds the advantage of the initiative, and they are forcing their enemies to overextend themselves to defend everywhere. So even if Cyprus was only attacked one time, you already has reactions like, oh, we have to send anti-aircraft missile systems to protect Cyprus too. This is the first point. The second point, which is even more important, is because they are strangling energy supplies, they are building up extremely intensive diplomatic pressure from countries like your country, India, but my country, Switzerland too, because we also have to import everything, and France and everywhere in the world, to try to pressure Washington into ceasing this war as soon as possible. So at this stage, the Iranian strategy is quite clear, pressuring this
I'm
artillery.
so sorry to interrupt you there, Adrian. In fact, I have a very special guest, former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Michael Oren, joining us on the broadcast. Ambassador, thank you for joining in. First of all, I'd like your thoughts on the expanding nature of this conflict. There are mixed messages coming in from both ends. You know, initially, Prime Minister Netanyahu has indicated that they're looking at a swift and speedy end to this conflict. On the other hand, you have the US President indicating that this could very much take 4 to 5 weeks. I'd like your thoughts.
Well, I think, first of all, it's a pleasure and an honor to be with you. Thank you for having me on. From Israel's perspective, a 4 or 5 week war against a major military adversary such as Iran with ceasefire destruction is not a long war. In Middle Eastern terms, it's actually a short war. And so I don't see a contradiction there. A long war would be a war such as the one we're fighting against Hezbollah and Hamas, which has continued since October of 2023. That's a long war. Iran is a country that is geographically bigger than France and Germany combined, with a population of 90 million. It has in its arsenal about 2,000 long-range missiles, each one packing about 1,300 kilograms of TNT. One of them just hit Israel a few minutes ago in the north. These take down not just an apartment building, but take down an entire neighborhood. And so this is a huge adversary. Right. And so 4 to 5 weeks to deal with that threat, to eliminate it, would be, I think, would be modest.
Ambassador Oren, would you like to weigh in on the escalatory nature, given that your allies in the Middle East are also getting targeted? For how long will they remain mute spectators to the kind of attacks that are taking place, whether it is UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, a host of US allies in the Middle East?
That's a key question. By shooting missiles at us, Iran doesn't gain anything strategically. It may gain something ideologically. It's fighting, it's killing Jews, firing at the Jewish state. That's very important for their Islamist ideology. But by firing at other countries in the Middle East, whether it's Kuwait or the UAE or even friends of Iran, such as Qatar and Oman, and even Cyprus, which is not even really in the Middle East, but a British base there or an Australian base. It is trying to put pressure on the Trump administration to cease the war. I mean, I think you just had a guest on from Switzerland. I caught the end of the interview, was basically saying that, Switzerland is putting pressure on the United States to end the war. Which is precisely what Iran wants to do. Iran also wants to increase the number of American casualties, and that is designed not to put pressure externally on the Trump administration, but to pressurize the administration from American public opinion, which hasn't been very favorable of this war, as you know.
Oren, I'm so sorry because I'm running short of time, so pardon me for interrupting you, but given the kind of impact we've seen in terms of flight disruptions, in terms of the impact on oil prices, the Strait of Hormuz being shutting down, do you think that there have been sort of calculation errors over here in terms of the strategic calculations that were made by the United States and Israel?
No, I don't think it's our miscalculation. I think that this was always expected. What the miscalculation may be Iran's, because instead of increasing pressure on the Trump administration, it may create a situation where Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and other Middle Eastern countries join in the fight against Iran. Just the UAE and Saudi Arabia together have about 500 fighter jets. That's a very significant force. So this may be a huge miscalculation on the part of the Iranians, and it may be a game changer in terms of the war.
But was Israel and was the United States expecting such kind of a retaliation to come in from Iran, given that the supreme leader was killed and there was an expectation that it will be the end of the Iranian regime?
Well, that's two different questions. I think the expectation was that Iran would fire at other Middle Eastern countries and that Iran would try to close the Straits of Hormuz. First of all, the Iranian regime said it was going to do that and has done that repeatedly in the past. Every time there's been a confrontation between the United States and Iran or Israel and Iran, the Iranians do precisely that. They target other Middle Eastern states and try to close the Straits of Hormuz. Whether there'll be an overthrow of this government, this regime, there'll be a regime change in Iran, is really up to the Iranian people. I think Israel and the United States can create the circumstances in which the Iranian people can once again rise up and hopefully this time succeed in overthrowing that government, but that's not in our hands.
So, Ambassador Oren, put this into perspective for us. What is endgame Iran over here? Is it regime change, something that the U.S. President, the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth have also denied, or is it the obliteration of the nuclear facilities? What is it that U.S. and Israel are looking at?
Well, again, ideally it would be if we had a different government in Iran and we could go back to the relationship we had with Iran before 1979, the Islamic Revolution. Iran was a close friend of the State of Israel and of the United States. We'd love to go back to there again, but that's not in our hands. It's in the hands of the Iranian people. Barring that, Israel certainly wants to eliminate the threat posed by Iran through these huge missiles, these ballistic long-range missiles, certainly eliminate the nuclear threat. And perhaps if we have to go back to a negotiating table, the United States and Iran, to create a situation where Iran can no longer threaten Israel or any of our Middle Eastern neighbors.
Marco Rubio, the U.S. Secretary of State, has gone on to comment that this was an attack that U.S. had to carry out because this was for Israel that they did so. How do you respond to the American criticism that's now coming in from the Democrats that why did U.S. have to bear the brunt of this?
Well, there's many different criticisms of this war, but let's say this, just from an Israeli perspective. I can't speak for the United States, and I certainly can't speak for my friend Marco Rubio, and that is to say that Israel was going to act. Israel could not remain passive as Iran developed 30,000 of these massive missiles that would have created not just an existential threat to the State of Israel, but created a situation where Iran would have immunity. It would have a missile umbrella under which it could develop its nuclear arsenal and continue to support terror around the world, and we would not be able to respond to it. We'd have these missiles literally pressed to our head. So Israel is going to react sooner or later, irrespective of what the United States did.
So, Ambassador Oren, my last question. The Pentagon has reported that they have no intelligence suggesting that Iran indeed would have targeted the United States, and yet the U.S. went ahead with that attack. In fact, the U.S. President making that claim has been completely dismissed. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think you look at history, and I'm not going to be a spokesman for the United States. I'm not even an American citizen, even though my accent sounds like it.
I understand, but this is a joint strike.
It is, dude. Okay, it's fine. And that is the Iranians since 1979 have committed aggression after aggression after aggression against the United States of America, beginning with the taking over of the American embassy in 1979, the killing of hundreds of Americans by the Iranian regime throughout the 1980s, through the Iraq War, the launching of nearly 200 attacks against American bases and other military assets in the Middle East during the last 2.5 years. Attempted terrorist attacks on American soil, including a purported attempted assassination of the President of the United States. And by the way, attempted assassination of me when I was ambassador in Washington. They were going to try to kill me in Washington. This is an extremely dangerous enemy state. And the fact that it has not posed a strategic threat to America right now, you could have used the same example against Nazi Germany in the 1930s and 40s, which never threatened the United States, but certainly had to be destroyed.
All right, we leave it at that. Many thanks to you, Ambassador Michael
Thank
Oren.
you.
It was a pleasure having you here on CNN News 18. Thank you for your invaluable insights. With that, the CNN team has witnessed an Iranian drone flying overhead at the Iraq-Iran border, and CNN's Clarissa Ward said that the drone was flying from Iran over to Iraq. Let's have a quick look at the CNN report.
Earlier today, Becky, that border reopened for the first time since the U.S. and Israel began their bombing campaign. It was only to allow Iranian drivers with Iranian trucks to get back into Iran and Iraqis who were trapped in Iran to get out back home to Iraq. But while we were there, we actually saw a Shahid drone fly directly over us from Iran into Iraq. Check out that moment, please. Are you nervous about going back into Iran now? Hoping you can see that now. An Iranian drone literally just flew directly over our heads from Iran into Iraq. So, Becky, after that drone flew overhead, they did close the border again for a period of time before reopening it. We then heard another drone going over. We don't know exactly where those drones landed, but it speaks to the challenges that people here living in Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan, are facing. Last night, we heard multiple drones. There have been missiles, there have been rockets, and the people who live here are getting it from both sides, really, because they are being attacked from Iran, but they are also being attacked by Iran-backed militias inside Iraq.
And as we cut away from CNN, more breaking news that's coming in. A defiant message coming in from Iran, where the Consul General of Iran has blamed the current Iran-Israel conflict on what he called the greed and the overambition of the United States and Israel, accusing them of trying to undermine Iran's independence and even the partition and the aim to partition the entire country is the pitch that's coming in from the Consul General. He said Iran will defend itself with full force, especially after what he described as paying the highest price with the martyrdom of Ayatollah Khamenei. So that is the entire pitch that's coming in from Iran. You can see that defined message coming in from the Iranian regime that aims to only increase the cost for the United States and Israel. Let's listen in.
Today is Sir Mutlaq, the Consulate General. Sorry, I got distracted.
You see?
Yeah.
That is
no, that's
why
okay,
what I
that's
was...
okay. Iran's position on the rapidly evolving Iran and Israel conflict, and most importantly, what it means for the Indian national. Sir, thank you so much for taking our time to speak with us. We would like to know what is your stand, what is Iran's stand on the growing hostility between Iran and Israel?
بسم الله الرحمن
In the name
الرحیم
of God, the compassionate, the
من
merciful,
گرامی می‌دارم
I would
نام
like to
و
honor
یاد
and
رهبر
pay
کبیر
homage
و شهید
to the memory
ایران رو
of the martyr,
حضرت آیت
supreme
الله
leader
خامنه‌ای
of
رو
the Islamic Republic of Iran,
و
Ayatollah Khamenei.
ریشه این مسائل در زیاده خواهی های آمریکا و اسرائیل. آمریکا و اسرائیل خواهان گرفتن استقلال از تمام کشورها من جمله ببینید توی این مسئله ما باید این توجه رو داشته باشیم کشورها باید مستقل باشن و بتونن برای خودشون تصمیم بگیرن. اینها از ما میخوان که ما سرشت امورمون رو به اینها واگذار کنیم. تصمیم گیری رو میخوان از ما بگیرن. مقاصد دیگه حتی برای تجزیه ایران دارن. توی صحبتاشون این هستش که ایران بیش از حد بزرگه و باید تقسیم بشه. برای افزایش حاکمیت اسرائیل بر منطقه ما هستش. و طبیعتاً ایران به لطف خدا با قدرت و جدیت از استقلال خودش دفاع میکنه و پای این استقلال ایستاده و بیشترین بها رو هم تا به حال که شهادت رهبرش بوده داده و من بعد هم همین رو ادامه خواهد.
And that is the pitch that's coming in from the Iranian regime as it aims to only escalate the cost for the United States and Israel. We're going to take a quick break now. More news and updates on the other side on the continuing coverage on the war in West Asia.
see the bits, I see the whole. To know the inside story on Iran, get with me inside the bunker. Only on CNN News 18.
We got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map, that India is doing an exercise in this region, and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis, and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself. And before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. There is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to cause problem to the IRGC also. Remember that. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India and talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line, the 2,700 kilometers Durand line, 1,400 kilometers runs along Balochistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They have a 900 kilometer line boundary of Balochistan with Iran.
Yeah, this is the Baloch boundary with Iran. This is the Baloch one.
This is Balochistan. And therefore, Balochistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Balochistan has a problem. That's the problem between Balochistan and Pakistan.
Balochistan, there is a major insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes. And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally.
Additionally.
So Pakistan is right now at war, at least from their point of view, in this direction, and of course, they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they are also supposed to airlift and send support towards Saudi Arabia and conduct, exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran, but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
So, and promising bases if necessary.
And more breaking news that's coming in from the war zone. What we are learning is that there's been a massive explosion at the Ras Al Khaimah port in the Sultanate of Oman, targeting the Fujairah oil field in the United Arab Emirates. This has happened by a drone, ladies and gentlemen. So as you can see, in the entire Arab world, the energy infrastructure is now being wantonly targeted in the middle of this conflict between the United States, Israel and Iran, where the energy infrastructure is in the direct bullseye of the Iranian regime, trying to escalate the cost of this entire fight, putting more pressure on the United States and as well as Israel to pull back from the offensive. So the Fujairah oil field, one of the key energy infrastructure points in the United Arab Emirates, has been targeted by a drone, and we get those visuals for you. You can see those visuals on your screen. This is coming in from Riyadh, but we're also getting visuals of the Fujairah oil field in the UAE, which has been targeted by a drone. So the energy infrastructure in the firing line of the Iranian regime, and that has been something that has been happening for several days ever since the war was declared over the weekend, where the energy infrastructure of all these Arab nations are now under attack from the Iranian regime. You can see those visuals on your screen. These are from the Fujairah oil field. You can see the drone just zooming in. You can see these visuals on your screen with the drone, which is a swarm drone, just zooming into the Fujairah oil field infrastructure and just exploding on impact. You can see this kamikaze strike of this entire attack as the drone just swooped in and hit the Fujairah oil field. Tom is also with us on the broadcast. Tom, you can see these visuals on our screen where the energy infrastructure is in the firing line. How effective are these swarms to cripple the energy infrastructure and send the entire energy markets into a tizzy that we've been seeing for the past few days?
down the entire economy. Keep in mind, nobody's working in the United Arab Emirates, nobody's working in Qatar, nobody's working in Kuwait, nobody's working in Israel. So they are shutting down the entire economies. They say, we don't care. Help yourself if you can. And this is, whether this is 1 hit or 15 hits, eventually doesn't matter. The shutdown is complete. That is what matters.
Right, and at the end of the day, whenever these kind of attacks take place, it has a reverberating effect on the entire energy market because everyone wants to secure their supply. Even a hint of these kind of insecurities coming into the energy market, it just shoots up prices. This will pinch Americans at the end of the day.
And at the same time, it's increasing the prestige of the Iranian regime at home because they can show pictures. Look, the super trooper, whatever equipped United Arab Emirates armed forces cannot prevent our UAVs from striking their oil fields.
Right.
Boom.
And Tom, when it comes to these capabilities to launching these UAVs, despite the fact that so many strikes have taken place inside Iran, how do they maintain the capability of launching these strikes?
Very easily. I said 3.5 tons truck. You have them so many on the streets of New Delhi. These are small trucks. They put 6 boxes, each with 1 UAV inside, and they're launching them with catapults.
Right.
So the UAV is airborne in a matter of seconds, and that's it. The truck moves away. We have seen earlier videos where the people are then running away from the truck. Yes, sure, they have completed their duty. UAVs are out. Now they can go wherever they want, and the Israelis or the Americans are free to strike an empty truck.
And the range as well as the explosive capability of these drones, given the fact that the oil fields and the energy infrastructure is just across the water for Iran.
Yep. Very easy to strike. They know where these oil fields are, so they can strike them from multiple directions, therefore taking local defenses by surprise. Because these defenses, they are sometimes to the left, to the right, and so on and so on. Question is whether they are expecting an attack from this direction or not right in that moment. So it's an easy job for the Iranians. It's not something that is making me happy. I'm simply explaining from the Iranian point of view.
Right.
And it's not hurting them. The Americans and Israelis can then destroy this launcher, but UAVs are away, and the economy of the United Arab Emirates is down. That is what matters. So just one truck,
and the
6
entire
UAVs.
world for that matter,
Yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, do you see these tactics coming in from the Iranian regime as a major miscalculation from the United States and Israel, that when it comes to raising the stakes with Iran, protecting these oil fields was essential at the end of the day, but they've been unable to do that?
It is a massive strategic mistake. They have expected actually they are going to bomb for 2-3 days. I said 3-day special military operation. They're going to bomb for 2 or 3 days. Iranians are going to raise. The regime is going to be weakened through the bombardment, and everything is going to be fine. Milk and honey are going to flow.
Absolutely. Akanksha, so that is the pitch that's coming in, that despite the fact that Iran has been pretty much crippled, its military has been hit.
And I think we need to also touch upon how critical is the fact that they are targeting these oil refineries. Yesterday it was Aramco. Aramco first issued a statement saying that their oil production is not going to get impacted, but it doesn't seem like it, because you're looking at all of these OPEC plus nations now being targeted, whether it is UAE, whether it is Saudi. We've seen how there is a targeting of these oil refineries, and if Donald Trump is anything to go by, for how long can they have a shutdown if this war, as he's indicated, is even going to last 4 to 5 weeks?
Right, and Pete Hegseth pretty much in his press conference said that it's a stupid question to ask how long this war will be. Also not ruling out the fact that there could be boots on the ground. In your opinion, is boots on the ground something that America could be forced to kind of go for?
They might be forced to think about it, but I don't see how shall they organize this. Because except they deploy their troops, for example, in Iraq or in Pakistan, they have nothing, no ways to run an invasion of Iran. Because if you take a look at the map, excuse me.
Yes, take a look.
Iran is largely landlocked country, except in the Persian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. But the countries nearby, they are not particularly US-friendly. And even if they are US-friendly, like Pakistan, you first have to bring the troops into Pakistan, then you have to bring the supplies for these troops to Pakistan, which is a huge task.
Absolutely.
And then you have to move these troops into Iran. And for example, if they attack from Pakistan, just for example, the problem is
majority of Iranian population is living in the western side of the country. So they would first have to pass some 500, 600 kilometers to reach those areas.
Right. So it will be a strategic nightmare as well as a logistical nightmare for the United States and Israel.
Similarly, if they say, let's say, Kuwait lets them arrange the invasion from its terrain, from its soil, then they have to cross Iraq as first.
Absolutely.
And in Iraq, we have Iranian proxies, like Hezbollah.
Right. So strategic nightmare from here and the proxy nexus over here that could affect the United States. And that's when it comes to the entire situation between Iran as well as Israel, as the cost of war is only escalating because these energy sectors are now being targeted by the Iranian regime. We'll continue to track all these developments coming in. For now, quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
We got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map, that India is doing an exercise in this region, and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis, and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself. And before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. There is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to cause problem to the IRGC also. Remember that there. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India and talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line, the 2,700 kilometers Durand line, 1,400 kilometers runs along Balochistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They have a 900 kilometer line boundary of Balochistan with Iran.
Yeah, this is the Baloch boundary with Iran. This is the Baloch one.
This is Balochistan. And therefore, Balochistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Balochistan has a problem. That's the problem between Balochistan and Pakistan.
Balochistan, there is a major insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes. And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally. So Pakistan is right now at war, at least from their point of view, in this direction, and of course, they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they are also supposed to airlift and send support towards Saudi Arabia and conduct, exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran, but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
So, and promising bases if necessary to the United States.
It's a catch-22 situation. They don't know which side of theirs has now got to be covered, because they've had very badly from Balochistan. They're having bad times with Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They are not happy. Saudi deal has put them in a fix with Iran. So Pakistan really doesn't know. And I'm sure America would want a pound of flesh from Pakistan.
Yeah, we've got this footage. This is where the India NOTAM area is, not so far away from Rahim Yar Khan. This is the NOTAM, that airspace reservation that's been announced by the Indian Air Force for a joint exercise. What do you think is the intent behind this, Tom?
Well, to run an exercise. And Pakistan, just to remind them that India is still here. It's as simple as that. Nobody wants to provoke. I mean, I know the Indian government, how it operates, or at least understand it. I do not say that I know it in person or something. But I understand the way it operates. And in this situation, it just remains Islamabad. Guys, we are watching what are you doing over there. And now we are going to run an exercise because we have the right to do so.
Yeah, and they're running an exercise in this portion here.
Yes.
In this portion, that's where the exercise is. The Pakistanis, meanwhile, are conducting sorties and exercises here. They are getting active in this region.
Sorry.
Yeah. So they are conducting activity in this region. They are stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched all over the place. There is also internal strife that is happening with the Shia population. What do you think is going to be the impact of this conflict on this nation and this region? Do you think there is going to be trouble in Balochistan? The Baloch are going to get...
explain this way. Let me start with the start in Pakistan.
Okay.
Pakistan is broke.
Okay.
Bankrupt. Okay. And this is not since yesterday, but for some 50 years, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, at least. Okay. What was it? 24 IMF programs in Pakistan and something like that. Okay. Now, the newest invention, so to say, in Pakistan was to prompt the Chinese to invest and borrow $120 billion to Pakistan. So,
out of 195 countries in the world virtually, there are almost 45 countries which are sucked into this battle, with 32 in NATO, with 12 almost over here, and Afghanistan and Pakistan. So just these 45 countries involved today in some way or the other.
One way or the other involved. So now Pakistan is broke. And they have this huge bill, and the Chinese want their money back. They say, hey, sorry, but we are not giving your money, our money to you just.
Good evening and a warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griya Atul. With me right here in the News 18, CNN News 18 studio is also my colleague Poonam, and we are tracking every development when it's to do with the fury in the Gulf that continues. Let's take a look at the headlines as we begin each and every updated response that's coming in from the Gulf nations particularly. So in a fresh satellite imagery, the IDF shows precision strikes on Iranian leadership compound. Numerous munitions have been in fact dropped on the presidential office, and that's the biggest update that we're bringing to you. Latest footage also shows massive destruction at Dubai's Jebel Ali Port, and also plumes of smoke were seen rising from Dubai's Jebel Ali Port as Iran continued its retaliation for attacks by the US and Israel. Also, Iranian missiles struck the Beersheba tech area, damaging the buildings near a major technology park. Reports also indicate that a facility linked to Microsoft was among the sites that were impacted in this attack. War has escalated and so are the casualties. Iran is saying the death toll from US-Israel strikes have risen to 787. Lebanese forces are withdrawing from the border areas as Israel has intensified the defensive operations targeting Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists.
You're watching our non-stop coverage here on CNN News 18 as the West Asia conflict enters a dangerous new phase. It's day 4 and there is no let-up as far as the Iran versus US-Israel fight is concerned. There are major claims that are being traded across both sides, across land and sea. Iran has now shut down the Strait of Hormuz. It's the channel for 20 to 30% of global oil supply. Gulf countries are going to feel the heat. The rest of the world is going to feel the heat because the price of crude oil is going to go up, eventually have a domino effect for the rest of the world as well. The United States and its assets and its embassies are feeling the heat across that West Asia region. In fact, the US Embassy in Jerusalem has told its citizens that it is not in a position to assist with evacuations. They've in fact left their citizens to fend themselves there, urging them to make their own arrangements. This is a war that Donald Trump started but has no respite or has no backup plan to ensure that his citizens are back safe in the United States. Meanwhile, in the UAE, Dubai authorities have warned residents and social media influencers against filming or sharing videos of these security-sensitive incidents, including anti-aircraft fire and missile interceptions. But the fight is going on between all sides. Tehran Times just a short while ago put out images, put out videos of what they claimed were latest attacks across Gulf regions. We saw a similar attack on a port in Oman. We saw a similar attack in the UAE as well, and this is what is unfolding. In fact, Reha is now joining us, taking us through all of what the defining moments have been of day 4 of the war.
Absolutely, and Poonam, we have the video wall right here behind me. In fact, we are just going to be putting out these visuals of every kind of escalation that we have managed to in fact capture. And this is the latest piece of breaking news that we are getting. US Embassy in Riyadh has been hit by 2 Iranian drones. That something was a big development that happened that came in early in the morning. And now, in fact, we are on camera getting you these visuals of the area surrounding the US Embassy in the diplomatic quarter in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, after it was targeted by the 2 Iranian drones. If we play that out once again, you see March 3rd, and this is the visuals from the embassy in Riyadh, and this is right after the strike. Remember, the official response that's coming in from Saudi Arabia is that this is a minor damage that has, in fact, this drone strike has resulted in, and this is what we are, in fact, seeing. So, Poonam, these visuals, as we, in fact, put these out for the viewers, if you can just come along here and see what do we have, because officially the word that's coming in from Saudi Arabia is that this is a minimum damage that happened despite the dramatic footage that was released early this morning as far as the twin drone attack by Iran.
And that's what Saudi Arabia and other Gulf nations have also maintained, that the damage is minimal. Many of those drones have been intercepted. We also have to be careful of the fact that both sides are making claims that support their sort of narrative.
Absolutely.
So Iran has been putting out videos in which they've been showing that there have been attacks on US assets, on military assets of the Gulf nations. But we are seeing both sides, from Saudi Arabia to Oman to UAE to the United States, claiming that all of these claims made by Iran are nothing but exaggeration. In fact, Rahul Shivshankar also now joins us, getting us more perspective on this. And Rahul, as far as these attacks, like I said, it's a narrative war as well. It's not just a war that plays out on the battlefield, but also in the cyberspace.
You know, what's really intriguing me is that Saudi Arabia, as you know, has a defense pact with the great Pakistan. So where is Pakistan? Why hasn't Pakistan entered the equation? Why hasn't it lived up to its own side of the bargain, Poonam? And that's fundamentally the question. No one is being able to sort of address this. It's the elephant in the room. Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, after Op Sindhu, decided that they were going to go into a pact, an agreement, a military pact, that if you attack one, it's considered an attack on the other. It was a kind of brotherly equation that they had forged. And it was a mutual defense pact. And now fundamentally, there is no commitment from Pakistan. Has Pakistan either chickened out? Is it too undependable? Is it too broke? Or was this pact really, at the end of the day, more about optics and symbolism than about intent? I've got some reasons that might sort of square, and I've been sort of writing this piece since the morning. First of all, there is no publicly available clause mandating immediate deployment, immediate troop deployment. So while the pact was signed, there was a huge photograph, and you remember those pictures of Shehbaz Sharif and at that time, of course, MBZ, all of them, MBS rather, standing together, shaking hands over that pact. Nothing much has come out of it. You also had, of course, General Munir talking to his counterpart, and then it was signed very theatrically, and those pictures were then broadcast all over the world. And many people, including many here in India, were sort of a little worried about this pact, but it's going nowhere. Pakistan sits on the edge. So this is one aspect of it. Precedent, of course, matters. In 2015, I remember, and this is something that I've dug out, Pakistan's parliament voted against, in fact, joining the Saudi-led Yemen campaign. So that was also very interesting. The Pakistanis obviously have equations on both sides. So they have equations with the Saudis, but they also have equations with the Iranians. And they don't want to sort of at any level pick a side here. Remember, Pakistan has also been saying that it's very, very wary about allowing overflight rights or airspace, or giving its airspace to the US war effort. And just like the United States is upset with the UK for not providing Diego Garcia, we are hearing that there are a number of voices from within the US establishment upset with Pakistan for not giving overflight rights to US aircraft to go and attack, as you know, eastern Iran. It's one area where there hasn't been much targeting, and a lot of forces of the Iranians have moved to eastern Iran because they see that there is a little area for them there to seek refuge. So this is really fundamental. It's a great question, and on the back of this, a lot of this has come out. Of course, that attack on the Ras Al Khaimah port, that's a big one in Oman, because once again, it is a tactical strike, Poonam. And those are the pictures that we're seeing on our screens. That is a tactical strike. Already oil has gone up by 5%. Yesterday there was another spurt in oil prices. The Iranians are thinking that, look, they can actually punish the war effort. They can escalate costs here using low technology drones and targeting all this oil infrastructure. Back to you.
Right, absolutely. Rahul, thank you so much for putting things into perspective. And we were just discussing, Poonam, this entire fog of war and how the narratives that are coming in from each side will be catering to their respective domestic audience. So the version has also come in from Pakistan as well on a possibility that they will be sending out their military assets to Saudi Arabia. But this Saudi Arabia question remains, because the one important aspect is that, which nobody seems to be discussing about, are US really being coerced into this war, not just by Israel, but also Saudi Arabia. And now there is an attack that is coming in by Iranians on Oman. Poonam, this piece of breaking news. That
and more information that's now trickling in as far as the war in Gulf goes on. In fact, now we're learning is that US has issued a security alert for Oman. There are issues of shelter-in-place order that has now been made for all Americans. Remember, there was a time when the United States, at least as far as Israel was concerned, had left its citizens to fend for themselves. They said, we could not assist you in repatriating you back to the United States. You're on your own. Now, as far as Oman is concerned, at least there's some sort of respite, Griha, in the sense that at least here, they haven't said that we won't do anything for you when you're out there for yourself.
Absolutely, and this is an important piece of development, even as we are talking about oil refinery that is possibly being hit, and this was a major update that even Rahul Shivshankar was speaking about. We are talking about shelter in place for the US citizens particularly, as this shelter in place order has come in by America, as US has issued this security alert for Oman, and all of this after this spate of attacks that have happened in Oman. We are now getting some more updates, in fact, on this very input that we are putting out for our viewers. We are also learning of alarm sirens, and this is the next piece of breaking news that we'd like to put out for our viewers. Alarm sirens blaring in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Another important piece of update, the Gulf continues to, in fact, ring. And Rahul, this is an important update that we have, in fact, broken for our viewers. Sirens there in Amman. Rahul.
Yes, very interesting. Now, look at this. Every country that has a US base or that has allowed its land to be used for the use of US forces is being targeted one by one. So Iran is not withdrawing. It is actually widening the theater of this operation. How is it that the Iranians are being able to sort of carve out these passageways? We're going to try and, of course, go across to Tom Cooper in just a little while. But fundamentally, if you really look at the map, and let's pull out the map, I think it's right on your left. In fact, and if you could just go up to that map, Poonam, and have a look at it. It's just to your left, actually. We can look at where Jordan is. And it's very, very interesting because you see that there's a swath of land, and it forms a corridor. And in that corridor, what exactly is happening is that you have a large number of Iranian missiles that go across. So if you just look at that, let's just talk about that. Poonam, if you just point out to our viewers where Jordan is, and you'll get a sense, really. That's Jordan.
This is Jordan. This is where Israel is. This is where the Iranian missiles have also been attacking. Beersheba was one of those places where it hit yesterday. This is Amman, where sirens are now sounding. This is that particular area. This is that stretch of land that you were speaking of, Rahul.
Yeah, so if you look at that on the map, and if you could just point out Jordan for our viewers, it abuts Israel. There is Syria, there is Iraq. Now, all of these territories, viewers, are really not territories where the US has bases. So you actually have quite a passage for Iranian missiles to come through, unless, of course, they're intercepted. That's one of the reasons why the Israelis are also trying to move into Lebanon so that they can establish a front line before these missiles come and hit Israel. They want to intercept them on soil that is not Israeli soil, because, as you know, even debris can cause damage. So the geography there is very, very important. That's a passageway. The Iranians are getting into that passageway. They're targeting a number of these countries. They're going to escalate the costs for these countries. The hope is that these countries begin to fray, at least their nerves fray, the leadership begins to wonder. You damage their reputations for being safe havens, stable. Now, the Jordanian kingdom is a very stable place, actually. And it is one of those cities, Amman, which is a capital that is ruled by a prince and a king who are very, very close to the Americans and have been traditionally close to the Americans. So the idea is, here you create a little bit of unease, you make them feel the pressure, investor confidence is shaken, business activity stalls, costs begin to rise, and then you have an issue where these Gulf countries then begin protesting and the coalition gets fractured. So that's the idea.
Right, absolutely. So from Jordan to Oman, everything seems to be blaring up as far as these sirens also go. We are now constantly putting out these updates on the Indians who are stranded in these impacted regions. So here's an update for all of you there. Emirates, we are told, has extended flight suspension, and it is from Dubai. This extension has been put out till the 4th of March. As far as Etihad Airways is concerned, they have extended the flight suspension from Abu Dhabi up till March 5th. So far, no flights. That suspension remains. 4th of March is where Emirates from Dubai really is not going to be operating from till the 4th of March, at least as far as these constantly developing updates that we are bringing to you. And as far as Etihad is concerned, from Abu Dhabi, that suspension remains in place till at least the 5th of March. In fact, we are getting more updates, and Poonam here with me. Poonam,
and in fact, we were talking about this geography, Griha, of where exactly these attacks are taking place. In fact, the latest that we're now learning is about a port in UAE where there were some sirens that were sounded, there was some debris, there was some smoke that was witnessed as well. And that particular port, which is the Fujairah port in UAE, they have now stopped all its activities, is what we're learning. There was, in fact, a strike that was noted at that particular port, which is why all activities at that particular port have been suspended. Whether the suspension is temporary or not, Griha, we don't know just yet, because that's something that we've seen since yesterday. Even when Aramco was hit, temporarily there was some suspension. They eventually did come out and say that the damage was minimal, that none of their refining facilities were actually hit in terms of the production taking a hit. That's what seems to be happening at all of these other ports as well.
Absolutely. And this one that you were speaking about, the Fujairah port in Oman, that's particularly of significance here, because after Saudi, this is a UAE refinery that one is talking about. And the version that's coming in from UAE is that this is a minimum damage, and the interception really happened of the Iranian drones. And there was some debris that we see falling in those visuals we had earlier put out for our viewers when we broke this story. In fact, about this aspect as well, Rahul had touched upon it, but Rahul, more on this oil refinery. So it's not just restricted to US military assets in the Gulf region. The energy is also, the energy infra is also starting to be impacted, particularly attacked by Iran.
So what is exactly Iran's game plan? What Iran is doing right now is not exposing its bigger weapons. It is using its low caliber weapons, it's using low cost weapons, it's crossing across the skyscape, and it is trying to harry some of these UAE city-states. The idea is to ensure that there is complete paralysis. You have already mentioned how in Dubai, for example, yesterday the Jebel Ali port was targeted. You also talked about the Saudi Aramco facility, and there is a dispute over just exactly how much damage has been caused to the Aramco facility. There's been now, of course, a hit in Oman, and Oman is, of course, coming out there and saying that, look, we weren't warned at all. You now have news coming in about Fujairah. Fujairah is one of those iconic ports and also an oil facility where a lot of the oil is, after extraction, kept and then transshipped to different countries. The idea is to absolutely halt work there so no oil goes out of the UAE, the Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz is shut, and then on the other side also impact production. When that happens and you're using really low-cost weaponry to do it, you're not bleeding, it's the adversary that begins to bleed, and wealth begins to sweat, so to speak. And you have a situation also where you are engaging the interceptor systems, the missile shields, etc. So you're also exhausting the military munitions of your adversary. So all these countries will begin to fire their munitions to intercept these low-flying drones, and some of them are very potent, and we've seen how Ukraine, in that theater there, in the Ukraine-Russia theater, in Ukraine itself, the Russians used Iranian these particular drones to great damaging effect. So you're going to see the same kind of tactical ploy being used. And what Iran therefore is doing is sort of escalating the costs. It's a war of attrition. These countries begin to feel the heat. They also need to obviously once more redeploy weapons, get more weapons, and then once they have their stockpiles up and ready, then they counter the second wave. The idea is that if there's enough depleted, then Iran can come in and deploy some of its heavier weapon systems, some of those hypersonic missiles that cause so much damage. So that's the whole idea. It's playing the waiting game. Now, whether it can or whether the Americans succeed and the Israelis succeed in getting into Iran as they've been doing and flattening out more command and control structures to even stop Iranians from coordinating, it's really a matter of time. We don't know which way this is going. So the idea is to break command and control in Tehran before it can try and press all these different stratagems into service.
But it looks like there is no let-up as far as the fighting is continuing on the ground. And the latest that we are gathering is that there is a direct attack, or at least there is an attempted attack in Israel. Alarm sirens are sounding in Jerusalem and surrounding areas due to missile launches from Iran. If I could just give you a sense of where exactly this is transpiring, this is Jerusalem. This is where those sirens are currently being sounded. This was Amman in Jordan, where just a short while ago we were seeing sirens, we were hearing sirens being sounded there as well. This is where Iran seems to be targeting at the moment. Jerusalem is where we are hearing those sirens. Amman was just about 20 minutes ago or so. That's the area largely where Iran seems to be targeting its missile strikes at the moment. But that's not to say that that is the only place where targeted strikes are happening, Griha, because we're also learning of information that's trickling in from Qatar now.
Absolutely, and this is what we are in fact looking at. Another piece of breaking news that we'd like to put out. Qatar in fact has gone on to say that it has thwarted all attacks at the airports there. Iran's army says that its forces have launched attacks on Israel and a US military base in Qatar as the war is raging on for a fourth straight day. But Qatar there going on to mention that it has thwarted all attacks. In fact, Poonam there with the map, so she'd be able to place Qatar there so that you exactly understand the kind of dynamics and the heft that we are seeing at play here. Iran constantly going ahead and claiming that it's pounding these areas, but Poonam, Qatar now playing a very,
so like
very
I was pointing out, these were the two areas initially where we saw the attacks, which was in Israel and in Jordan, which was in Jerusalem and in Amman. But like I said, it's not limited to that particular area or that particular region. This is where we're seeing some strikes as well. We've seen certain attacks in Qatar. We're hearing of some sirens that are being sounded there. Qatar has come out and said that they've thwarted these attacks. We've seen certain ports in Oman that had also seen certain strikes. There were parts of Riyadh yesterday where we had seen some of these debris actually falling. There was the US Embassy in Riyadh that was also a target of these particular strikes. So this entire region, in fact, Bahrain was not left untouched either. That's somewhere that we also did see some sort of debris falling, some sirens that were sounded yesterday as well. So this entire region, if you see, the UAE as well, these parts of the region of the Gulf, they have been touched as well as far as these Iranian attacks go. It's not just Israel that is a direct target of Iran, but Iran has made it clear that any of these countries that seem to even look like they're on Israel's side, they will have to bear the brunt as well.
Absolutely, and Poonam, we are back on the entire fog of war logic, because once again, Qatar saying they have thwarted any kind of attack that's coming from Iran. Iran, on the other hand, is saying that they have gone on to attack the US base in Qatar, and that's another. We know how big is the US base in Qatar. There was an attack earlier as well after the 3 nuclear facilities were pounded by US and Israel the last time around, and that's when the retaliatory strike happened at the US airbase in Qatar. But now again, counter narratives that are in fact coming into play here by both Qatar and Iran.
In fact, we are also now learning about various explosions that have been heard in UAE, Bahrain and Jordan, as Iran, we are told, is deploying drone swarms. So there are swarm of drones that we are in fact looking at in these areas, UAE, Bahrain, Jordan, all of these places where there are explosions that are being heard. So constant escalation that one is learning of as far as these regions go, even as the narratives, at least official ones that are emerging from all of these areas, really say otherwise. Poonam.
And the risk that Iran is running at the moment is that if all of these countries, if the Gulf coalition actually comes together with the United States and its military support, Tehran will not have too much to go on. They do not have the economic strength to balance it. At the moment, they may seem like they do have the military heft, at least if you keep the United States out of this region, which is exactly what it's trying to bank upon, or so it would seem. But Rahul, as far as the long game is concerned, can Iran actually afford to stretch this out if the United States and if this entire Gulf coalition comes together?
See, it's a cat and mouse game. What the US and the Israelis are trying to do is to degrade very quickly the command and control structures in Iran. The hope is that the Iranians then cannot control any of their launchers, they cannot control any of their operation headquarters in different districts, different parts of Iran, and there is a breakdown. And then everyone is sort of acting independently of each other, and there's confusion, there's no coordination. Now, on the other side, the Iranians are trying to break the resolve of the Americans' allies, because it's here where the bases are. These are the front lines from where the action is taking place. So Iran then sends these drones across, engages some of these defenses, some of these pass through the cracks, and there are obviously signs of damage, and there is debris falling and so on and so forth, and people are spooked, and there is a complete shutdown of the airspace, markets, workplaces, everyone goes into a sort of shell shock. The idea being that you sweat these countries out. Now, it's very interesting because Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson has come out to say, claim that pressuring Gulf countries would lead to a return to negotiations is false. So they're saying that this battle of attrition that Iran is waging is not going to work on us. We're very firmly with the Americans. The point is, at what stage in this conflict will these countries begin to say that this cost of supporting Trump is bleeding us economically? It's no longer viable. If the Iranians can hang in there, then they will be able to make the time frame stretched long enough for these countries to feel the pain. If they can't, if they fold up, this plan goes into cold storage. So that's really what's happening. It's a cat and mouse game, as I told you.
And it's really who will blink first, or at least that's what they're waiting to see. But do stay on with us, Rahul. We are getting more information that's now coming in. And this is what Iran is now claiming, that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is the IRGC, they are claiming that they know locations of Netanyahu's meetings. They are going on to warn that they would unleash more intense attacks on the United States and Israel together, because this war is now entering day 4. They are now threatening that it's Netanyahu's life that is at risk. You targeted our supreme leader. Your head of state is also going to be at risk, and the next target, Iran says, is going to be Netanyahu. They're also claiming that they have heard of his movements, or they've heard of his meetings, and he will be attacked based on that intelligence. How true really is that, Griha? Well, that's anyone's guess, because like I said, it is also a psyop sort of a situation that is going on. Tehran would want to project an image of being strong, of being able to retaliate. Whether they can actually track Netanyahu's movements and target him, that's something only time will tell.
Absolutely. And Poonam, let's go back to the news that we broke early in the morning, where we learnt of how Ali Khamenei was eliminated. It was about traffic cameras and AI usage by Israel, the data that was with them for years on end. They used that to track the, in fact, movement, and now we are seeing a counter narrative pretty much on similar lines that is coming in from, in fact, Iran. And the earlier statement, in fact, Rahul, I'd want you to weigh on this. The earlier statement where Iran, in fact, spoke about how they have access and any kind of radar target as far as Netanyahu's office is concerned, that was dissed completely by Israel, saying that it's fake news.
Absolutely, Griha. In fact, I'm going to take this forward with Rahul at the moment. In the morning, what we were also being told by our in-house security analysts, Adrian Fontanellas and Tim Cooper. In fact, Tom Cooper was also going on to indicate that there is much intelligence sharing happening between Iran and China, which is the interesting aspect, Rahul, we are looking at, because there's a lot of chatter about the Israeli intelligence sharing with the United States. But how do you weigh in on Iran receiving these intel inputs from China?
Well, this is very interesting, and thanks for bringing this in, because what we've been seeing over the last few years is the Chinese have developed technologies that allow it to actually look very closely at geographies from space. So they've got a whole array of these spy satellites, and the resolutions are better, if not better, at least as good as those that the US have. So this is a big change in the global sort of balance of power when it comes to espionage.
And in fact, when you're talking about espionage, just today we've received inputs from Manoj Gupta, who's also gone on to talk about how technology sharing has happened between Iran and China. But the question also is, where is China on the battlefield?
Well, China won't be on the battlefield because most of its munitions are basically designed to protect its own geography. So they haven't thought of anything that can project beyond their geography. Yes, they have missiles and so on and so forth, but it is not really a country that has either engaged itself military campaigns overseas. It has always sold arms and provided logistical support, intelligence, and so on and so forth. But you haven't really seen, like the Americans have done, or even the British have done, boots on the ground in foreign territories. So that has never happened. So this is a leap too far for China. China can provide weapon systems, and if you really look at the map of Iran, and we're going to try and get Poonam to look at the map of Iran, if Poonam can help us with that map of Iran, it'll be cool, because you see to the east of Iran, you see that there is a contiguous border, albeit through parts of the Pamir Knot, where in fact you have ingress into China. So if ever the Chinese want to supply Tehran weapons, they can bring them through that land corridor.
And do you see this as a tit for tat? Because till yesterday there was a lot of misinformation doing the rounds about Netanyahu's location. First they said he's in Greece, then Berlin, and then he finally made that appearance in Beersheba, where he openly admitted that he was very much in his country and he was not really running off anywhere. So now the Iranians coming out with this information that they know where he is also trying to tell him that we've got eyes on him.
This is psyops, but on that note, suspenseful note, we're just going to take a very short break. We'll be right back and pick up the thread of that conversation with Poonam and the rest of the team.
We got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map, that India is doing an exercise in this region, and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So one, there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis, and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself. And before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. There is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to cause problem to the IRGC also. Remember that there. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India and talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line. 700 kilometers Durand line, 1400 kilometers runs along Balochistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
Yeah.
They have a 900 kilometer line boundary of Balochistan with Iran.
Yeah, this is the Baloch boundary with Iran. Yeah, this is the Baloch one.
This is Balochistan. And therefore, Balochistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Balochistan has a problem. That's the problem between Balochistan and Pakistan.
Balochistan, there is a major insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes. And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally. So Pakistan is right now at war. And of course, they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they're also supposed to airlift and send support towards Saudi Arabia and conduct, exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran, but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
So, and promising bases, if necessary, to the United States.
It's a catch-22 situation. They don't know which side of theirs has now got to be covered, because they've had very badly from Balochistan. They're having bad times with Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They are not happy. Saudi deal has put them in a fix with Iran. So Pakistan really doesn't know. And I'm sure America would want a pound of flesh from Pakistan.
Yeah, we've got this footage. This is where the India NOTAM area is, not so far away from Rahim Yar Khan. This is the NOTAM, that airspace reservation that's been announced by the Indian Air Force for a joint exercise. What do you think is the intent behind this, Tom?
Well, to run an exercise. And Pakistan, just to remind them that India is still here. It's as simple as that. Nobody wants to provoke. I mean, I know the Indian government, how it operates, or at least understand it. I do not say that I know it in person or something. But I understand the way it operates. And in this situation, it just remains Islamabad. Guys, we are watching what are you doing over there, and now we are going to run an exercise because we have the right to do so.
Yeah, and they're running an exercise in this portion here.
Yes.
In this portion, that's where the exercise is. The Pakistanis, meanwhile, are conducting sorties and exercises here. They are getting active in this region. Yeah. So they are conducting activity in this region. They are stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched all over the place. There is also internal strife that is happening with the Shia population. What do you think is going to be the impact of this conflict on this nation and this region? Do you think there is going to be trouble in Balochistan? The Baloch are going to get...
Explain this way.
Welcome back, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. We are keeping you updated with every development as far as the fury that's raging on in the Gulf. Right now, inside the CNN News 18 studio with my colleague Poonam. And Poonam, we have constantly been keeping our viewers up to speed with every visual that we've managed to access, vetted it first, and only then are we putting it out. So what do we have right now?
Absolutely. We are also talking about claims that are being made by both sides. So let's start about what Israel is talking about at the moment. And the IDF has released this particular video where they claim that they have struck top leadership's compound in Tehran. These are the visuals that have been put out by the IDF, which is the Israeli Defense Forces. This is the compound that they have marked, saying this is where the top leadership of Iran was. This is where Israel has struck, going on to say that they had struck right at the heart of where the political military leadership was in Tehran. And this is proof, they claim, of how they took out Ayatollah Al-Khamenei and everyone else that was in the compound on that particular day, on Saturday, when that attack did take place. In fact, we're talking about attacks coming in from both sides. And like I said, both sides are releasing videos, making claims. And this one is being released from the Iranian side. In fact, Tehran Times was the one that released this video.
Yeah, absolutely. And this one that we are putting out now, we have been talking about how another oil field has been attacked, this time by Iran. This is coming in from UAE. This is the Fujairah oil field there, very, very close to Oman, and that's where this strike has happened, at the very Oman port. The first strike so far that we are talking about, and this one is the visual where you see smoke bellowing, and the official version that has come in from the UAE is that these are minimal damage that has happened because of this oil field that saw twin drone strikes by Iran. They were in fact intercepted by the UAE.
And we're talking about multiple countries in the Gulf region that are at the target. And this one is coming in from Saudi Arabia. In fact, the capital in Riyadh, where the US embassy was attacked. This was where, Griha, we saw yesterday that there was some drones that had struck that particular US embassy compound. There was minimal damage, is the confirmation that came in both from Riyadh and from the United States. But the fact is that US embassies across this particular region are at the receiving end of Iranian strikes.
Right, absolutely. Another set of visuals that we will put out for our viewers. But right now we are getting some breaking news on the broadcast. We are in fact learning, and this is coming in from the Foreign Ministry in Qatar, that Iran's action will not go unanswered. This is a major assertion that has come in from Qatar Foreign Ministry. They are saying that Iran's action will be responded to equally and with opposing force. They also claim that they have sufficient stockpiles of interceptors to deal with the ongoing threat. So this is a big assertion there, Poonam, that's coming in, particularly from Qatar Foreign Ministry, where so far, in fact, we have been discussing about how the Gulf has been impacted because of the expansion of this strike by Iran. But now this counter that's coming in from the Foreign Ministry in Qatar.
And that's what the Gulf nations have been warning Iran against as well, that we right now are taking a cautious approach. That's what Saudi Arabia had also come out and said. But if you provoke us, then there will be retaliation. That's something that Qatar also now seems to be talking about. In fact, we have more information that's now coming in from Lebanon, where also we did see some sort of proxy war that was unleashed by the Iranian side. What we are now understanding is that at least 30,000 people have been displaced due to the escalation of these hostilities. This is just the beginning, Griha, isn't it? Because we are going to be seeing these numbers only climb from here on.
Absolutely. And we would want an assessment from Rahul also, who continues to be with us here on the broadcast. Because Rahul, as far as the casualty is concerned, which during a war like this can be termed as collateral, but it is the human cost of war that we cannot really look away from.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing really is the beginning of boots on the ground, Israeli boots on the ground in Lebanon. They're trying to create a buffer. If you look at the map, it's very clear that they need sort of a buffer zone, because there's Syria, and then beyond that there is Iraq, and beyond that there is Iran. So the idea is to create some sort of a buffer, because it is over these two geographies, Iraq and Syria, that the Iranians are sending these missiles, they're sending their drones, and they are finding their way into Israel. So what the Israelis want is to flush out the Hezbollah, which also pose a threat, because the Iranians could tomorrow start using proxies, and they've already started doing so. The Hezbollah has come out and said that the time for niceties is over, in fact. So the Hezbollah, if it gets into this contest, then you have a proxy that will harry Israel and will create chaos within Israel. The Israelis will be diverted with trying to deal with the Hezbollah, forgetting about the greater mission, which is to flatten out Tehran and the command and post and control structures. And you saw that bombing raid that you just put out videos of, where the headquarters of the intelligence agencies was targeted. I was trying to say to you, the idea, Griha, is to ensure that the command and control structures in Iran are completely decimated, so the Iranian regime cannot basically communicate with any of its troops.
Right,
to achieve all of that, and to ensure that that remains the undiverted aspect of the plan as far as Israel is concerned, they've gone into Lebanon. And they've asked Lebanese to vacate their villages. So 30,000 people have been displaced overnight, because the Israelis have walked in and said, we're going to create a cordon sanitaire for ourselves, leave, and we're also going to go after Hezbollah. So that's really what's happening here.
And that's a clear message that is coming in. But even as we see collateral in terms of other countries that seem to be bearing the brunt, the direct fight between Israel and Iran will continue. And the latest, in fact, we're seeing is something that's coming in from Tel Aviv, where smoke seems to be rising in. There are injuries in Bet Shemesh that have been reported as well. There was a direct hit in Tel Aviv. That's the latest that we are gathering as far as attacks of Iran on Israel are concerned. These are all drones, missiles that are being fired from the Iranian side into Israel. There are several cities in Israel that seem to be particularly targeted by Iran. Ras Al Ain is one of them, Tel Aviv and Bet Shemesh, which was also targeted 2 days ago, where 9 civilians were killed. That's another piece of information that is now just trickling in. To get a sense of what exactly is transpiring, I believe Aman Sharma is also now joining us, getting us more inputs of what exactly is transpiring in the region.
Well, Poonam, what we have right now is a detailed statement being issued by India, the Ministry of External Affairs issuing a detailed statement on the conflict that is happening. The MEA is now saying that unfortunately in the holy month of Ramadan, the situation in the entire Middle East region has deteriorated significantly and continuously. India is also reiterating that it is most concerned about the safety of Indians who live in the Middle East. Nearly 8 million people of Indian origin live in the Middle East. It is Indian statement is saying that the deaths and the destruction have mounted even as normal life and economic activities have come to a halt. As a proximate neighbor with critical stakes in the security and stability of the region, these developments evoke great anxiety. This is what Indian government is now saying. There are almost 1 crore Indian citizens who live and work in the Gulf region. Their safety and well-being is of utmost priority. We cannot be impervious to any development that negatively affects them. That is what the Indian government is saying. No outright condemnation yet of Khamenei's killing, but the Indian government is very clear, Rahul, on what they are saying now.
Well, you know, the priorities are very clear. We have to safeguard our interests. The Khamenei matter, I think, has been left aside, and we've already sort of spoken and expressed our deep concern. But the point is, from oil to remittances, India is exposed. And I had put out some facts a little while back, and I'm going to read some of them to you. India imports 90% of its crude oil, as we know. So we are also highly sensitive to West Asian disruptions because, as you know, from West Asia, 51% of the supply comes in. Russia has the next 20%. Strait of Hormuz is now choked, so we're fearing that we're going to have problems on that front. LNG, as you know, is not coming out of one of the biggest LNG producers in the world.
Interestingly, Rahul, they mentioned that in the statement as well. India is saying that our trade and energy supply chains also traverse this geography. Any major disruption has serious consequences for the Indian economy. As a country whose nationals are prominent in the global workforce, India is also firmly opposed to attacks on merchant shipping. So India is clearly saying its economy could have serious consequences if the Straits of Hormuz remains blocked.
Absolutely, because look, right now we are pulling ahead. As you know, the GDP numbers were released just about 3 or 4 days ago. And you saw that the projections for the next year have also been increased. I know this is a new series, but nonetheless, we're looking at an upside. And suddenly you have this disruptive war, which is going to throw all those calculations once again out of the window. Then there is the question that you were talking about, which is the remittance economy, which is from the diaspora. What are we talking about? 1 crore Indians that live and work in GCC countries, in which UAE alone is 43 lakhs. So 43 lakhs, which is 39% of the population, 4 out of 10 are living in just the UAE. And if you break it down beyond that, Saudi Arabia is 2.7 million, so 27 lakhs. Kuwait is 1 million, that's 10 lakhs. Qatar is just under that, that's about 8 lakhs. And where are these sectors that they're employed in? These are construction, hospitality, healthcare, services. And all of these, by the way, are locked down in the UAE because of these drone attacks that have come through. So it's also India that is going to start facing the problem. And then, of course, there is the trade and business link that is also referred to in this statement.
Absolutely. I think the Indian government, by its statement, is making it very clear that India does not want any impact on its economy. It wants Indian citizens to be safe, and that is why it's reiterating.
$57 billion of our exports go to the GCC. And we are talking about perishable goods. A lot of our food, etc., goes there, and that becomes problematic. When you really look at it from that perspective, our entire focus right now is to boost our exports and find markets for our exports. That's why we've just signed, as you know, a trade agreement with a couple of Gulf countries also. And the Prime Minister is working with the government to try and forge other agreements with other countries. We've just had the Canadians here, and the Canadians have said by the year end, we're going to have a free trade agreement. We've had it with the UK and the EU. So we are moving quickly. We're also negotiating with the United States, but look at this.
Clearly, and that is why India is again reiterating its call for dialogue and diplomacy. The MES statement saying we raise our voice clearly in the favor of an early end to the conflict. Many lives have been regrettably lost, and we express our grief in that regard. So I think the MES statement clearly putting the record straight on what really India's priorities are. And in the morning, we saw Sonia Gandhi write a piece, asking India why it was not, condemning Khamenei's death. But I think Indian government has made its priorities very clear through this long and detailed statement.
She said silence was abdication. Without actually in any way taking position, I just want to state some facts before I bring in both Griha and Poonam. The facts are that even the UPA in its time did not take a position, for example, when Gaddafi was ousted by, again, a regime change operation.
Or when Saddam Hussein was assassinated.
Saddam Hussein was assassinated, hung actually. He was captured and then hung. Or even when you've had regime change in other quarters of the world. So there is a little bit of hypocrisy there, and clearly it's born out of a sense of political compulsion.
And back to you in the studio.
Right, absolutely. Rahul and Aman there, thank you so much for that assessment. India is making it amply clear that they have stakes in the region and they want de-escalation very, very soon. But here, look at what we have for you in the studio. We are looking at the global collective. Where do the, in fact, alliances lie? What are the blocks that one is looking at? If you take a look at this world alignment block here on the studios in the wall, there you see the big block here, which is of course led by the United States of America. That also goes on to include Israel, the UK of course, and also France, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, basically all the Gulf nations. They go on to form this one block that comes under West, and there is an anti-West block clearly with Iran, Russia and China, and that's why this entire Strait of Hormuz that also Rahul was referring to, and how India's strategic interests and also the energy flow that in fact happens from the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked. The other countries, their vessels have been blocked, but there are two countries, their vessels are being allowed to pass, and that strategically is also China. Russia to an extent doesn't cross the Strait of Hormuz that much, but China has been granted that leverage even as Iran goes on to announce that blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. So this is what we are talking about, Block 1, which is a Western bloc, which is where you see, of course, the global powers like US, UK, France, and there is Block 2, which has, of course, Iran, China, and Russia. We will need Rahul's assessment, all this, and India's position, so to speak, and we'll expand onto that thought, Rahul, that you were making earlier, now that the statement by the Ministry of External Affairs is also out.
Yeah, thanks, Griha, there for that. Yes, we put that out so beautifully, didn't we? It was a very clear division between the East, really, and the allies there in the West, so to speak, which is this bloc that is supporting the United States. I remember my mind goes back to that famous quote by Henry Kissinger that to be a friend of America is fatal, actually. An enemy is bad enough, but being a friend is fatal. A large number of these countries that had tied up with the Americans, given them bases in exchange for petrodollars, as the term was, because they were selling oil to the Americans, and the Americans said that, look, we can take care of you, we can provide you a security shield, you do your business, you sell us the oil, we'll take care of your strategic as well as your external security interests. These countries went into this arrangement, and today the Americans are calling the favor back, and you have a situation where the entire Gulf is now in chaos. And a large number of these countries, as you know, founded their reputation on providing stability. So they said that, look, a lot happens in this area, but we're immune from it. It happens between Israel and Lebanon and Iran and Iraq, but here we are in a little island of our own, so to speak, where in the Gulf and across the Strait of Hormuz, there's tranquility. We are moving towards a service and financial economy, much like Singapore and London had done in the past. And a large number of them were transitioning away from fossil fuels because, as you know, these are non-renewable energy resources. So after a point in time, they're going to run out. So these countries were building their own economies. There are a lot of infrastructure that was created, real estate to actually attract expats, top professionals, and money, investments. And all of that today going up in smoke because of this sort of war between the two blocs. And India has done well not hypothecating either its security or its interest to any of these two blocs. So I think we've done well by not picking sides.
But will India feel the
Let's
impact or not?
go straight across to IDF spokesperson Ben Cohen, who joins us from the front lines, really. Thank you, Ben, for speaking with us. What's the situation right now in Israel? What are we expecting by the way of timelines? Is this war going according to plan?
So I just returned from the bomb shelter from a siren that was just in the area. We started this operation, Operation Roaring Lion, on Saturday morning when the IDF and the U.S. Armed Forces started a joint operation intended to do one thing, and that's eliminate an existential threat, a threat that's relevant to the state of Israel, to the United States, and to the world at large, and that's been proved over the last few days. The strike started on Saturday morning when we eliminated more than 40 senior Iranian commanders, including Supreme Leader Khamenei, and they continued over recent days as we struck aerial defense targets, ballistic missile targets, and other Iranian terrorist regime targets in Tehran and in Iran at large. Over the last 36 hours, the Hezbollah terrorist organization, the Iranian terrorist regime's main proxy, made a strategic mistake and decided to fire dozens of rockets and UAVs at Israel, and at this time, incongruent to IDF strikes and U.S. Armed Forces strikes in Iran, the IDF is striking Hezbollah terrorist organization commanders and targets in order to eliminate that threat on Israeli civilians.
So, of course, we're hearing that the new Iranian defense minister has been eliminated in a fresh wave of strikes from Israel, but what we're seeing also is resistance coming from Iran. They seem to have hunkered down. They're sending these drones. Many people are saying that this is a strategy where they are trying to exhaust your munitions, the Iron Dome, patience of the Gulf allies. Is this what Iran's game plan is, or are they actually not being able to react using some of their hypersonic weapons and other bigger weapons because of compulsion? What's exactly happening? From your perspective, how do you read this?
So I can tell you that after 2.5 years of war, and after the 7th of October, the IDF has learned that we never underestimate our enemies. We understand the threat that the Iranian terrorist regime poses. And as far as it goes to their strategy, I can tell you one thing for certain, and that's that they have a strategy to target and hurt civilians specifically. This isn't just a message, it's concrete intelligence we have at hand. They're sending those ballistic missiles on their drones to civilian areas, not just in Israel, but in the entire Middle East.
Okay, well, what we're also hearing is that the longer this war continues, and I'm going to ask you a little bit about timelines, but the longer this war is continuing, costs are also escalating, as we know. Right now, I'm hearing that oil is up by about 8 to 10%, silver is up by 11%, the Strait of Hormuz is completely blocked. The new Iranian defense minister, of course, has been eliminated, and I just discussed that with you, and you're doing a fantastic job of trying to eliminate the top leadership. But is that really having an effect? Can bombs substitute for a ground invasion and affect regime change? So one is that question, and the longer we obviously stay in this war, there are these knock-on effects. So how do you react to that?
So we operate in accordance to clear military objectives. And that military objective is to eliminate that existential threat, those ballistic missiles, the launchers, the infrastructure, to eliminate the ability of the Iranian terrorist regime to operate their proxies on our borders, as we see with Hezbollah, and to eliminate the ability of the Iranian terrorist regime to pose a military threat upon Israel and the Middle East. And we will continue to do that for as long as the political echelon asks of us. We have many targets at hand. We continue to strike all the time, and we'll do that for as long as need be. But I want to make clear our target is to eliminate that military threat, and the IDF, in contrast to the Iranian terror regime, strikes military targets.
There are some experts who say that your stockpiles will fast deplete, and you will then have to sort of recalibrate. Is there a danger of that?
The IDF has been at war for 2.5 years on more than 7 fronts. We've been prepared to operate on all of those fronts, and we've been able to continuously protect ourselves on all of those fronts. We have the capacity and the ability to keep operating for as long as we'll need to, even in multiple fronts at once, in order to protect Israeli civilians.
Can you explain the reason behind crossing the border once again into Lebanon and launching what some people are saying is a ground offensive? What's the idea behind that?
Of course. So on October 8th, when Hezbollah made the decision to start firing indiscriminately rockets and UAVs at Israeli civilians, Israel made a choice to evacuate tens of thousands of civilians from their homes in northern Israel. After October 7th, we understand that we can't allow for a reality where terrorist organizations on our borders move our civilians away. For that reason, overnight IDF troops situated themselves in an enhanced forward defensive posture. And I want to emphasize, this isn't a ground invasion. We have IDF troops on the northern side of the border with Lebanon in order to protect ourselves from Hezbollah, because we understand that there are civilians in the north and we need our IDF troops to be able to protect them from the terrorists who can get in their way.
Explain to us a little bit about the strategy that has been employed, because what we're seeing is that there is a constant barrage of missiles that are coming out of Iran or drones that are coming out and somehow making it across the Strait of Hormuz or the Gulf and landing in the UAE and other geographies. How is that happening if you have aerial domination?
So again, the IDF operates in coordination with the United States Armed Forces and other allies in order to do aerial defense as effectively as possible. The Iranian terrorist regime has very clearly proved over recent days that they are not just a threat to Israel and to the United States, but to the region at large. They're firing ballistic missiles in every direction. We do the best within our operational capacity to defend ourselves, but we understand that there are risks. There are risks involved when you have a terrorist regime with hundreds of and thousands of ballistic missiles that they want to fire on civilians.
I want to come back to that original question. The Americans have now come out and said that regime change was not the objective. Trump has come out and said it. Hegseth has come out and said it. Rubio seems to be suggesting it. Do you share that?
So again, as said, the objective is very clear. It's to eliminate that existential threat that we have on the state of Israel and at large, and that's a military threat. It's the fact that the Iranian regime, since Rising Lion, which is the operation the IDF conducted last year in June, have set out a goal for themselves to manufacture 8,000 ballistic missiles by 2027. Now imagine for yourself for a moment, there was a hit a few days ago in Bet Shemesh in Israel, a synagogue in Israel that gets a direct impact, 9 people are dead. Imagine 8,000 missiles that can each create that direct impact. That's an existential threat. So we have a military objective, and that military objective is to remove the existential threat that the terrorist regime prevents on us. That's what we're striking, military targets.
Well, Ben Cohen, thank you very much for speaking with me. Let's just follow me. Thank you very much. We're going to check back with you in just a few days, but here we are joining the Take 3 XL. Lovely to see you.
Well, yeah, you know, interesting conversation. Let's just pick it up from there itself. What Lieutenant Ben Cohen actually had to say, that it was after Roaring Lion, last year, the 12-day war, that it was not in Israel that they said death to Iran. It was not in Israel that there was a clock tower that said that set a clock countdown, and it was not the Israeli Prime Minister who set down a countdown clock back saying that by 2027 we've got to set up 8,000 ballistic missiles and we need to wipe out Israel in the next 2 years.
Iran, yes.
It happened in Iran. So Israel's point has always been, we've never said death to Iran. It's the Iranians who are under Khamenei who have said death to Israel, death to America, let's kill all Jews. Tom Cooper.
I beg to differ a little bit in this regards, because rhetoric as fiery and as venomous as that of the Iranian regime, without defending it, is one thing, and the ability to actually do something is an entirely different situation. That's why I always say Iranians can cry as much as they like that they are going to wipe out Israel, but they can't do that. On the contrary, as we can see, Israel can especially with US support, bomb Iran up and down almost as it likes. Yeah. Not entirely as it likes, but it is fair enough.
But that's also true that from 2024, 2025 till 2027, even now, Iran has significantly amped up its ballistic missiles cache. If you see right now in the last 2 days, Zaka is also with us and viewers, let's get this. The estimate is that they have at least 600 missiles that have been fired.
Already, yeah.
Already. So, and they are saying we're just getting started. So that means unless they're sitting on a stockpile of medium to short range and of course long range missiles of about 3,500 plus missiles, they're not going to be able to make this boast.
So look, Anand, I've been saying this even yesterday, I'm saying this today. Iran has a finite number of missiles, right? And whatever they can expend in this particular war, because the Iranian nation is going to continue even beyond these few days of the war, will have to be, let's say they have X number of missiles, it'll have to be X number, whatever the factor is.
Right.
So the most conservative estimates say they have 2,000 or 3,000 missiles.
Right.
The most expansive estimates say they have upwards of 10,000. So my point is, it's a finite number. At some point, all this firing of missiles will have to stop. Even with the drones, as cheap as they are, I mean, we were talking about it, $2,000, $3,000, whatever it is, $10,000. The point is that there's a finite number of ammunition that the Iranians have. And that's going to run out at some point. Look, what is at play? This is the big picture as I see it. Iran needs to seek revenge. Their supreme leader, their spiritual guide, their political and, the man who really controlled that state over the last 40 years is dead. And dead brutally. I mean, I don't want to get into adjectives and stuff, but he got killed like a dog. I'm sorry to say this, but that's really what happened. Now, the point is, Iran needs to do something to be seen as avenging that, right? That's their way out. So how do I see this war ending? It has to be either of two possibilities. One is Iran needs a way out, which is that they have to take a high-value American target out. Look at what happened last June when the 12-day war concluded. How did it end?
Yeah.
It ended with Iran hitting the Al Udeid air base in Qatar, which is an American air base. Nobody died because people were all evacuated, but at least they hit an American air base and they could tell back to their people.
So that was their off-ramp.
That was their off-ramp.
Yeah.
What is the off-ramp now? Right now, there is no off-ramp, which is why they are continuing
the
to hit.
off-ramp right now, Rahul, what they have said, Largiani has actually said it, and they have said that it's Bibi Netanyahu.
They're not going to hit Bibi Netanyahu. I said this yesterday. I've been
they-
inside Bibi Netanyahu's office.
They may
no
not
one's
hit.
going to hit
They
him.
are saying exactly what the Israelis said about Khomeini, saying we know his movements, we know where he is going, we know what he is doing. They are now out for Netanyahu's head. That's where they will settle, because clearly they don't want to touch Trump. But here it is Netanyahu's head. And someone like Trump says it was either me or Khomeini, and Khomeini had to go. That was also something which Trump said. So how do you see this? We'll get into the nuclear aspect and also Trump shifting goalposts through the course of this conversation. But first, your thing about what is Iran's off-ramp here, which is going to perhaps de-escalate this.
Look, first of all, I don't believe that the Iranians are looking to actually take revenge. I think the regime there is looking to survive. With the Trump administration and others now coming out and saying that, look, at the end of the day, we're not looking for regime change, I don't see where the end is, where this war is going, what are the objectives now. If it wasn't regime change, then what was this about? Okay, you've eliminated a few people, but more people will step in.
Yeah.
And if they step in and the US and the Israelis say, oh, we've neutered their weapon systems and this, that, the other, fine. The war might end. There might be an off-ramp offered, or maybe they will come to the table, but the regime won't go. And after another 4 years or 2 years or 3 years, you'll have another build-up.
Yeah.
And you'll have another replay.
Yeah.
So this war is ending in inanities to me. Or going there, now the Prime Minister is talking to the Sultan of Oman, the Crown Prince of Kuwait, over the Gulf War. I think the best bet now for these Gulf nations also sort of come together and form a bridge. They're the ones who should sort of talk to Iran, and they should talk to the United States, pull back and say, guys, I think the time has come when you redefine what you're up to here. Come to the table, let's start the negotiations.
Right.
They can't become part of the problem because they're clearly bleeding, and we've got a situation where the MEA has mentioned that we're worried now about the so-called oil shock hitting us.
Right. Agree? Disagree? Tom Cooper?
I agree, disagree. For example, I agree with Zaka when he says
It depends on missile stock. I said right away, this is going to be a game of numbers. The point is, however, that also the Israeli and US missile stocks cannot be fantastic, because just yesterday they plus the US customers for Patriot missiles in the Gulf has wiped out the entire year worth of production of Patriot missiles. Just yesterday, this is something like 600 missiles. They are gone. They are spent. And between others, in order to shut down 3 US aircraft. So I don't see where should this go. It is the same story with all wars Israel has initiated already since 1956. There's always somebody on the other side who is a lethal or mortal threat for the country. Then they invade. There's a war. There are sometimes hundreds, sometimes thousands dead.
This war is, where is it going?
And every time,
I don't see any clear objectives here.
Let's understand. First, they said they want a regime change. Now they killed the Khamenei, but there doesn't seem to be a regime change at this moment happening, because they've immediately got somebody in place in Ali Reza, and he seems to be following the Khamenei's line very clearly.
This is not how Iraq played out. When Saddam was sort of hounded out of office, and Chemical Ali and all his cabinet was sort of found and shot dead, the regime imploded because it was actually a minority Ba'athist party which controlled a majority.
Sunni,
Exactly.
Sunni,
Here,
largely
the
Shia
situation is that these people are from the larger population. There is a homogeneity. So people will just step in to say we have to defend the larger interests of Iran, and if we become Shahid, no problems.
You know, I beg to differ on this. People tend to sort of paint Iran as this homogeneous society. It is not. Only 60% of Iran is Persian. The remaining 40% is Kurds, Azeris. There are all kinds of other Baloch. There are all kinds of other minorities. Now, here's the thing. When they hounded out Saddam Hussein in 2003, it was unfinished business from 1991. The father Bush could not finish it. The son Bush came and tried to finish it. When they hounded out Saddam Hussein in 2003, it took them, and then 2 months later, they found Saddam Hussein, those famous words, we got him.
We got him,
right?
Yeah.
Here, the principal objective of the Trump administration, certainly for Mr. Trump individually, was to smoke out Khamenei. And he's got that on day one. Tomorrow, like this morning, daybreak in the US, if Trump wakes up and says, that's it, America is done, I'm done, I'm ending this war, Israel cannot continue this war on its own. The rest of the region cannot continue this war on its own. It depends entirely on the United States.
No, it does.
But having said that,
the rest of the region.
Hang on. What is there to disagree about? Hang on.
So the point is, Trump has got whatever he wanted.
All I'm saying is that
he can stop the war tomorrow.
That this war is going nowhere. If Trump pulls out, you know what people are going to say? That you started a conflict in the region. All of us have been burnt by this, and you walk away from the table without being able to kick out the regime.
Because he's got what he wanted.
No, hang on, one second. You might have the bragging rights, but at the end of the day, that's the end of it. The regime is still there.
Like he's looking for anything other than bragging rights?
The regime is still there. The women are still going to be sort of, unfortunately, terrorized. Young civilians who have risen up or at least expressed their support for the outside world are still going to be tormented and jailed. They will be back, and it will be an only matter of time.
I hate to break it to you. Trump doesn't care.
It doesn't matter.
He doesn't care.
It doesn't care.
All he wanted was the head of the snake. He's got the head of the snake.
It doesn't matter. What did I start by saying? What did I start by saying? That this regime doesn't want revenge. It wants to survive because it just knows that, look, there are interests, there are business interests. This is not some,
business interests.
These are business interests. No one walks away from the business interest. You have Pakistan. The Pakistan army is in charge of Pakistan. Why? Because they own businesses, they own golf courses, they own resorts, they own hotels, they own everything. And so does the Iranian regime.
Right. Totally taken. Point taken. Now my question is, Iran has gone ahead and bombed Qatar. It's gone ahead and bombed in Saudi Arabia. It's gone bombed Bahrain. Although they say US air bases, these nations are saying, you have come and attacked our sovereign soil. We didn't expect you to do it. Are these nations going to keep quiet, or are they going to push for certain kind of revenge now?
They would like to hit back on Iran, but the problem is that is then going to position their regimes as fighting on the side in an alliance with Israel. And they can say as much as they like, oh, Abrahamic Accords and we are great friends now and whatever else. But they know that their population does not like this idea.
All right. Okay, let's take this forward because there are 2-3 other aspects which I wanted to cover. One is Steve Witkoff and Iran's position. Does Iran have nuclear abilities, weaponizing abilities? Because Steve Witkoff claims 60% uranium enriched. That's what the Iranians themselves claim, 460 kilograms of it, and we can make 10 nuclear bombs with it. At what level of enrichment of uranium can it be weaponized? And are the Iranians close to a nuclear bomb? Then were the Saudi concerns right then?
You can make a dirty bomb already with 10% of enriched uranium. This is not the question. The question is just how effective is it then? Is it really, you know, destroying an entire city or not? That is the difference.
And can you deploy and deliver it?
Enriched, yes, and that is the next question. Do you have a platform which can reliably deploy it? Because this is what killed de facto the Pakistani operation last year, that they had no platform which could reliably deploy a nuclear weapon against India. So this is why they were defeated, and they then called for, please, let's sound the ceasefire. Okay, that is one start.
Which is one of the reasons why people said you should have gone in and finished the game.
Finish the game, yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's another point. But
that's a different point. But let's go back to Iranian capability to actually make a nuke. They can make a nuke. They can make a nuke for 20 years or something. And that was the point. I don't know why is nobody taking this seriously. This nuclear fatwa by Khamenei from, 2006. This is a religious law. Everybody is happy to declare Iran for theocracy, but nobody cares about the religious law in this theocracy. So, really, if you have a religious law which says you are not permitted to assemble and keep assembled a nuclear weapon, this is how I interpret the text of that fatwa, then it means that dear IRGC, shut up, sit down, you can have all the pieces of the bomb, that is very nice, but you are not permitted to build them together.
If that is the case, why were the Saudis so hell-bent? Because now it is coming out, viewers, and to all of the, the gents here, that it was not Israel that pushed US. It's been the Crown Prince and Saudi Arabia for the last month and a half that's been pushing the US to move in and attack Iran.
I don't buy that.
They say that it's the Saudis because they were very, very... See, let's try and piece together certain circumstantial evidence. Let's just say the Saudis move with Pakistan to sign a nuclear cooperation deal. The
Defense
Saudis,
cooperation.
Defense cooperation and also nuclear technology.
There's no
that was the second one. The first meeting was defense. The second meeting was about exchange of nuclear. No, it's not about where Pakistan is. That's when we started saying Pakistan is trying to get into a rent-a-new program, because when that meeting happened with the Saudis. Now, why were the Saudis moving in this direction, especially nearly a year after the 12-day war? This whole aspect of Iran is going to become nuclear did not start with Israel. Israel has been saying this for a while. Of late, it started with the Saudis. So there is some merit to this entire speculation.
Look,
that's what I'm saying.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think Iran was anywhere close to making a nuclear bomb. They were maybe years away. According to America's own intelligence, they were years away from making a proper actual nuclear bomb, and more importantly, being able to find a platform to deliver that nuclear bomb. Why did this war happen? This war happened because first Netanyahu, Bibi Netanyahu, and then subsequently he managed to convince Donald Trump that they have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to take out a man who has been chanting death to America and death to Israel for the last 40 years.
Okay.
Trump wanted to do this for his legacy, Bibi wanted to do this for his legacy, and they have it now. Now the question is, how does the war wind down? There's only one or two ways in which the war winds down. One is either Iran gets an off-ramp, they get a high-value American target, they either hit the aircraft carrier, I don't know how they'll do that, or they hit a commander who's overseeing the operations, whatever it is. They need a high-value target to take down and then show to their people that Khamenei's death has been avenged. Or the second way in which this can be done is if the Trump administration finds a candidate who is pliable enough, who says, okay, I'm going to put an end to this, like the Delcy Rodriguez of Iran.
Right.
What did they do in Venezuela? Again, it's apples and oranges, but at the end of the day, they shifted one guy out. They removed one guy, found the second in command and said, you take charge and we've got a deal. What did Trump do with the Houthis? People tend to forget this. He started this whole bombing campaign of the Houthis right after he came to office. He did that for about a month, and then he realized he's not going to be able to stop the Houthis or at least decapitate them in a way that they stop attacking ships on the Red Sea. What did he do? He cut a deal with the Houthis. A man who can cut a deal with the Houthis surely can cut a deal with the Iranians. That's what Trump will do.
Somewhere they don't seem to be wanting to cut a deal now. Now the Iranians don't want to cut a deal. Rahul, why do you think Trump has shifted the goalpost?
I'll tell you why. The Iranians they could be opportunistic.
Yeah.
And make the pretense of wanting to come to the table to give themselves some breathing room. But fundamentally, they won't compromise with the US because this is not a legitimate regime. They need an enemy to stay relevant, just like Trump needs an enemy to keep away from. This is not about legacy. This is just, that's a peripheral conversation. This is about the economic ruin. This is about the Epstein files. This is about several other things, including an election that is looming on the horizon. If Trump even is thinking, I don't know, if he's thinking of another term, you never know with him, he needs at least something to go back to his party to say, look, here, I'm still sellable. On the other side, you have Bibi Netanyahu, who's facing elections in another 6-8 months or 6 months.
Yeah, and he's been quite under the pump by
my dear friend,
domestic
not
politics.
under the pump.
Not only
his approval ratings are by his socks.
Socks, yeah.
And not only that, but he's also going to be prosecuted because he was
Corruption
supposed not to get re-elected or get involved in the politics.
Whose shoulders does he stand on? The Zionists. A hard right. Are those going to compromise with Israel? No. See, you've got to understand that over the last 2.5, 3 years, Israel has found one excuse after the other to prolong that war that began on October 7th. So if it's not going into Gaza, then it's going down some other rabbit hole like the Hezbollah in Lebanon and this, that, the other. Then it was Iran, then back again. So they've just wanted to extend this. They've created an enemy. This is wag the dog. This is classic wag the dog.
Yeah, but this is also very, very expensive for a country like Israel. War is not cheap. Now,
for Israel, not so much because they get covered by US taxpayers.
Exactly, that's the thing.
It is more expensive for US taxpayers than for Israel, actually. So, especially considering that the mass of ammunition is of US production, because Israel has no heavy metal industry.
Tom, there is a lack of enthusiasm in Trump's base for this war. The MAGA base does not like long wars. Trump came to power saying that he's not going to get entangled in long wars. So if anyone is going to sort of pull out of this war or put an end to this war, it is Donald Trump. He doesn't want to extend this.
In fact, I'm absolutely in agreement with you.
The Nobel Prize has gone out of the window now.
No, he doesn't care for the Nobel Prize because I don't think he's going to get it. The other question is China. What's happening right now, viewers? We are looking at a blooming energy crisis. Every nation buys oil and keeps stock for at least about 30 to 60 days. Even Bharat would have got its barrels in place for at least 30 to 60 days. But then if this war continues, the energy crisis looms. Europe is already facing a price up on its LNG because Qatar has stopped production. What's China's game here? Because a lot of the oil, if the Strait of Hormuz closes, they are going to make sure that even Chinese ships don't go there because the US or the Israeli will come and bomb it, or somebody else will bomb a Chinese tanker and say, listen, nothing close. If ours doesn't go, theirs won't go either.
Especially Israelis.
Yeah, Israelis will do that. That's going to happen. China has already cut down. The refiner has already cut down production. What's China's game here? Because it's backing Iran. And is it going to help Iran militarily? Is it going to ensure this war prolongs, or it's also in its interest that it tries to figure out an off-ramp for Iran?
It's a good question. I would say that they are certainly going to continue doing like if they are doing nothing and just monitoring while doing the usual plausible deniability, which is, for example, supplying surface-to-air missiles to Iran via Afghanistan down to Zahedan or to Mashhad or to whatever the cities are in eastern Iran.
Right.
By flights of, nocturnal flights of their transport aircraft. This is quickly done and nobody can say anything against this. Beyond that, they are going to wait for their moment, because we should not forget one thing. This is almost unknown in the public, that Israel and China are at war. At least their intelligence services are at war already for 20, 30 years. They are killing each other, especially in Africa, bombing each other, assassinating each other, and so on and so on. And the Chinese, at some point in time, they went so far that they have positioned the camera, captured a Mossad operative, and then assassinated him in front of camera and sent the video to the Israeli embassy.
Wow, this is something which is not relevant or not known to this part of the world as much, that there's so much happening in Africa. So the Africa dimension comes into play, and that Israel, so that's what Tom Cooper is saying, China and Israel have been at war, their intelligence agencies.
So they are going to sit and wait patiently until a certain point, and then when it hurts too much, then they are going to act. In what fashion, that's something I cannot
All
predict.
right, we've got limited time, 3 minutes, so let me start with you, and then we'll circle back to Rahul and Zaka, and then end here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's silence has seen a lot of domestic politics. He's not said much about, he's not commented about the Khamenei killing. He has called up various heads of state, but nothing about the war from him, from his handle. You think that's a right position? Because many are questioning the silence. The opposition is questioning his silence.
Well, look, I don't know anything at all about Indian politics. I can say only following. He has to care about the country of 1.4 billion. And he is somebody who thinks about developing this country for the next 20 years in advance. In this regards, he is already not just one, but several magnitudes better than any other politicians I know around.
Okay.
So now to get dragged into this idiocy, I wouldn't be keen to be in his position and get dragged into this. I would.
So that's your assessment,
also
that
fall silent and keep quiet.
Better to stay silent and keep quiet. Rahul?
Yeah, I think, look, fundamentally, Iran, is it really a great friend? I mean, if you were just forced to flip a coin and choose a side, I still go with the Israelis a little bit. At least they've helped us when, we've been down and out in conflicts too. The Iranians, I'm sorry, they've put the Muslim world first on many occasions.
Yes.
So, yes, there is one complication though. There's one wrinkle, and there is a port, the Chabahar port, in which we had made huge investments. The idea was to try and thwart the Gwadar, China, Pakistan axis.
Yeah.
And that's my worry. And I think the calculation perhaps in New Delhi is this. It's better to be on the winning side. So when things are divvied up by the new regime, or by a regime that might be perhaps more conducive to working with the West and so on and so forth, we can use our good offices to get back into Chabahar, like we did in Afghanistan, for example, when there was a transition. We got those contracts to build and so on and so forth. And of course, the Americans then walked out, and we were worried that all those contracts would go out of the window. Then we had to do business with the Taliban. We sort of held our nose and we did business. I think the Indians are sort of seeing this perhaps as another way of getting back into the equation by just keeping out of it and letting somebody else come in. And not upsetting
interestingly, there is a thought process which says that was the Ayatollah really the religious head of the Shia? Because the descendant of Ali is in Najaf.
And just one little point.
Just
one little point. We also have a huge trade equation with the GCC countries, which we can't sort of jeopardize.
Yeah, and we've got friends in the Gulf areas. We've got friendship with everybody.
My view is that India's already taken its side. It was evident even before this war began. India's on the side of the US and the Israelis. We can't publicly say it because there are domestic concerns and so on and so forth. But I think India is very clear. I don't think it's a coincidence that the Prime Minister was in Israel 48 hours before this campaign began. I think that was...
But there's no truth to all this doing the rounds that it's the Prime Minister who went and gave Ayatollah's coordinates to the Israelis. Sorry.
Who said that?
No, it's all doing the rounds on social media.
Wow.
Okay. There is a big press conference going on, so as we call this a wrap, let's quickly go across to that.
Which ensures continuity and sustainability of interception in all types of weapons for a long time, and to maintain preparedness and readiness of the sovereignty of UAE. In this media briefing, we will highlight certain topics. The first topic is the latest developments in the field, operational field. The Ministry of Defense dealt with 186 ballistic. We destroyed 172 missiles, 13 of which went into the sea and 1 into the territory. Also, we checked 12 drones and 57 fell down in the territory. Also destroying eight drones and 8 cruise missiles. There were 68 injuries and some damages which are medium and low. We would like to highlight that the sounds that we hear in different areas in the UAE are the result of interception of ballistic weapons and attacking the drones and crew. This proves the readiness of the Ministry of Defense in the UAE and armed forces and departments concerned in all departments, which confirms that we are dealing with all types of threats. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will show you some samples of attacking our jet Mirage 2000, attacking the aggression of the Iranian forces. This is a brief of sample of intersection and destroying of the attacks and aggression by the cruisers and jets from Iran. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to highlight the drones that were damaged and missiles that were damaged by our Air Force. We start with this ballistic tactical missile, Qiyam, which was damaged. We intersected hundreds of these missiles. Another missile, cruise missile, which is a threat that we face, and it is difficult sometimes to deal with these crews, but we destroyed them and intersected them through our defense forces in the UAE. Also, Shahid drone 136 was intersected. Hundreds of these were destroyed and damaged.
We got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map that India is doing an exercise in this region, and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So one, there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis, and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself. And before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. There is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to cause problem to the IRGC also. Remember that there. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India and talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line, the 2,700 kilometers Durand line, 1,400 kilometers runs along Balochistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. We have a 900 kilometer line boundary of Balochistan with Iran.
Yeah,
That
this is the Baloch boundary with Iran. Yeah, this is the Baloch. This is the Baloch one.
Sistan, Balochistan. And therefore, Balochistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Balochistan has a problem. That's the problem between Balochistan and Pakistan. Because they're
There is a
sustaining
major
from Iran.
insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally.
Additionally.
So Pakistan is right now at war, at least from their point of view, in this direction, and of course they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they are also supposed to airlift and send support towards Saudi Arabia and conduct, exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran, but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
So, and promising bases if necessary to the United States.
It's a catch-22 situation. They don't know which side of theirs has now got to be covered because they've had very badly from Balochistan. They're having bad times with Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They are not happy. Saudi deal has put them in a fix with Iran. So Pakistan really doesn't know, and I'm sure America would want a pound of flesh from Pakistan.
Yeah, we've got this footage. This is where the India NOTAM area is, not so far away from Rahim Yar Khan. This is the NOTAM, that airspace reservation that's been announced by the Indian Air Force for a joint exercise. What do you think is the intent behind this, Tom?
Well, to run an exercise. And Pakistan, just to remind them that India is still here. It's as simple as that. Nobody wants to provoke. I mean, I know the Indian government, how it operates, or at least understand it. I do not say that I know it in person or something. But I understand the way it operates. And in this situation, it just remains Islamabad. Guys, we are watching what are you doing over there, and now we are going to run an exercise because we have the right to do so.
Yeah, and they're running an exercise in this portion here.
Yes.
In this portion, that's where the exercise is. The Pakistanis, meanwhile, are conducting sorties and exercises here. They are getting active in this region. Yeah. So they are conducting activity in this region. They are stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched all over the place. There is also internal strife that is happening with the Shia population. What do you think is going to be the impact of this conflict on this nation and this region? Do you think there is going to be trouble in Balochistan? The Baloch are going to get...
Explain this way. Let me start with the...
So the big question is, how will this war in the Gulf end? It's no longer just America and Israel on the one side and Iran on the other. The entire Middle East, America's Gulf Arab allies from Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Oman have all been dragged into this wider regional conflict. How may this possibly move towards some kind of cessation or culmination? I'm now joined by a very special guest. Professor Jeffrey Sachs is a leading economist with the Columbia University. Thank you very much, Professor, for speaking with us. First of all, what is your assessment of what has happened over these last 3 days? This joint American-Israeli airstrikes on Iran, the taking out of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. What do you make of what's happened over these last 3 days?
This is a reckless, illegal, and very dangerous action. This is a blatant violation of the UN Charter, and it is leading to regional war, obviously. It has to stop. The way for this fighting to end is for the United States and Israel to leave, because they started this. This is why it happened. There was no motivation for it other than basically the hegemonic aspirations of Israel to control the Middle East and the United States to control the world. And other than that, there was no imminent threat. There was no reason for this. Killing the religious leader as well as the head of state of Iran was a poisonous action. The U.S. and Israel made a terrible mistake, and they have to stop the fighting.
President Trump's motivations, I'll get to Israel in 1 second, but President Trump's motivations in this war was to eliminate Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. He's done that. He's achieved that already within the first 24 hours of this war. Why is he still continuing this war then?
How can a president of the United States have as a goal the murder of the head of state of another country? It's barbaric. If that's his goal, it's barbaric, it's illegal, it's vulgar, it's dangerous. Having said that, the United States should stop any further attacks and just leave.
Do you believe that Trump really cares about regime change? I mean, look at what he did in Venezuela. There was no regime change. He replaced one man with a woman. He can do the same thing in Iran.
He can't do anything other than commit murder or kidnap presidents, so everything is delusional. You are correct, though. He can just go home, which he should do. Leave the rest of us in peace. This is a move completely against the interests of the United States of America and against the opinion of the American people, who are 3-to-1, that is 75% to 25% against this action.
So why do you think he's continuing it, particularly for a president who came to office saying he's not going to, launch these endless wars in the Middle East or anywhere else in the world? His MAGA base doesn't approve of it. Why is he still stuck in this?
I think that there are two reasons. One, the U.S. deep state, which is led by the CIA, has global hegemonic aspirations. Those continue. And the CIA is the main driver of American foreign policy, not the President of the United States. The second reason is Israel. Israel is tightly connected with the CIA through Mossad. This is a long-standing plan. Netanyahu said yesterday this is the culmination of his 40 years dream. This isn't something that just came up last week because negotiations bogged down. This is something that Israel has been calling for decades. Israel has a very unusual stranglehold on the United States, including the CIA, which is in very close partnership with Mossad. So this is a deep state operation. It is also a part of a broader U.S.-Israeli hegemonic approach. It's not disconnected from what happened in Venezuela, because that's also part of the idea. The U.S. wants to control the Americas. It wants to control the Middle East. It wants to have the lever over oil. It wants to tell India whether to get oil or not to get oil, and at what price to get oil, and at what price not to get oil, and whether to trade with Russia. Now it wants to say whether to trade with Iran. Who's going to get control? So this is a matter of control. It's absolutely reckless and completely in violation of every international standard.
The Prime Minister of India was there in Israel 2 days before Israel and America launched this operation against Iran, and many are saying that that's not a coincidence. What do you make of that?
I hope it is a coincidence. This action by Israel is a criminal action, in my view, and a very dangerous one. And I hope that India, as a president of the BRICS this year, upholds the UN Charter. The United States and Israel have blatantly, vulgarly, and dangerously threatened the UN Charter with this action. The UN Charter, Article 2, Paragraph 4, says that no nation may threaten the use of force or use force against another sovereign state. That's straightforward. So this is absolutely a vulgar and dangerous violation. And Netanyahu explained it, as I said, clearly. He's been dreaming of this for decades. I've been making that very point for years and years and years. And then Netanyahu came out and confirmed it. This is his lifelong ambition, to bring the United States into a civilizational war with Iran. How reckless is that?
Iran has responded by targeting some of these Gulf Arab allies of the United States, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait. Why do you think they're doing that, and how may the U.S. choose to now respond to this?
Well, they're not targeting those countries. They're targeting the U.S. military bases in those countries. This is a difference. These countries and many others are essentially occupied by the United States. When you have a U.S. military base, you're occupied by the United States. You lose your freedom. You lose your maneuver. You have the CIA hosted in your own country. You're always looking over your own shoulder. What Iran is doing is attacking a network of U.S. military bases along the Persian Gulf.
America was the main security guarantor for all of these countries, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, Qatar. That security guarantee seems a bit weak now, given what's happened in the last few days.
I often quote a famous adage of Henry Kissinger, who said that to be an enemy of the United States is dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal. Countries that rely on the U.S. security guarantee go under, usually by the United States itself, which turns on you. But to be a friend of the United States is absolutely to put yourself in peril. Look at Ukraine. The United States said, we have your back. You will join NATO. And Ukraine is being destroyed because a regime came to power that said, we'll go with the U.S. rather than neutrality. And the consequences are devastating. For these Gulf states, it's a big mistake that they think that their security comes from the United States. Their insecurity comes from the United States.
So finally, Professor Sachs, how do you see this war ending? How do you see this war ending, and by when do you see this war ending?
I know how it can end, which is that the United States and Israel should go back to their own homes and stop bothering other people, and the war would end. Iran would stop fighting and the war would end. That's how it should end. How it will end, I cannot say, obviously, because we're led by irrational and dangerous people in the United States and Israel. So they have lusted for this war against their own publics, against all logic, against all strategic considerations, and these are very dangerous people. And in the United States, we do not have a constitutional order. We do not have Congress that plays a role. This is basically an executive branch decision-making by the CIA and by the White House. So it's very dangerous and very unpredictable. This makes no sense, this war. It's dangerous for everybody. It's dangerous for India. It's dangerous for China. It's dangerous for the BRICS. It's dangerous for Europe. It's dangerous for the Middle East. It's dangerous for the United States. It was a war of choice that never should have happened.
All right, Professor Jeffrey Sachs from the Columbia University, thank you very much for joining us here on CNN
Good
News.
to be with you.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a quick break here on the program, but news and updates continue right on the other side.
We got limited time. What we're going to do is, now this is what's happened. I told you when we come back from the break, we are going to try and refocus on another region, and that's this region. So let's come back here and understand what's happening here, especially with this nation, Pakistan. What's happened is India has, and Manoj Kumar Gupta getting this, Daniel Scheinman has also put us the map, that India is doing an exercise in this region, and there is a NOTAM that's been issued in this region. So one, there is NOTAM that's issued here. What happens with the Pakistanis who are fighting over the Durand line? There is activity in Balochistan. They are supposed to send support for the Saudis, and they are worried about this NOTAM. Yes, Tom Cooper and then General Kulkarni.
What happened? First, the Durand line itself. And before I speak on the Durand line, let's work on that. There is going to be electronic suppression. And this electronic suppression is going to cause problem to the IRGC also. Remember that there. Because much that now most of these people over there are going to be on their own. But talking about Pakistan and India and talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, the Durand line, the 2,700 kilometers Durand line, 1,400 kilometers runs along Balochistan.
Correct.
And the rest of it is with Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
Yeah.
They have a 900-kilometer line boundary of Balochistan with Iran.
Yeah,
That
this is the Baloch boundary with Iran. Yeah, yeah. This is the Baloch. This is the Baloch one.
This is
Yeah.
Balochistan.
Huh.
And therefore, Balochistan has been logistically sustained from Iran. It is not being sustained from Pakistan. So Balochistan has a problem. That's the problem between Balochistan and Pakistan. Because the
Balochistan, there is a
sustainability
major
coming from Iran.
insurgency against Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there is the insurgency of the Pakistani Taliban.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Pakistan is at war with the Taliban in Afghanistan, additionally. to that.
Additionally.
So Pakistan is right now at war, at least from their point of view, in this direction, and of course they always hold a strong portion of their army along the border to India.
And now they are also supposed to airlift and send support towards Saudi Arabia and conduct, exercises here. Interesting that they are supporting Iran, but giving security collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
So and promising bases if necessary to the United States.
It's a catch-22 situation. They don't know which side of theirs has now got to be covered because they've had very badly from Balochistan. They're having bad times with Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They are not happy. Saudi deal has put them in a fix with Iran. So Pakistan really doesn't know. And I'm sure America would want a pound of flesh from Pakistan.
Yeah, we've got this footage. This is where the India NOTAM area is, not so far away from Rahim Yar Khan. This is the NOTAM, that airspace reservation that's been announced by the Indian Air Force for a joint exercise. What do you think is the intent behind this, Tom?
Well, to run an exercise.
Yeah, but...
And Pakistan, just to remind them that India is still here. It's as simple as that. Nobody wants to provoke. I mean, I know the Indian government, how it operates, or at least understand it. I do not say that I know it in person or something. But I understand the way it operates. And in this situation, it just remains Islamabad. Guys, we are watching what are you doing over there, and now we are going to run an exercise because we have the right to do so.
Yeah, and they're running an exercise in this portion here.
Yes.
In this portion, that's where the exercise is. The Pakistanis, meanwhile, are conducting sorties and exercises here.
Yeah.
They are getting active in this region. Sorry. Yeah. So they are conducting activity in this region. They are stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched here, they're stretched all over the place. There is also internal strife that is happening with the Shia population. What do you think is going to be the impact of this conflict on this nation and this region? Do you think there is going to be trouble in Balochistan? The Baloch are going to get...
Explain this way. Let me start with the start in Pakistan.
Okay.
Pakistan is broke.
Okay.
Bankrupt. Okay. And this is not since yesterday, but for some 50 years, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, at least. Okay. What was it? 24 IMF programs in Pakistan and something like that? Okay. Now, the newest invention, so to say, in Pakistan was to prompt the Chinese to invest and borrow $120 billion to Pakistan. So,
out of 195 countries in the world virtually, there are almost 45 countries which are sucked into this battle, with 32 in NATO, with 12 almost over here, and Afghanistan and Pakistan. So just these 45 countries involved today in some way or the other.
One way or the other involved. So now Pakistan is broke. And they have this huge bill, and the Chinese want their money back. They say, hey, sorry, but we are not giving your money, our money to you just like that. So Pakistan depends on IMF, which means on Trump's agreement
USAID and
to
America.
let IMF pay Pakistan, give Pakistan money so it can pay back Chinese credits. So this is a silly situation. This in turn means Islamabad is going to do whatever brings money in order to stay liquid. And if the Saudis say, hey, hello, we are going to pay you 5, 10 or some whatever billions in order for you to send a brigade of armed forces, yes, they're going to do that. This is the point, and this is how they think and how they act.
But their nation's prime minister has endorsed support to Iran, and its nation's military is going to support and send military aircraft, including JF-17.